Hi, this is Paul calling you from Little Elm, Texas.
Hey, Paul, from where the heck is Little Elm, Texas?
Well, it's just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in Denton County.
Oh, okay.
Oh, of course, we knew that.
Oh, you knew that.
Yeah, right.
We had no idea.
So what's going on, Paul?
Well, I've got a 2001 Cadillac Eldorado ETC.
Uh-huh.
And I love this car primarily because it's paid for.
Okay.
For some time now, 6 to 9 months, I've started hearing a low rumbling noise and a vibration in the steering wheel, but I primarily hear it. I work at a hospital, and I park in a parking garage. And as I'm going down the parking garage, I go to the ends and I'm making a 180-degree right turn. So as I'm turning the wheel to make this turn, I feel and hear this kind of low rumbling sound seems from the front end, and I feel it in the steering wheel. I've taken it to my mechanic, and we can't get it to reproduce out on the road.
You have to take him to the parking garage.
Well, you don't want to drive that far.
He doesn't want to go, okay.
But when you straighten it out, the noise goes away?
Yeah.
So not only is this a sharp turn, but it's banked as well. Is that true?
A little bit. I'm not going very fast. It's it's a parking garage. I can't, do the Mario Andretti thing. But
Yeah. And, of course, it never makes the sound going up the ramp.
Occasionally, but not consistently. It's most consistently going down.
Make the sound again for us.
You clearing your throat, or is that the sound?
Clearing my throat. Yeah, that's the sound.
That's the sound.
Yeah.
All right, now let's try to be imaginative here. what you need. So, and you're sure it's coming from the when you're making this right turn? Is the noise coming from the left front wheel?
I guess if I thought about it, probably a little more from the right side than the left.
So, if you took this thing into a parking lot, for example, that was
Yeah, what if you took a left turn?
he'd crash into the wall.
Never heard it with a left turn. I took my mechanic over to a parking lot. We zipped around. I chased some people with their grocery carts, and I did a lot of things trying to recreate it.
Do you feel anything unusual in the brake pedal when this is happening?
No.
I'm going to give you time to reconsider here, Paul.
Let me think.
Well, because here's what comes. No, you're thinking no, huh? Well, here's what comes to mind. If you had an anti-lock brake sensor that was sending an erroneous signal, it would happen at low speeds, and it would happen under the kinds of circumstances you describe here, and it could actually make the anti-lock brakes kick in a little bit, and you'd get that kind of sound that you get when the anti-lock brakes are really working.
Right. No, I don't feel that jitter in the brake pedal. I know what you're talking about. I've
you might
tested
not.
that out.
You might not. So you might ask him to just lab scope or maybe see if there are any service bulletins on faulty ABS sensors in this car.
Well, I do feel a vibration in the steering wheel.
Yeah, you could be getting it from an ABS sensor still. You could. There are lots of other things you could be, not the least of which is that your tire may be hitting the plastic fender liner when you're making this real sharp turn, and that would make the noise, and you'd feel that in the steering wheel.
Okay.
So ask them to look for any evidence of abrasion on the insides of the tires.
Okay.
But have them check those ABS sensors.
All right.
I think we extricated ourselves extremely well from this.
I think you have exonerated yourself from all future impunity.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see how you make out. Good luck, Paul.
Good luck,
I'll be
Paul.
calling you back if it's not right.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
We'll do stump
Get
the
in
chump.
line. See you later, man. 888.
I wonder if we have more calls.
Don't. You don't want to know. You don't ask. Don't ask.
No, but I'm wondering about it.
No. Don't,
You know what it is.
Don't ask. A good lawyer never asks a question he doesn't know the answer. He or she doesn't know the answer to. And we know the answer to that
We
question.
do.
We don't want it answered.
Okay.
888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hello, how are you?
We're
Hi.
great. Who's this?
This is Molly, and I'm from Elgin, Texas,
Hi, Molly. Geez,
Hi, Molly.
from Elkin, Texas. I don't know where Elkin, Texas is.
just east of Austin.
You sound like you're beautiful.
You just made my day.
Is it?
Oh, you old charmer, you. He said that to me this morning, too.
I did not.
So what's up, Molly?
Well, I have a bit of a dispute with my boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you got a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes care of that.
So we're when we go driving, he gets really, really upset with other drivers that don't follow the rules. Like if they don't use their blinker, he gets really, really angry. And I just kind of blow it off. So the other day, we were headed to my mother's, and he didn't use his blinker. And I said, are you kidding me? And he said, well, there's nobody around, and I want to save the mechanism of the blinker. So if I don't use it as much,
no, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, so to speak, and he's trying to weasel out of it.
Absolutely. Well, that's what I thought. But we, of course, had a little argument, and he said, no, I've had a car where the blinker mechanism went out. And I thought to myself, well, how old was that car?
What a crisis that is, too.
Well, it is, because then he'd have to use his arm.
Or get the thing fixed.
So the question...
Well, the argument about wearing out the directional switches, it has some validity, but it's bogus. I mean, the switch is there, and it's supposed to be able to go through tens of thousands of cycles. And in most cars, the thing never, ever breaks.
Exactly.
So the fact that he had one car in which it broke is a weak argument. And then the fact that there was nobody around, how did he know that?
Well, that's what I said. I said there was a guy actually about to turn from a driveway, but he didn't see him. And so I said, that guy would have been you, and you would have been really mad at yourself because he didn't know you were turning. Yeah. And now I thought it was bogus. I am so glad that you all think it's bogus.
Oh, I think it's bogus. Yeah, I know. He got caught being a phony. That's what it boils down to. And I think you ought to press this as much as you can. Yeah, and I think, well, first of all, the next time he acts up when someone else breaks the rules or doesn't obey the rules, you have to remind him of his little blinker transgression.
I love that. A blinker transgression. And I could probably use that for years.
But I don't know. He's the kind of guy who doesn't like to be corrected, maybe.
Well, I just think that we all like to be right. And when it comes to driving, he prefers himself driving than to me because we have different styles of driving. So I think you're right. He doesn't like to be corrected because he is probably the better driver.
He is.
I'm sure he thinks he is.
Except, of course, for the blinker transgression.
Does he always drive when the two of you are together?
Pretty much. I prefer it, actually, because he doesn't like the way I drive, and so he'll say a few things, and I just like to avoid that and be the passenger.
Okay, well, good luck with this. But I wouldn't hesitate to remind him the next time he goes off on somebody that, what is it? He who is without sin should not be casting the first stone or something like that.
Well, I'm going to just say it's the BT. It's the blinker
transgression.
transgression.
The blinker transgression. He'll know what you're talking about. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a great
day.
Bye-bye.
See you, Molly. All right, it's time to take a short break.
Another one?
Well, we're trying to add more of the stuff that people like, which means less of us.
Yeah, the breaks are very popular.
Indeed.
Hi, this is Delora from Sun Valley, Idaho.
Delora?
Delora.
How do you spell that?
Dolora.
Delora. Okay.
Delora.
And where are you from? Sun Valley?
From Sun Valley, Idaho.
Oh, that sounds like a
You
wonderful
know what
place.
Delora means in Italian?
I can tell you what it means in Spanish.
Yeah, does it mean a royal pain?
That's Dolores, and I think they took the ES off because I'm not a pain.
Well, in Italian,
Well,
Dolora, it's with an E at the end.
It's with an E,
which
yeah.
means pain. Yeah.
So,
No
that's the way it is.
Dolora.
Anyway,
Okay.
Delora, what can we do for you?
Well, I have a 1994 Ford Explorer, and I've really enjoyed this car, but the cruise control went funky. It will not. You can't turn it on. And in Idaho, you have some very long distances, and you do like to cruise. So I took it down to my mechanic, and he said that the servo was bad.
Okay.
And that they can no longer get servos for a 94 Explorer, and so they can't fix it.
Oh,
and
maybe
94, that's 100 years ago.
That may be the case. Yes, you have to buy a used one.
And so where would I get...
Junkyard.
Go to it, and I mean, that really is my only option?
Well, it may be that the vehicle is that old that they no longer make the servo, and I believe that. So, that might be your only option.
Okay, because they tell me it's the best shape Explorer. It's only got 130,000 miles on it.
Oh, yeah, and if you had a new servo, you'd be back in business. And there's a very good chance that the one you get could last the life of the car.
Okay, well, I've got another question.
Okay.
Because
sure.
whenever you push down on the accelerator, they went out. I had them do a tune-up, but it still made this. It just doesn't sound happy when you push down on the accelerator. When it was going up a hill, it sounds like you got bad gas or something, and I know I didn't have bad gas.
Yeah.
And they said, well, they needed to probably do a carbon flush on it, and I just never heard of a carbon flush. And is that a real?
Well, what they may have done is they may have run a solvent through your fuel injectors.
Well, I haven't had it done.
Oh, you haven't had it done?
I wanted to talk to you guys before I had it done.
Well, tell us again, when you're going up the hill, what is the car doing?
It's going, sometimes, not bad, but it accelerates slowly.
Oh, so it's struggling going up hills, but it isn't misfiring. It isn't.
No, it is not misfiring.
And it's just noisy.
Yes.
Well, it's got 130,000 miles on it. You'd be noisy going up a hill, too.
Yeah, he might be right.
Well, the other thing for him to look at is an exhaust leak. There may be a small exhaust leak, and these are prone to exhaust leaks at the exhaust manifolds, which are right under the hood. And under normal conditions, when you're accelerating gently or driving in stop-and-go traffic, an exhaust leak is not that noticeable. But when you're really flooring the thing and trying to climb a hill, you're asking the engine to put out its maximum amount of power. The explosions in the cylinders are their biggest, and that's when you're going to hear something like that. And it'll make it sound awful and make it sound like it should be going faster for the amount of noise that it's making.
Exactly.
But remember this, with 130,000 miles on the vehicle, it's kind of lost some oomph, too. So it is going to struggle with hills. It's probably got lower compression than it had 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So
this is an automatic transmission.
Yes, it is an automatic.
Yeah, maybe slipping, too. My brother's got an automatic transmission, and he's been slipping for years. So, but have them check for an exhaust leak, and obviously make sure it's tuned up. But if he thinks that the cleaning, we have a snap-on machine we use called a motor vac. And you hook this up to the injector rail, and
it works sometimes.
When the injectors are the issue, it's amazing how well it works.
Okay,
yeah,
that's awesome.
And what's he want for that? A couple of $100?
Oh yeah, it was $125.
Oh,
it wasn't that much, It was easy.
It's a deal.
We're overcharging the hell out of people.
See you, Laura.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye. 888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. I'm Dave from Appalachian, Ohio.
Hey, Dave. What's Appalachian, huh?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, the problem isn't my car. It's my wife, and no last name. She doesn't know I'm calling.
Oh, she will.
It usually is the wife, no matter what the problem is.
Yeah, I know. Here it is. She drives pretty fast on the gravel roads and blind curves that we have out here and everything, but the problem is she's a waver, and people wave back, including the oncoming drivers. And she says it's being neighborly. That I say it's two drivers surprising each other on a blind curve for one split second at 60 miles an hour. It's not the time to take hands off the wheel or eyes off the road.
Right, so she's waving. She's just a congenial kind of person.
She's a good-looking blonde, too. That's no help.
Yeah, that is a problem. Because is it guys that are waving at her coming the other way?
She starts it. She waves at everybody. Little kids, Amish buggies, you name it, she waves.
Jeez, how you going to stop this? And, of course, it bothers you because you're in the car with her.
Yeah, very scared, yeah.
Yeah, why don't you just drive?
Well...
Then she can do all the way. In fact, you can strap her to the hood. She can wave at everybody.
I've suggested things like that.
Yeah, put her in the 4th of July parade. Let her get her out of her system.
The truth is, she makes us late, and then even though I offer to drive, she's got to drive fast to make up the lost time. Oh, I'm in the doghouse now, man.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think it's important, Dave, that we know your wife's name, because if I don't think we're going to be able to. Yeah, she's going to know about this. Does she listen to Car Talk? Dave, you still there?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Sometimes, huh?
Sometimes.
Oh,
man, are you in trouble?
Boy. Yeah, Appalachian, Ohio doesn't sound like a very big place.
And she's always done this?
Well, no, it's because we moved here from the city. And in the olden days, the people waved to the buggies and the farmers waved back and stuff. And now she thinks she has to do it in order to fit in.
Oh, so everyone else does it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you could convince her to slow down a wee bit, but I understand then that you're not going to stop her from waving. You got to try to get her to slow down. Even 5 miles an hour would do it.
it would help because the closing rate, the other guys are going 40, so she.
Yeah.
Well, nothing's happened. So how long has she been doing this?
Well, 5 years.
And nothing's happened yet?
We're still alive.
Well, you may be making more of it than there is. I think she may be all right.
I could put on one of those sleep masks or something and not look.
I think you need to do that. I think you need to put on blinders. Yeah, either that or wear a bag over your head.
I mean, has she had any close calls?
All the time.
And how does she react to the close calls? She probably laughs, huh?
Right, you were there.
She laughs. She's having the time of her life.
Oh, boy.
And you are being taken for the ride, but you're not enjoying it.
I got to bring along a spare pair of pants.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think you may be blowing this out of proportion. Don't forget, we only have your side of the story. I mean, I know she's going to call next week.
Oh, God.
But so far, we have your side of the story, and I think that you are mistaking her exuberance, her friendliness, and her general good nature for driving recklessly and endangering everyone else, and especially you.
Especially me.
And on gravel roads, it sounds worse. When the car is veering out of control on a gravel road, it sounds and feels a heck of a lot worse than it really is.
Okay.
Yeah. You might need like Valium.
Okay.
Yeah. You have a doctor up in Appalachian, Ohio there?
I'm going to need one soon.
See if you can get yourself try it like a 1 month supply. See if that'll calm you down. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think you may be overreacting. And the fact that she's been doing it for 5 years and the fact that everyone else does it.
Well, I'm not in the car with them to know. I just know they wave back, and that's...
No, they wave back, and they're driving at high speed, too, as far as you can tell. And you see the dust flying and the pieces of gravel all over the place. And,
right.
The car is swerving. And when she's doing this, is she going, whoopee? No, huh? No.
Yeah.
Good luck, Dave.
Okay, thanks, guys. I'll
let us know.
Try to relax. You know what? Switch to decaf first. That may help.
That may help.
All right, Dave. See you later, man.
Great advice.
Bye-bye. Great advice. Well, it's happened again. There goes another listener. You squandered another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from the Returns Department here at Car Talk Plaza. First of all, we want to wish all of our listeners happy holidays. This is a joyous time of year because holidays mean what? Days off from work. Now, Berman used to be an atheist, but once he figured out he was getting cheated out of all these days off, he converted to 3 major religions. So now he takes off Christmas, Hanukkah, and Ramadan.
And don't forget New Year's. Yeah, we also would like to thank our staff today because we got a lovely gift from the whole staff. I have it right here. It's called a get-off-the-phone excuse machine, and it's designed to provide us with an alternative to asking, what color is that Taurus? This is a magnificent thing for when you're on the phone and you don't want to be.
For example, you're on the phone, you're talking to your mother-in-law, and you don't know how to make a delicate exit. And what happens? You ready? Sorry, gotta go. Gotta go. The guy's here with the Chinese food. Or, the baby's crying.
She says, you don't have a baby. Well, I do now.
Jeez, I think the building's on fire. See ya. What
Does you get all these sounds? Give us a hold.
I'm losing you. You hear static on your end? What else do we have here? There's an accident right outside my door.
Yeah, sure.
Here's my favorite, though. This is... Well, look, if you want to hear an excuse from us, give us a call. The number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255.
All right, save that right there.
Hello, don't worry. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. This is Nancy from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Hi, Nancy from Knoxville. What's up?
I have a 94 Volvo 960.
Oh.
And when I'm going over a about 40 miles an hour, it starts making the most bizarre noise when I accelerate. When I put my foot on the gas pedal, it sounds like, when you are closing up one of those huge Tupperware containers, like the 50-gallon ones.
I don't have any 50-gallon Tupperware containers, but I'll take your word for it. What do you think it sounds like?
What kind of a sound is that? Wait. If I had this 50-gallon Tupperware thing...
What would I put in it?
Well, I have a purse collection I've put in it, so...
This would be the sound you would get when you put the cover on the Tupperware or off?
On.
Oh, as the air is escaping?
No, it sounds like the noise of like heavy plastic that's sealing.
Sealing something.
Okay, I got it. So it's the interaction of the two pieces of plastic, one from the lid and the other from the vessel.
Correct.
So it's that...
Correct.
And it makes this noise...
When I'm accelerating, and it's usually over 35 miles an hour.
And if you go faster, is the noise faster?
Yes, and it also makes that noise when I take my foot off the gas pedal.
So it pretty much makes the noise all the time unless you're in the house watching television. Is that about it?
And she's going more than 35 miles an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you said when you take your foot off the gas, when you go below 35 miles an hour, does the sound go away?
Yes, most of the time, yes. And I've tried to see if there is a correlation between that and the number of RPMs.
Yeah.
And it's usually around 2,000 RPMs over 35 miles an hour.
Have you ever tried getting it up to say 40 miles an hour or even faster, and putting it into neutral and coasting? In other words, let the engine speed drop down.
No.
Well, okay.
I didn't know you could do that.
Well, you shouldn't, but you could. And does
you should be doing all these things before you waste our time calling us.
Be nice.
Does it change at all with wet weather?
I haven't noticed a relationship between that. No.
Okay. Does it? Let me see. What color is this Volvo?
It's navy blue. It's got a.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Nancy, we gotta run.
You behave.
Here's what I think it is.
Okay.
Your car is a rear-wheel drive car, and as such, it has a two-piece drive shaft.
Okay.
I'm going to guess that this noise seems to be coming, at least, from right under the middle of the car. Is that true?
It seems to be coming from the passenger side of the car.
Oh, okay. Then I'm going to take back what I was about to say.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I think you may have a bad wheel bearing.
A bad wheel bearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
A bad wheel bearing would, in fact, begin to make noise, and it would increase in frequency as you sped up. So it would start off at 35 miles an hour, like, whoop, 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 and then by the time you hit 50, it might be, whoa, 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 whoa.
Is that true?
Well, it's related to whenever I put the gas, push the gas pedal, because it'll go, and then it'll stop.
When you take your foot off the gas pedal, it stops, or as your foot is still on the gas pedal?
Still on the gas pedal.
Oh, so if you stop accelerating.
Correct.
Oh, really? Oh, that Chinese food better come any minute now. and it, you know what it sounds like. Actually, it could be.
What?
This is crazy.
This is crazy.
But it's didn't I say that? It sounds like it could be something as simple as an exhaust leak.
An exhaust leak?
And the way you're going to find this out.
This is easy to find.
There are lots of. If you wanted to find it out yourself,
okay,
that's hard to do.
you could take one of those Prada purses that you're putting in these Tupperware things, and you could put one over the tailpipe and plug it up. And if you were to do that before the purse melted, you might hear the noise coming out from where the leak, in fact, is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't you get it when you first take off from a stop too?
She said over 35 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's usually over 35.
That's. I don't like that. I don't like the.
I'm beginning to dislike the exhaust leak too. All right, forget about the pocketbook.
Okay. So does it sound?
Well, it's still. Well, let's go back. It certainly could be a wheel bearing.
Okay.
Or maybe a wheel's falling off. But I would take it into some place because it sounds like it could be serious.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It does sound serious.
I don't like it.
If it's a wheel bearing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, Nancy.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is the kind of problem that you used to get me to hang on the hood, strapped across the hood.
I know. Where have you been? We've been calling you. You haven't been coming in.
Yeah.
888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. A lawyer on Car Talk.
This is Nuccio Ferlito from Grand Junction in Colorado.
Oh, jeez. Do you have a nickname?
You're already laughing. I didn't tell you anything yet.
No, because we know we're not going to understand the word you say.
Let's start with the first name.
Okay, no, it's Italian. Nuccio, Nuccio.
Oh, and you, Nuccio.
Nuccio, very good. You must be Italian.
We are.
Yeah, you can tell by our names.
What's your last name?
Ferlito.
And where are you from, Colorado?
Well, I coming from Santa Rosa, California, and I moved to Grand Junction at the beginning of June. And my wife is moving at the end of December.
And how did you wind up in Grand Junction? And what are you doing there?
I am the sales and service manager for the downtown branch of a U.S. Bank.
Ah.
And, well, it's a long story. We were trying to improve our financial situation. So far, hasn't worked.
You know, if you're going to try to improve your financial situation, working at a bank is good because that's where the money is.
We only counted.
Oh, you only counted.
Money.
I know, but you know, things happen, Nuccio. I mean, money falls on the floor, and, you know, who knows?
Yeah, well, the first thing that happened, the house in California didn't sell, so we have two mortgages instead of one now.
Oh, that's well, that'll sell eventually.
And the other bad thing is that Grand Junction does not have an Acura dealer.
Oh.
It's 4 hours away in Denver.
Oh.
I have an Acura TL 2005.
Okay.
And at the end of June, I had to go to Denver for training, and I parked my car in Grand Junction. On the other side of the street, there was an empty parking lot. There was a nice tree. Since it gets very hot here, I parked my car there so it would stay in the shade for at least half of the day. And when I went to get my car at 1 o'clock, actually, I'll do you the test this time. I'm not going to tell you what happened. You're going to tell me what happened. After a few minutes, I'll tell you why it took me a few minutes. I went into the car, I turned the key, and the VSA, you know, the vehicle assistance, the electronic control of the car, light went on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ABS light went on, and then the check engine light went on. And after about an hour of tries, nobody would put their hands on an Acura TL 2005, so I had to drive basically. Are we recorded by the police in this show?
No, not that we know of.
95 miles an hour to Denver because I needed to be there by 6 o'clock before the Acura dealer closes, and it was already 2.
Ah, I see.
And when
we are monitored, however, by Homeland Security.
Good. I can say goodbye to my license.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when I got there, they plugged the computer in under the dash,
Yep.
and the guy asked me, do you park your car outside at night? Do you have critters around? Because the only time I get no signal is when some critters have chewed up the wires. And I said, no, I park inside the garage. We don't have any mice, anything. And then I remember that when I went to get the car, I saw a squirrel, a red squirrel, come down the tree. Sure enough, they popped the hood, and the lining was chewed up, the cover of the engine was chewed up, and the piece they changed was like $4.75, but it cost me $400 of labor.
Because this squirrel was under your hood.
Yes.
Chewing on part of the wiring harness.
Yes.
So now you want to kill that squirrel? Is that
No, I'm tempted to trap him and move it to the mountains. I know where he lives. So my question that I've been asking around, and I'm going to ask you guys, was, is there any way that I can proof the car against
squirrel-proof the car?
Squirrels? Yeah. Because, you see, the insurance company did not want to pay for anything. They said that they would pay if I hit an animal driving, And I tried to convince them that I ran over the squirrel, and while he was dying for revenge, he chewed up the wires.
I agree, of course.
Nice try.
They didn't believe it. I ran him over. He was thrown inside the trunk.
And he was angry. He was angry, of course.
And chewed up the wires. No, they didn't believe
They didn't go for that, huh?
Yeah. I couldn't. So chicken wire or something, and they say, no, there's no way you can close the bottom of the car.
No, you can't close it in. All you can do is try to apply underneath the hood something that squirrels don't like. And there are lots of things that you can probably get in a store that caters to farming and whatnot, because, like Agway, one of those stores, like some kind of a squirrel repellent.
Because if I put a few mouse traps in there and I forget to tell the mechanic, he won't be very happy when he puts his hands under and gets a trap on his fingers, right?
No, we've always tried, isn't there stuff called bitter apple, which I know one of my neighbors tried because he had built a gazebo out of cedar, and the squirrels ate it because they like cedar.
Okay.
Another thing that could be used, I've heard about, is fox urine.
Fox urine.
Yes, yeah.
Really?
Because the squirrel should be afraid of the fox.
Exactly.
Or I can just buy a fox pet and keep it in the car.
Maybe a picture of a fox. Yeah.
Picture of a recording.
So what were the first words when they told you that a squirrel had eaten your wires and never mind.
Never mind.
Did you say, Squirrels, puzzolando, smacchim?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Why would he like the flavor of the cables, or what? Why did he chew them?
Well, I'll tell you why.
Nuccio, we are not people who understand animals. We know cars.
Okay.
So I think you have to go to a veterinarian.
Okay.
Which we are not.
But I think the squirrel was looking to increase the size of its nut storing area. And the wire must have been in the way, and he said, let me chew on this so there'll be more room to store the acorns. I think that was it. And the squirrel didn't know. If he had known, he would have chosen to chew a cheaper wire.
Well, it's also true that there was the only car in the lot.
Yeah, you don't have squirrels in Italy, huh?
Well, yes, in the mountains.
Where are you from?
Well, my family's from Sicily, but I come from northern Italy, a place called Bergamo, 30 miles northeast of Milan.
I was going to, you sounded Milanese to me. I was going to say you're from...
Well, I'm from Bergamo, but there's no danger in Italy. Hunters have killed everything. There's no chance of keepers going under the hood and chew your wires.
Well, a pleasure. Nuccio.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I love your show.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Mark from Hancock, New York.
Hancock, New York.
In the foothills of the Catskills. And I am an organic farmer in the foothills of the Catskills.
Oh, that's good. What do you grow?
Anything that goes in a salad. Lettuce. Lots of lettuce, and I pay my car bills with lots of lettuce.
Yeah. And you must have a question about your manure spreader, because we know you use a lot of that.
Yes, I do, but I don't have a question about my manure spreader. I have a question about my 1982 Suburban with 250,000 miles on it that I am entirely dependent on trucking my vegetables to New York City in, and it's got a problem.
We'll fix it.
Okay, well, I don't think you will, but you'll help me.
We'll fix anything.
All right, well, we'll see what kind
Except a broken heart.
We have a problem with the body. My mechanic says that because my drivetrain is intact and I've replaced everything in the car except the body and the drivetrain, that I should look for a Suburban with a shot drivetrain but a good body and do a full body transplant.
My sister-in-law's been trying to do that with her husband for quite a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not bad.
Have you done that before?
I don't think you're going to find one.
But there's a lot of years to choose from.
Well, I mean,
there was 1982. I think 1982 they didn't change the body for a long time.
You got 20 years to choose from, probably.
So this is not a bad idea yet.
Oh no, it's not a bad idea.
Oh, it stinks.
Oh no, it's good. Except you're not going to find one.
Even if you were to find one, would you want to spend the money to extract the drivetrain from that vehicle, and then a month later have your transmission conk out?
Well, I wouldn't want that, but I don't want to touch my drivetrain. I want to leave my drivetrain alone and throw the body away.
Well, what's so sacrosanct about your drivetrain? First of all, you're operating on luck at this point.
A wing and a prayer.
A wing and a prayer. I mean, the fact that it hasn't broken down is a miracle.
I've gone 200 times round trip to New York without fail.
Well, I mean, also, if you think about it, if I had a Suburban that was in great shape, except it needed an engine, would I just take it to the junkyard and throw it away? No, because I would go and I would spend $1,000 or whatever it is, and I would throw an engine in it.
I guess I'm looking for the Suburban that lost its transmission and its differential.
Yeah, that's why I said you're never going to find one. You want one that's got no engine, no transmission, and no differential.
Well, alternatively, it may sound wacko, but you might be able to fix the frame on yours.
Well, I asked my mechanic if he thought he could do it because he's done the welding on it before.
Oh.
And he said
no,
it might be $5,000 later. He seems to think it's entirely shot.
I think the thing to do is you go to a junkyard and you get the closest thing you can. You try to find a Suburban that has one of those three components, no good.
But you can't buy it from Hancock, New York junkyards because it's going to be as rusted as yours.
Yeah.
This is going to call for a vacation to Florida.
So this might be a good idea if I was lucky enough to find the body, but I probably won't find the body.
Well, you don't have to do it yourself. You can go to your buddies at the local junkyard / auto recycling center and tell them what you're looking for.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And they will put it out on the network.
Cool.
Junkyards have a network.
Yeah, they send up smoke signals. The grease they burn, they send up signals.
The tires that are still on fire. And somebody will answer saying, I've got such and such and I want $2,000 for it. Someone else will say, mine is in better shape, blah, 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 blah. And then you can just go around on the train and look at the 3 or 4 that sound good to you. I think it's worth a shot.
Well, look, when do you start your seedlings?
My wife starts the seedlings in March. I don't have to get to work until April.
All right. So
you've got 5 months.
You've got at least 3 months after the holidays.
Yeah.
You've got 3 full months.
Right.
To go down south. I'd go for Mardi Gras and the whole bit. It might as well have some fun, right?
I can see Mark now saying, "Hun, I am going in quest. I'm going on the quest for the body of a Suburban."
You're telling me that you grow
lettuce.
Organic lettuce.
Mostly lettuce.
And you subsist on driving a Suburban-sized vehicle from your farm to New York City periodically.
I go down every Tuesday for 26 weeks from the first week in June to Thanksgiving.
Okay, so for once a week driving to New York with a truck full of lettuce.
1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds.
I repeat, a truck full of lettuce. You manage to make a living on that.
I do.
What are you bringing back when you come?
Cuban cigars.
Cuban cigars.
I knew it. He makes nothing on the lettuce. Hey, Mark, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate your
And send us a postcard from Mardi Gras, will you?
Most definitely.
See ya.
Bye now.
He's making the reservation now, I can tell.
He's got nothing to do.
Why not, right?
From Thanksgiving to April.
Yeah. That's a tough racket, huh?
Jeez. And they say farmers aren't making it.
1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi. I'm the waiver from Appalachia, Ohio.
The waiver?
Yes. I understand that my husband called about me waving.
Oh, yes, we spoke to your husband last week. Dave, right?
Yes, he's the one.
What's your name?
My name is Jan.
Jan. And I should remind everyone who maybe wasn't listening last week that Dave called us because his wife, Jan, is a waiver. He said
she waves at everybody.
Said you're a cute blonde, and as you drive down the street, all these people coming the other way are blowing their horns, and you're waving at everyone and saying, "Hi, how are you?" And you're careening around turns, and the poor guy is scared to death.
Well, I was just saying, I grew up on gravel roads, and I know how to drive on gravel roads, and it's when he drives, it makes me have white knuckles. But this is when I lived in North Dakota, it was kind of training ground for me. Up there it was a straight shot through, and I could do my nails and makeup and read a book. So when we came down here to Appalachia, Ohio, of course the roads are quite different. So I just find that I could do more multitasking and still be safe. You know, it's basically a road etiquette versus safety, and he's only on the safety side. I can do both.
Right. We did sympathize with you. In fact, if you spoke to him about it, we did mention that we thought he was overreacting a bit, and that the proof is that you've been doing this for years and you haven't crashed yet.
No, not at all.
Yeah, we thought he was being a little bit. We thought he should take a pill.
Well, yeah, you know, it was either the Valium or maybe I could just strap him on top, you know, like the Christmas tree.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
What if he sat in the back seat right behind you and he did the waving?
No one would see him, you know, and it's an automatic thing. I mean,
What if he hung his head out the window like a dog?
Like the dog?
So now you mentioned that when he drives, you get white knuckles. What does he do that makes you nervous?
Oh, well, to me, you know, I anticipate the road ahead, and I don't have to wait until I get around the curve in order to slow down.
Yeah.
You know, and out here, you know, you could have a cow on the other side of the road, you know, on the other side of the curve.
Yeah.
So I'm normally the designated driver.
Yeah.
Oh, so when the two of you are in the car, you do the driving.
Right, most of the time.
Because even though he thinks that you are reckless, he in fact is reckless.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yes.
See, I don't think we're going to resolve this, but I think you guys need to take separate cars.
Yeah.
And then you can do all the wave. You know, have him go ahead,
Yeah.
and you be the car behind, and you can do all the waving you want.
You know, I always drive with both hands on the wheel. You know, you can have a 3-finger wave, you know, real easy, you know, and it doesn't have to distract from the road or what you're doing or anything, and everybody else waves back.
Well,
you know,
he intimated that you were waving like a lunatic.
Yeah. Well, I figured that was my answer to road rage. You know, if more people waved, then you wouldn't have all of this,
Not bad.
this anger on the road.
Well, I agree with that, certainly. And we told him to lighten up, and I guess we're going to stick with that. We're with you, Jan.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for your call. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, look, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from the Department of Gerontology here at Car Talk Plaza.
Well, it's not exactly gerontology, but
No?
that'll do.
Okay.
I mean, this is George Carlin. He says, do you realize that the only time in our lives when we want to get old is when we're kids? If you're less than 10 years old, you're so excited about aging that you think in fractions. Someone says, how old are you? You say, I'm 4.5. You're never 36.5.
No.
You're 4.5 going on 5. That's the key. He says, you get into your teens, now they can't hold you back. You jump to the next number or even a few ahead. How old are you? I'm going to be 16. You could be only 13, but hey, you are going to be 16. And then the greatest day of your life, you become 21. Even the words sound like a ceremony. You become 21.
Yeah.
But then you turn 30. What happened there? Makes you sound like bad milk. You turned. He turned and we have to throw him away. That's no fun. And then you're pushing 40. You just put on the brakes. It's all slipping away. Before you know it, you reach 50. And then all your dreams
some
are
kind
gone.
of a milestone.
Like a milestone. He says, at 50, all your dreams are gone. He says, but then you make it to 60. You didn't think you would, but you did. So you become 21. You turn 30. You push 40. You reach 50. And you make it to 60. Huh? Then you built up so much speed that you hit 70. Then after that, he said, it's day by day. You hit Wednesday. When you get into your 80s, every day is a complete cycle. You hit lunch, you turn 4:30, and you reach bedtime. And it doesn't end there. In the 90s, you start going backwards. I was just 92. Then a strange thing happens. If you make it over 100, you become a little kid again. I'm 100.5. Man, you become 21, you turn 30, you push 40, you reach 50, and you make it to 60. Well, and you hit 70. Wow.
Which is, I'm hoping to make it someday, but an awful thing happened to me the other day. I don't know if I told you.
No.
I found myself doing something that I swore I would never do, but I did it almost unconsciously. My wife had bought a bottle of Welch's grape juice.
Oh, you did tell me this.
I did.
Yeah.
And I opened it up and I poured myself a glass and I said, "Ugh, too sweet." I watered it down.
My father, who was 93 when he died, he used to buy a half a gallon of apple juice.
Lasted 6 months.
6 months. He would turn that half a gallon of apple juice into 24 gallons of juice.
Well, he was on to something, I'll tell you.
He was on to something. He was cheap, man. I think it was just cheap.
No, I think it was too sweet. It had nothing to do with what it cost. It was just too sweet.
There was that, too, because he lost his sweet tooth when he got really, really
He
old.
lost all his teeth, as a matter of fact. But he single-handedly almost put Mott's out of business. Anyway, if you have a question about your car or anything else, or where you just might be, the number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Oh, hello. This is Isaac from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hi, Isaac. What's going on, man?
Not much. I got an 89 Mazda 323, and I changed the starter. Tell you how mechanically inclined I am. I actually bought tools that morning to actually change it.
Well, that's pretty courageous of you, actually.
That's a good way to start. You know, that's how you buy tools. You have to have a use for them. So what'd you buy, actually? Like ratchet sets and stuff like that?
Yeah, ratchet sets and wrenches.
So you had none of that?
No, I had nothing.
Oh, great.
I had a hammer.
Wow.
That actually sometimes works on starters.
You could write a song about that, actually. So you went out and bought the starter motor. You bought $200 worth of tools, and you saved 16 cents doing this job yourself. But now you have the tools.
Now I have the tools.
And did it work?
Well, I put it in. There were some parts left over after I got it in.
Was one of them the starter motor?
No, they were. I don't know. There were brackets. There was some sort of
those are overrated.
Okay, good, because I didn't put them in. I couldn't find out where they went. But after I did, the car sputters now. Every time I'm in first gear or whenever I go into second gear or third gear, it kind of sputters. It doesn't. But once I get going, it kind of gets going again. I don't know what's going on.
And it does it all the time?
It does it all the time.
How long has the starter been in there?
4 days.
And it's been sputtering the whole time?
The whole time.
How long did it take you to do the job?
All day.
All day.
It's got a lot more bolts than I thought. The starter looked like it had 3 bolts, and it had like 20 years. It had a lot.
Yeah, it's got 3. You just took out 17 bolts and you didn't have to.
You didn't have to take out.
And I'm guessing that in the commission of this job, that you took out maybe some bolts that you didn't have to, and you maybe disconnected some vacuum hoses.
Yep.
That you shouldn't have, or maybe things that were in the way. I'm surprised that you didn't enlist the assistance of a friend to at least, stand over you and give you words of encouragement. Like,
it always helps to have someone else looking, at least, so that when you forget to do something, the other person's got a shot at remembering it, or vice versa.
It's like, when you go to the gym and you're lifting heavy weights, you have a spotter, okay? And you need a spotter if you're working on cars, because someone might say, "Don't loosen that bolt." Are you crazy? Or someone can call 911 if you're there twitching on the ground from, But maybe for the next job you'll have somebody there. But I think at this point,
I'm selling my tools.
No. You have to be ready to take this kind of abuse.
Yeah, you've got the tools now, and don't forget. I mean, even Columbus turned back on the first trip.
He did.
You didn't?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he went for like 3 days and came back and said, "I ain't going."
What are you guys, crazy?
And they said, "We have no place to park the ships. You got to go." But you've got to just, it's like falling off a bicycle. You got to get right back on. And I think you should go tomorrow, and take the cylinder head off the car just for yucks. I mean, do something big and bold.
Yeah.
And prove to yourself that you can do this.
Yeah, but you understand, putting the starter in itself had nothing to do with how the engine runs.
Okay.
Right, and the fact that the starter works.
That's wonderful.
It's remarkable.
You got to give yourself credit for that.
So you didn't do anything wrong insofar as putting the starter in, but you may have knocked off a vacuum hose, or when the engine idles, when you stopped at a light, does it idle smoothly?
No.
It doesn't. It's almost definitely a vacuum hose.
And it used to idle smoothly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Here's what you got to do. You need the spotter now. The spotter has to come, and the two of you have to, with the engine running and the hood open, you have to kind of look around and listen around and see if you hear any hissing noises or if you see any sparks jumping or something that just looks out of place. You won't know what that thing is, but when you find it, you'll know that there's something wrong, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find out where that missing vacuum hose connects, or maybe you'll find out you'll cross the spark plug wire or some such thing, and you'll make the thing run right, and then you'll really feel proud. I mean, you could take it someplace, and in 5 minutes they'll fix it, but part of learning to fix your own car is learning from your mistakes and making mistakes and then rectifying them, and you'll feel a sense of pride when you hook up that hose and the thing starts running smoothly and you say, I knew I could do it. I didn't have to call those knuckleheads. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
88, he'll never get it to run again. 888. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Yeah, this is Hans from Chicago.
Hans.
Yeah.
How are you, Hans?
Not too bad for an old man.
Oh.
And I have a question that goes all the way back to World War II.
Yeah.
We were fleeing from the Russians on an Opel Blitz truck.
Yeah.
And that thing ran on wood.
Really?
On wood chips, yeah. And, no, I know everybody that I asked this question was laughing.
All right.
But that's the way it was. I mean, we didn't need any gasoline or anything. Just pull up in a lumber yard and load it up with wood chips, and off we go.
Did Doug Berman put you up to this?
Wood chips, eh?
Yeah.
No, are you funning us, Hans?
No, I'm not.
You're not.
I remember now that a lot of regular sedans, they took the trunk lid out and put one of these big, all about the size of two 55-gallon drums, welded together, and they filled it up on top with wood chips and had a little flap on the side that I was only 10 or 11 years old then.
Well, one of two things is happening. Either they were burning the wood chips to make fire that would ultimately boil water for steam.
No, it was not steam.
Or it was somehow using the gases from the wood chips to get methane.
What little I remember out of my chemistry classes, I think what they did, they probably created...
alcohol.
No, carbon oxide.
Yeah, but that doesn't work.
Fed that into the engine and then burned it.
Well,
and I mean, you have no recollection of where this wood went or what the engine looked like.
No, it was a regular gasoline engine.
It was a regular gasoline engine that they somehow converted?
Yeah. I remember it had a big oval tank underneath the front bumper, and once in a while they used to open up the side of it and just scraped out a lot of soot and stuff.
Wow.
But somehow or another they must have, you know how like they'd make Coke from coal?
Right.
You heat that up and you create gas. What kind of gas do you get when you do that?
Right. You create nothing.
Nothing, huh?
You create carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and that doesn't make a car run.
And they had these potato sacks that they filled up at the lumber yard.
With wood chips, eh?
Yeah.
Or sawdust, even sawdust?
Sawdust, too, but they didn't want to just use plain sawdust. And I remember this little opening on the side, about maybe 2.5-inch round hole with a flap on it. And that would just flap around and let air in. And then when the suction got too high, it would just shut it off.
What have you been doing the last 60 years, Hans?
I've been drinking a lot.
Well,
wood alcohol.
Wood alcohol.
we have no idea.
And I thought you were. I've talked to so many people, and nobody seems to.
Yeah, I think somehow or another it was just changing. It's doing something with the wood,
right?
And making alcohol or some such thing.
You think so? Huh?
No, I have no idea, really. I'm trying to get rid of you.
Maybe we have among our listeners some old Luftwaffe pilots that they...
I know they didn't fly planes with that system.
I mean,
no.
Maybe they'll call us and explain to us what this was, because I don't have any idea.
I don't even know whether you can burn under pressure carbon oxide,
No, you can't.
You can't.
No, and you can't very easily burn wood chips in an internal combustion engine either.
No.
So, I mean, the only thing that would happen is, as my brother says, converting something into an alcohol.
Well, actually, the very first internal combustion engine, which was invented by a German named Nicholas Otto.
Otto, yeah.
Actually burned coal dust.
Yeah.
Because the engine was invented before there was gasoline. And the way the thing worked is pulverized coal was injected into the cylinder.
Yeah.
And that was ignited by a spark. And so it may be that they were doing something akin to that.
Yeah, but you could explain that if it were sawdust.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
but not wood chips.
Well, they wanted to make their own dust. I don't know.
Well, if anyone does know, either call us or send us an email from our website.
And try to stay off the sauce, will you? See you later.
Wow.
Sure. Have a good one.
Thanks for the whole idea.
Sure, great.
Thanks for your call. Bye-bye.
That's pretty good. Wood chips.
I've heard it all now. Hey, listen carefully, because what's coming up next is going to require your utmost concentration.
Yeah?
Mental agility.
Yeah?
Mathematical skill.
Yeah?
And a working knowledge of fluid dynamics.
Ooh, sounds like a great puzzler.
Puzzler? I'm sending you to get coffee for the staff.
Oh, we'll be back with more of your calls on a brand new puzzler as soon as I get back with the coffees. Stay tuned.
This is Bryony in Gunnison, Colorado.
Bryony?
Like in deep?
No, Briony.
Oh, Bryony.
Bryony.
Yeah, Bryony. It's a botanical name.
Botanical? What does it mean?
Well, it's a wildflower or a wild wheat, whichever way you want to look at it.
Oh, wonderful.
The wild Bryony.
That's it.
Where are you from?
Well, I grew up in England, but I live in Gunnison, Colorado.
So were your parents botanists?
No.
Or were they just crazy?
Just crazy, I think.
You've been here a long time, though.
17 years, yes.
Gee, you've pretty much lost your accent, haven't you?
Yeah, more or less. I'm going back for a top-up this summer, but...
Yeah.
So anyway, what's on your mind?
Well, I have an 87 Subaru wagon that I bought from my brother, and it started to howl. And so I've had a few suggestions from friends as to what it might be, but I thought you guys could probably figure it out for me.
Yeah, well, tell us the circumstances under which it howls.
When it's cold in the morning, that's the only thing, and it howls like a dog.
Does the car have to be moving?
It's moving, yes. It's usually when it gets to about 58 miles an hour.
And does it sound like this?
No, it's more like ow, ow, ow.
Oh, intermittent like that? Ow, ow.
Yeah, it doesn't always. Sometimes it's got better. It's starting to sustain and hold that note,
And it doesn't. Does the pitch of the sound seem to change as you speed up?
Not really.
Well, do you speed up ever?
No, usually I kind of slow down.
You kind of slow down. And when you do, when you get below 58, it actually just...
It'll just disappear. It just stops.
Immediately disappears.
Yeah, it just kind of goes away.
Then it's not what I think both of us thought it was.
What did you think it was?
I thought it was a differential. But
really?
But it's not. I take it back. That's why I didn't say it. I don't have to take it back.
You just said it.
I had someone look at the alternator, and they said that was fine, so it's not that.
Oh, does it? Oh, can you tell what part of the car it's coming from?
The engine. It's coming from the...
It's coming from the front.
I think so, yeah.
But are you sure? But I'm going to ask a question that you may not be able to answer, but when we fail to provide you with an adequate answer today, this may help the next person.
Okay.
So I just want to prepare you for the worst.
Oh, no.
Will it make the noise, or can you get it to make the noise if you sit there at a stop and just rev the engine up to the speed at which it would be going if you were doing 58 miles an hour?
We tried that, and it does not do that, no.
And
it doesn't do it when it's warm either. It's only when it's cold.
Wow. Okay, we gotta run through the list of things that could make a noise like this.
I want you to know we're working on this very hard.
Okay.
and this effort represents our combined intellect, which some have
then
compared,
you should get it right.
which some have compared to that of a two-car garage door
opener. No, that's got some smarts in it. Well, I mean, it's interesting that it comes and goes so abruptly at exactly 58 miles an hour. Because
sometimes it'll do it lower if it's really cold.
Geez, I had a car
really
once in the
cold.
shop. My brother may remember this. This car drove us crazy.
Is this the one you strapped me to the hood and we drove around the block?
Bingo.
I don't think my husband's going to go for that.
I went for it.
Well, who said he's going to get strapped to the hood? But no, it had a similar kind of noise. You get to like 45 miles an hour and you got this woo, 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 woo. And what it turned out to be, oddly enough, was the roof rack making noise.
Oh.
And what had happened was this thing had little plastic covers on the end. Basically, they were rectangular aluminum tubes. And it had little plastic covers on the ends of the tubes, and one of them had come off. And it was the equivalent of blowing over
clarinet.
Blowing over the top of a soda pop bottle. And that's the kind of noise it would make. And then if you went faster or slower, it would go away. And I just happened to be driving the thing, and I reached out the window to put my hand, as guys tend to do, up and reach up. I don't know why why was I doing that?
I don't know. And I was strapped to the hood.
I was feeling for you. You're there. You're still there. And I felt the thing vibrating. And I stuck a rag in it, and that fixed it. Anyway.
Well, I have to say that I like that because that would certainly explain the abruptness.
Yeah, here's the only.
See,
I have a problem with this.
Yeah, well, I'm having problems with all of the other solutions because they involve stuff that's turning, and stuff that's turning typically doesn't suddenly make noise at a given speed. It makes a noise which increases in either volume or pitch when you reach some speed.
I'm gonna make you one more suggestion, and this may do. You have a roof rack though, huh?
It's got the basic thing that they.
I don't think
Subarus have.
I don't think it's that because that wouldn't explain the cold.
No.
Right.
One thing that would explain the cold is a bad speedometer cable.
Ooh.
Now you mentioned that. One time when the needle kind of went crazy.
It bounced?
Yes.
Oh!
It went.
Frank!
I've forgotten that. That just happened
You're
one time.
a bleeding genius.
I was hiding a clue from you guys.
It could be that. An easy thing to do is to disconnect the speedometer at the transmission. It's very easy to do. There's a cable with a little rubber boot over it and a clip. You pull the clip out, and you pull the cable right out of the transmission.
Okay.
And you'll no longer have a speedometer, but you'll no longer have the source of the noise, perhaps, either.
And then if I get pulled over for speeding, I say, you guys told me to do it, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, you won't know when you're doing 58 miles an hour. So just floor it.
No, but you'll know if it's fixed.
Oh, okay.
Let us know what happens.
All right. I'll do that.
See you, Bryony.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Hi. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is David Kobler calling you guys from Ypsilanti.
Hi,
okay,
David.
No last names, please.
That's all right. Too late now.
Well, that was a fake last name.
Yeah, we do that.
Okay.
What's going on, David?
Well, I have a car mystery that has been plaguing our family, and we're hoping that you guys can help us out.
Oh.
My mom has a 2003 Honda Civic, and she was taking into work a bowl, a 3-pound bag of Hershey's Kisses that were in a bowl on the passenger side seat. So she parked the car in the garage for the night, shut the garage door, went out the next morning. The bowl is empty, but still in its place on the passenger seat.
Yeah.
So she thought, maybe my brother-in-law, her son-in-law had eaten them, or something along those lines. 2 days later, the car starts to smell like you are inside of a Hershey's Kiss.
Really?
So she starts searching the car, searches the footwells, searches the spare tire well, searches the dashboard, no signs of chocolate, no signs of foil. This about 2 weeks goes by, can't find anything, tells my dad.
Yeah.
Searches, he says that's ridiculous. It's got to be out there. He searches the whole car, looks into the air filter area, can't find anything. I do the same thing, can't find anything. And then about a week and a half after that, I start seeing little flecks of foil coming through the air vents and little Hershey's Kisses flags waving through the defrost vents.
Yeah, well, you know, it doesn't take much to melt chocolate. If you've ever left a chocolate bar in your pocket,
right,
98.6 degrees is enough to turn a chocolate bar into liquid.
Absolutely.
So these mice who stole the chocolate, and
let's get down to that away.
That's exactly what happened. They decided to store it where they were living.
Yeah.
And more than that, they probably ate. They must have had a party that night.
Oh, man. You can hear someone say, guys, you're not going to believe this.
So you got some really fat mice now, and they're probably stuck in there, too.
So you think it's a matter of it was a rodent problem, even though we can't find any droppings or anything like that?
When you do, it's going to be ugly. But I think
you should never leave food in the car overnight. Never.
You should never leave food where your son-in-law can find it.
Because that's a nightmare. You know that what's going to happen. It's not going to just disappear.
Well, these mice obviously took one at a time.
Yeah.
They must have worked round the clock. How many kisses do you think were in the bowl?
It was a 3-pound bag.
What's that? So that's going to be like a couple of hundred, maybe.
Yeah.
Just imagine how many mice must have been. They must have had to call their buddies.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it have been interesting to be able to look in there all night?
Well, here's what you should do.
Okay.
You
With
should
a camera.
Reenact it. And exactly.
Exactly. You'll see exactly where they go.
You need an infrared camera. So here's what you do. You've got to go down to the, in Ypsilanti, you must have one of those places that sells Army surplus stuff.
There you go.
For about $2,500 or so, you can get one of these infrared cameras. And then set the thing up, and
put another bowl full of the kisses there.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be fun to watch them do it?
That's going to be great.
And to find out how many mice are involved? This is like going to be a mouse army.
It could be an entire battalion.
It's going to be a battalion. I think maybe it might be a division of mice.
But the thing is, you'll be able to see exactly where they come from, how they carry them out, and where they bring them.
The question is now, how do you get the rest of the chocolate out of there? It's a nightmare because someone is going to have to take down the entire heating system.
It ain't
really.
It is not easy.
This ain't going to be easy.
So there's no possibility that this was a practical joke where somebody opened up the
No,
I don't think so. No.
This is a mouse situation. Absolutely.
And a practical joker would have left one behind. We had a caller many years ago who had a 50-pound bag of dog food, dry dog food, in his truck. And he noticed after one weekend or something, I don't remember all the details, but the dog food was gone. And his truck had been locked up, and he couldn't imagine where it was. Well, where it was the mice that took it one piece at a time, and they must have been busy mice that weekend. They put it in the headliner of his truck, which is that piece of cloth.
Right.
And I think he was driving along, and he hit the brakes, and 25 pounds of dog food came out on his head. And so unfortunately, they didn't put it in the headliner of the Civic. That would have been easier to deal with. This is going to cost a few $100.
Really?
This is in the ductwork. And it's probably of the heater and air conditioning system, and they probably got in through the ducts which end up at the floor. So where the heat comes out at the floor, they're going in there. Each of these little mice is probably jumping in there. Another mouse is handing him one of the kisses, and they're singing "Hi ho, hi ho." It's all to work, and they're carting these things away. And they have probably stashed them in every nook and cranny.
Yeah,
this is going to be an ordeal.
Yeah, it's a pain.
This is going to be an ordeal.
And it's not something you can do easily.
And I'm glad it's not my car.
You're going to have to go someplace and have it done. And it's going to cost you, I'd say, $100.
More money.
More?
$300.
Really?
Well, don't forget, the chocolate's melted now. So it's going to be everywhere. And it's drooped down and oozed and flowed into places that you don't even want to know about.
Well, we could just leave it.
You could.
No, you can't. It's disgusting.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do something.
Well, the best you can hope for is that somehow chocolate is combustible. The car catches fire. And if it does, don't try to put it out. Just run.
That's right.
Good luck, David.
Hey, appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Right. Bye-bye. Well, it's happened again. You squandered another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
I certainly have.
Our esteemed producer is Doug the Subway Fugitive, not a slave to fashion, Bongo Boy Berman. Our associate producers are David the Calves of Belleville Green, Carly High Voltage Nix, and Catherine Flaublucher Fenolosa. Our web lackey is Doug the Old Gray Mare, assisted by Connie Britchford. Our engineer is John Cartman Perotti. Our interns are Ariel Niedermeyer and Kira McKnight. And our technical, spiritual, and menu advisor, just back from the Crested Butte, Celery Root, Bamboo Shoot, Smoked Chacroot, Eye of Newt, Sauce Veloute, and Kiwi Fruit, 21 Meal Salute is John Bugsy Lawler. Our public opinion pollster, this gets harder every week. Our public opinion pollster is Paul Murky of Murky Research, assisted by statistician Margin of Error. Our customer care representative is Haywood Jabuzoff. Our personal makeup artist is Bud Tugley. Our staff bicycle tester is Maya Sert. Our Italian conflict resolution specialists are you and Mia Donagria. Our in-law hospitality provider is Emil Endicott. Our anger... Oh, no, I'm not doing that one. Our rescue chauffeur is Peacock and Drop-Off. Our directors of quality control are Les Thomas and Nomar Raymond. And the head of our Working Mother support group is Erasmus B. Dragon. Our chief counsel from the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is Hugh Lewis Dewey, known to the postdoctoral snowplow drivers in Harvard Square as Huey Louie Dewey. Thanks so much for listening. We're Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers. Don't drive like my brother.
Don't drive like my brother.
And Happy New Year. We'll be back next week. Bye-bye. 1-888 Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. It's Jim Davis, your chemistry consultant.
This is Professor Jim Davis from the world's greatest university, Harvard, in Harvard Square.
Well, I have to confess that I retired from WGU in August, but I haven't retired from the Chem Labs at Car Talk Plaza.
Excellent. How's everything down there in the lab?
Well, we're covered in wood chips.
Oh, the wood chips.
Yes, I heard the call from Hans from Chicago about driving trucks and things in Germany during World War II with wood chips.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about this, but I went to you go to any search engine like Google and look for wood gas, one word.
Yeah,
wood gas.
And you find hundreds of references to it.
Isn't it amazing how much stuff there is?
Lots of pictures of these things.
Yeah.
Some of the ancient vehicles from World War II, and then people driving tractors and trucks and so on.
Yeah.
So I have figured out for you how it works. You guys were pretty much on the right track. A few details, but they don't actually burn the wood chips. What they do is heat them.
They
put them in a big tank outside the car. It looks like an oversized hot water heater.
Yeah.
And so the wood chips go in there, and then there is a heating unit underneath, usually charcoal.
Yeah.
So they heat the wood in the absence of air. This is what chemists call pyrolysis.
Wait, in the absence of air?
Yeah, you're not burning it, you're heating it. This is an important difference because if you burn it, you're mostly just going to get carbon dioxide.
Right.
But if you heat it in the absence of air, you get 200 different products. But the main ones, the ones that burn, are carbon monoxide.
There you go.
Carbon monoxide does burn. It's only partially burned carbon, and so you can burn it some more and get energy from it.
Mm-hmm.
And the other burnable product is hydrogen.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of methane, but not too much. You guys were saying it was mostly methane last week, and that's not quite right. It's mostly carbon monoxide and hydrogen that are the burnable gases. So then they pump those things right into the carburetor, and I'm sure you have to tune something. You guys would know about that.
Oh, you don't, you though.
But the thing works. It's not a terribly efficient way of doing it. You only get a few percent of the energy of the wood this way.
But it's better than walking.
It's better than walking if you don't have any gasoline.
Does this explain why there are no forests in Europe anymore?
Well, that could be. Now, one guy on the website says he gets about a mile to every 2 pounds of wood. No, not a cord. 2 pounds to the mile.
2 pounds to the mile.
Yeah.
Did you do the arithmetic to see like how many sequoias it would take to get like from here to Framingham?
Yeah, well, I think it would just be for short local transportation in those days. But there's a lot of interest in this technology. Judging by the website, some chemical engineers and whatnot are investigating it, and some people are using it as techniques to generate energy and things for home use.
Yeah.
So, it really does exist. But I would have been as skeptical as you guys were if I heard it or when I heard it for the first time.
Yeah.
Well, I do know that it doesn't take much in the way of altering the carburetor to get this thing to work. In fact, I think the only thing they were probably using the carburetor for was the throttle.
Yeah,
and in fact, we've run engines with just a stream of propane gas fed right down the throat of the carburetor, and you can control the speed to some extent.
Yeah.
So it's pretty simple.
It's probably the equivalent of like 7-octane. But if we all drove Geo Metros, no, they wouldn't be able to carry the wood.
Jim, as always, you have been a great help to us, and you have led us out of the dark.
Hey, Jim, thanks a million for calling.
You're welcome. Great to talk with you.
Great to hear from you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Tommy, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you did say last week that you would commit the puzzler to memory.
I said that?
You did.
I would never have said that. Why would I say that?
Do we have the tape?
I said that, huh?
Play the tape.
I'm going to commit this to memory as you say it.
So I'll repeat the question.
This isn't fair.
Want to hear the tape again?
Yeah.
Play the tape again, will you, John?
I'm going to commit this to memory as you say it.
Did you commit last week's puzzler to memory?
Well, I did. But it must have been someone else's memory because I have no idea.
Well, that's what I figured. Well, last week's puzzler was about spaceflight and overheating, and we'll have the answer along with more of your calls in just a minute.
So please stay tuned.
Hey, guys.
Hi, who's this?
This is Daniel. I'm calling from San Diego, California.
Hey, Daniel. What's going on?
Well, what's going on? It's nice and sunny. The weather's quite pleasant. And I have a question regarding automotive etiquette.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Now, this wasn't a big deal when I had a Mazda 626, but now that my wife and I got a smaller car, I noticed that we kind of tend to, push and shove when it comes to the armrest in the center console there.
Wow.
Now, we totally share it. It's totally fine, and it's no problem, but it just got me thinking, is there some sort of rule or etiquette regarding, who does the center console belong to?
Oh, absolutely belongs to the driver.
I'm afraid I have to agree.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, both the cars that I've had are definitely a standard, and it's quite the convenient place to have the elbow, when you're shifting gears, et cetera.
It is.
So who does most of the driving when the two of you are in the car together?
He does.
Of course.
So you being a gentleman, you let her have the middle thing.
Absolutely. And then by no means is this one of those my right or wrong.
No, I mean, it is the driver's prerogative, but if your wife is next to you, then it changes everything. It's whatever she wants.
Right.
If you know what's good for you.
Yeah, right, indeed.
Daniel, remember, you're taking advice from my brother, who has said that to all of his wives. Whatever you want. You want the house?
Whatever you want, honey.
Yeah, each of his wives was a good housekeeper. They got divorced, they kept the house.
Whatever you want to. Yeah, I'm learning that, actually, as we go along.
Yeah.
Don't take any advice from me.
And if in real serious situations, it always helps to hike your pants up around mid-chest and say the following words, "Yes, dear." Just remember that, and you'll be happy.
It's a pleasure, gentlemen. Thanks for the time.
See you, Daniel.
Take care.
Bye-bye. 888 Car Talk.
I mean, that was an automotive question, wasn't it?
Oh, no, but it was so much deeper. Right? 888 Car Talk.
I thought this was a show about car talk.
We're not doing well answering the car question, so we'll try the personal relationship stuff.
Okay.
888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. This is Betsy calling from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Hi, Betsy.
New Orleans.
Nolans. N-A-U-L-L-I-N-S, right?
Something like that.
Isn't that a great city, huh?
Well.
Yeah, well.
No?
Well, I just moved down here about 2.5 weeks ago, actually.
No kidding.
And if you're not thrilled about it at this point, it's only going to get worse.
Where'd you move from?
I moved here from Ferrisburg, Vermont.
And you don't think New Orleans is better than Ferrisburg, Vermont?
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't drink, and I'm a vegetarian, so there's not a lot left for me to do down here.
So what's going on?
Well, I got a big problem with my truck. I got a 1988 Toyota four-wheel drive pickup truck.
Yeah.
And drove it down here. My girlfriend and I drove it down here from Ferrisburg about 2.5 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And we had gotten it all ready for the trip. Actually, I'm in law school in Boston right now. I'm all over the map. But,
oh, really?
Yeah, I'm down here for an internship for the winter. And before I came down here, I brought it to the most lovely mechanic in the whole world, Patrick from West Cork Auto, who I found through your show. He's the mechanic of a woman and her boyfriend, and the woman broke up with her boyfriend.
Yeah, Patrick! Oh, buddy, Patrick!
Well, I heard about Patrick right before I moved to Boston to go to law school, and actually his shop is right down the road from where I live, and I will just affirm that he is the most wonderful, lovely man. He fixed the truck all up and, changed all the belts, hoses, everything. I should also mention, before we came down, we had almost every piece of the exhaust system replaced because it was all sort of rusted out from the Vermont salt.
Okay.
And Patrick was not the one who put the exhaust on. The exhaust was put on in Vermont, but different outfit.
Yeah, the Ferris Bueller muffler and...
So we get down here, and it took about 3 days, and the exhaust started to sort of... Something went wrong, and it started to get a little bit loud, and it got louder and louder and louder and louder. And then the following day, we pulled into the driveway of my new apartment and turned off the truck, and
the exhaust system fell on the ground.
Gas started just pouring all over the driveway.
Gasoline.
And it seemed as if, my initial reaction was, oh, my God, we must have just broken a fuel line, and, what are the odds that we had this totally uneventful trip down here. As soon as we get in the driveway of my house, gas all over the place.
Yeah.
So we put a little pan under to catch all the gas, and a couple days later, I had the truck towed over to a local garage.
Good.
Well, the exhaust, the piece that went right into the manifold, 3 of the 4 screws had pulled out, and that's where the problem was. So he fixed that, and when I went to pick up the truck, he also said, "Oh, I fixed the gas leaking problem. You don't have a broken fuel line. You had some mud chiggers in the fuel line."
Huh?
Excuse me?
The diagnosis was mud chiggers in the fuel line.
Is this a New Orleans problem?
New Orleans, yeah.
What is a mud chigger?
Mud chiggers. Anyway, he cleaned that out, and he said, that's all fixed, and there's no problem with the fuel line. It's all fixed.
Yeah.
But why don't you turn the car on right here and listen to how nice the exhaust sounds? So I turned the engine over, and the exhaust sounded great, and fuel started pouring out of the bottom of the car.
Those dang mud chiggers.
Dang mud chiggers. So he said, wow, I guess it wasn't the mud chiggers.
Not.
I'll have to think about it more.
Yeah.
So I went back a little later, and what he said was the pressure, there's so much pressure built up in the gas tank that and at this point, there was no gas in the car, barely any, maybe 2 gallons of a 17-gallon tank.
Okay, this is beginning already. The beginning of that sentence sounds like a lot of hogwash to me. But go ahead.
Okay.
There's so much pressure in the tank.
So much. His theory is there was so much pressure in the tank that the fuel was pushing back, something like up back through the fuel line, there's a charcoal canister in there in the hood, and then out the fuel vent line. That's where the fuel was pouring out. It was pouring out.
That's good.
And the deal was it was the pressure, so much pressure was doing this. And he's got to be right, because when the fuel starts pouring out, the way to stop it,
take the gas cap off.
Take the gas cap off, and a huge
Yeah.
But he can't figure out why it's doing this and why all of a sudden. I've owned this truck for years. I've never had this problem. And now I'm driving around without the gas cap on.
So let me get this straight.
Yep.
You come from Ferris Bueller, Vermont, but you're going to law school in Boston.
That's right.
Where are you going, BC or BU?
I'm at Northeastern University.
Northeastern?
Yes.
And you're going for an internship for the winter.
That's correct.
In New Orleans.
That's correct.
With a law firm, I presume.
I work for a capital defense firm. We're doing death penalty trials.
Capital offense things.
Capital defense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did anyone take the gas tank out of this for any reason?
At any time?
Ever, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm the second owner. But like I said, I've owned this truck for several years and have never had any fuel-related problems with it.
Well, the line that feeds the charcoal canister, sits in the top of the tank. And that's one of the reasons, for example, they tell you when you fill up your gas tank not to top it off. Because it is possible if your vehicle is inclined slightly and you put the last drop possible in the filler neck, that you can actually get gas to back up this line, which comes into the very top of the tank.
And what's supposed to go through that line is gasoline vapors.
Vapors, right.
Right. The reason I ask if the tank can be removed, it's entirely possible that somebody has crisscrossed some of the lines. Because there's also a return line.
Yeah, but I mean,
wouldn't I
she
have had
drove
a problem
down
before
from
this, though?
Ferrisburg, Vermont. Ferrisburg, Vermont.
Yeah, the crisscross answer sounds about as good as a mud chigger.
That'll be enough of that. You won't be on Stump the Chumps, I'll guarantee you that.
How do you know? You don't get to pick Stump the Chumps.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't do it.
But we can use mud chiggers. For a lot of, I mean, we don't use choke pull-off anymore.
No, we can't.
Mud chiggers in the fuel line.
Mud chiggers.
I mean, I can't think of anything that would make pressure build up in the gas tank.
Well, I think what he has to do is he has to go back to the source. The gasoline we know is coming from what? The tank.
Yeah, but how is it getting to the canister from the tank if there's only a gallon of gas in the tank?
Something is haywire.
Boy.
Well, he just has no idea how to proceed.
He's got to drop the tank. He's got to drop the tank and take out.
Drop the tank.
Yeah, he's got to take out.
It's not that hard.
No, it's easy.
Don't get nervous.
And it's be easy. There's no gas in it.
Yeah.
He's got to take the tank out, and he's got to look at the unit that plugs into the top of the tank. There's a unit that's held on by like 6 or 8 little screws that houses the fuel sending unit and these vent tubes. And I think when he takes this thing out, he's going to say, oh, my God, how the heck did that happen? And I don't know what he's going to see, but somehow he's going to figure out that a tube has fallen into some place where it's allowing gas to be pumped up through the vent.
Well,
does this happen every time you run the engine now?
Well, now I just drive it around with the gas cap off, or actually it can be on as long as it's very, very, very.
Look, when you took that gas cap off the first time, you got positive pressure coming out. You felt
yes.
It wasn't coming. It wasn't sucking air in. It was pushing stuff out.
Well, it sounded like it was. I mean, I didn't feel it, but it was that.
Oh, you didn't feel it.
The pressure release sound.
Well, yeah, but it could be either way, because it would be a lot easier to believe vacuum than it is to believe pressure.
Have him drop the tank. I'm telling you, the problem's in the tank.
Yeah.
In the tank.
The return line is restricted somehow.
Right. That was the mud chigger theory.
Because coming off the fuel rail is a return line that dumps gasoline back into the tank.
Okay.
How would that cause vacuum?
It's causing vacuum, not pressure. It's causing too much vacuum.
How would it do that?
I don't know. Well, because here's what's happening. Here's what's happening.
I don't know either.
Here's what's happening.
What?
The engine is running.
Yeah.
Gasoline. Let's assume the gas cap is on.
Yeah.
Gasoline is being pumped by the fuel pump from the tank
to the engine.
Right. There's no return line. Right. And let's assume that
so the gas has no place to go.
No place to go.
Because the mud chiggers are still in that line.
And what's happening then?
How they got in there, God only knows.
No, we don't know. Maybe it's a crimped line.
But the fuel now, we have excess fuel.
Which can't go anyplace.
Can't go anywhere, but so it's trying to get to the canister.
No, it can't get to the canister.
I said it's trying to get to the canister. We've got to come up with a route.
But we are creating suction in the tank.
And there's no return line.
Somehow the canister is acting as a siphon. It's pulling gas up the walls of the tank by capillary action.
If only we had stayed in class that day.
If only I knew my geometry better.
Wow.
Yeah.
Betsy, good grief. This is a real puzzler.
Well, you guys want to, continue with your show and just call me back sometime?
Yeah. All right.
We'll talk. Have your people call our people.
We're men of science, and there's no one who knows pressure and vacuum better than we are.
Oh, almost anybody could.
No, I mean, how many times have you been called an airhead?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that what that means?
Yeah.
A master of pressure and vacuum.
Right.
This will come to us.
All right, then.
Wow.
Sit by the phone.
Right on, I will.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Gee, I wish we had an answer for her, but
After all that time, if only we could have said, and here's what to do. That would have been good.
All right, look, before we get to the new puzzler, we have to take a short break.
Wait, I have some fan mail here.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Okay. Dave Goppelt writes, thank you for making your old shows available for podcast. Recently, I had to paint several rooms in my house. I queued up 24 shows and listened to them one after another, while I was painting. Now, you're probably worried about my mental acuity after such prolonged exposure, but I can assure you that... Sincerely, Dave.
He'll be all right. That's what I sound like after the show. We'll be back with a brand new puzzler in just a minute.
And after my brother screws that up, we'll take more of your calls too, so please stay tuned.
Hi, this is Becky from Bloomingdale, Georgia.
Bloomingdale?
Yes, sir. I need your help. I cannot park my winter car in my husband's side of the garage because all of his redneck gear is in there.
And so you can't get out once you're in?
No, sir. My convertible is on my side, but my winter car sits outside, and I can't have that.
So what is this winter car that you want to garage?
My winter car is a Saab 9.5 station wagon.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And my summer car is a Mazda Miata.
Oh, that's a nice summer car to have. And what kind of redneck gear does he have in this garage that you can't get your Saab in?
Well, how long do you have? We have bows.
we got time.
We have bows and arrows. We have shrimp nets. We have caribou horns. You name it, we have it, honey.
So he's an outdoorsman.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, geez, that's not a bad thing to be. Well, he may take up your spot in the garage.
Actually, it's his spot.
So you have no right to complain whatsoever.
But see,
why don't you put your Miata outside and just throw a car cover over it?
It gets too hot.
It's winter. When it's hot, you'll be driving it. And when you're driving that, you'll put so you want to be able to park the Miata in the garage all the time.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And the station wagon as well.
And what does he drive?
He drives a Ford F-150 truck.
And where does he park?
On the driveway.
In the hot sun?
Yes, sir.
Good.
When he's home. That's only when he's home. He's in the military, so when he's when he's gone,
I see.
The car sits on post. But the point is, it's a garage. It's made for a car.
Well, yeah, except that garages, as we well know, I mean, I used to live in a house that had a 2-car garage, and there was no car in the garage because I had my office in there. Because
you've been banned from the house.
I was banned from the house because I smoked cigars, and I could smoke cigars, except in the winter here it gets down to like 0, and it got mighty cold.
Well, perhaps I could park the car in the office then.
No, you need to buy this guy
a shed.
Exactly.
Oh, but then my yard will look rednecky.
Well, you put it right behind the garage.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean,
how long is this?
the answer I wanted.
What did you want us to say? Tell the guy to get rid of all his wonderful stuff?
No, I can organize it.
He doesn't want you to organize it.
No.
You probably organized every other aspect of his life, and this is the last bastion of freedom the guy has. He's been pushed out of the house and relegated to a space that's 16 by 8, and he feels comfortable there piling up all his bows and arrows and rifles and whatnot and pontoon boats, and now you're going to impose your will on him. Leave the poor guy alone.
Yeah.
He's out defending the country.
Yeah, spend a few $100 and buy a nice shed.
All right.
Yeah, buy him a nice shed and
buy one with a window in it. That'll make him feel even better.
Yeah, and air conditioning.
And air conditioning.
Well, now that we will need.
All right. Well, good luck and be kind to this guy. I think he's a good guy.
Oh, he's a great guy, except it should be my garage.
Yeah, well, I know. When you get him a shed, he'll give up the garage.
All right, fair enough.
Maybe. Good luck, Becky.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your call.
Bye-bye.
Poor guy. I mean, come on.
Geez, he's going to come home sometime, and he's going to find all his stuff out of the garage. He's going to think he was robbed. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Nancy
How you
from
doing?
Wilson, Wyoming.
Hi, Nancy.
Wilson, Wyoming.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, Nancy, what's up?
I've got a 92 Nissan Pathfinder.
Yeah.
And when it got really cold, it wouldn't start. And then I turned on the heater fan, and it started.
Oh, man.
Oh, my brother loves these questions.
Really?
And then
this happened just once?
No, it happened a lot.
Over and over again?
Yeah, and that seemed to be the only way that it would start.
I'm telling. See, all these wacko theories. We've had so many people who have told us about
that it can't work.
This theory. Here's the theory.
Okay.
When it's very, very cold, you try to start the vehicle, and there just isn't enough energy in the battery to turn the starter over, which requires a lot of energy. It's a very heavy-duty motor, the starter. And here's the theory, handed down from father to son through folklore throughout probably millennia.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
And the theory is what you need to do is you need to introduce the battery to the concept of sending out electricity.
Okay.
And you can't do it with this demand for 150 amps. You've got to do it with a demand for something manageable. Like
the heater.
Turning on the headlights would do it.
Okay.
Turning on the heater would do it. The battery gets the idea. Then you go to start the car. Bingo! What was just a dead battery moments ago is alive and well.
Okay.
Now, there is no proof of that theory.
Well, see, I have a theory that's close to yours, but it's a little different.
Yeah.
And I think what Nancy has is a bad connection between the post of the battery and one of the terminals.
Okay.
And I'll give you an animal kingdom analogy.
Okay.
Imagine there were ants that wanted to cross a little tiny stream, maybe a stream that was a foot across. And what those ants would do is they would jump onto a leaf that had gotten stuck in that stream of water, and a few of them would be able to cross from one side to the other.
I love it. I love it.
And then, after a while, after they had actually bridged the gap, so to speak, they would no longer need the leaf. Other ants would climb on the backs of the ones that had formed this natural ant bridge, opening the veritable floodgates and allowing their brother ants to cross to the other side.
Walt Disney wouldn't hire you, would they? They told you that
Berman just told me he quit the show.
This is the most bogus little analogy I have ever heard.
If you have a bad connection and a few electrons are allowed to go through by turning on the heater, then they build a bridge, so to speak, and more. Trust me on this one. More and more electrons will begin to flow as that heats up and actually begins to weld itself.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Well, I didn't think you'd like Nancy. Are you still there?
There aren't any ants when it's 20 below.
Well, I'm just using the ants as an analogy.
The ants are electrons.
Nobody understands me.
Well, then there's another problem, and that is that it quit while I was driving, just kaput.
Yeah.
Well, I had it towed, and they said it was a relay.
Yeah.
So they disconnected the horn and said to get a new main relay switch.
It'll start if you turn the heater on.
Right.
You start to drive, and it stalls.
It stalls, but since they switched the horn relay thing, it doesn't stall anymore.
Oh, so that did fix it.
It seemed to fix it.
Oh, you know what they did? They swapped the horn relay for the fuel pump relay.
Oh, okay.
So that they may have fixed that, and the other problem could simply be a bad connection at the battery. I'd have them check that.
Okay.
Because I think that when you find out that that's what it is, you're going to say the ant analogy was brilliant.
It was brilliant.
Well, I know that.
Thanks for calling, Nancy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Well, it's happened again. Thank God the
It
show
has
is
happened
over.
again.
We've all squandered another perfectly good hour on Car Talk. Our esteemed producer is Doug, the subway fugitive, not a slave to fashion, Bongo Boy Berman. Our associate producers are David, the Calves of Belleville Green, Carly High Voltage Nix, and Catherine Flaublucher Fenolosa. Our web lackey is Doug the Old Gray Mare, assisted by Connie Britchford. Our engineer is John Cartman Perotti. Our interns are Ariel Niedermeyer and Kira McKnight. And our technical, spiritual, and menu advisor, just back from the Brookline, Pickle Brine, Fatted Swine, Dandelion, Moonshine, Dance and Dine, Conga Line, is John Bugsy Lawler.
Where is he?
Our public opinion pollster is Paul Murky of Murky Research, assisted by statistician Margin of Error. Our customer care representative is Hey Would You Buzz Off. Our personal makeup artist is Bud Tugley. Our staff intuitionist is Ivan Inkling. Our footwear consultant is Susan Shawks. Our empathy coach is Enzo Watt. Our parts inventory manager is Wayne DeBack.
Empathy coach is Enzo what?
And so what?
Oh, and so what?
Our urgent response coordinator is Candace Waite. Our personal hygiene advisor from the Tokyo office is Oteka Shawa. Our auto seat tester is Fitz Matush. Our mother-in-law liaison is Stella Payne Diaz. Our Russian chauffeur is Peikoff and Tropov. And our staff tailor is Hugh Jass. There's a lot of turnover in the staff here at the end of the year. Our chief counsel from the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is Hugh Lewis Dewey, known to the iPod-wearing Trustafarians in Harvard Square as Huey Louie Dewey. Thanks so much for listening. We're Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and Don't Drive Like My Brother.
And don't drive like my brother.
Hear, hear. We'll be back next week. Bye-bye.
Hey, guys. How you doing? This is Josh from Boise, Idaho.
Josh. What's happening, man?
I have a 2010 Ford Fusion, and I ripped it apart, basically, the interior. And after I put it back together, which I finally did, I have a handful of parts left over. Should I worry about it, or should I take it to the dealer?
No. We're gonna straighten this out right on the phone here.
Okay.
How many pieces have you got?
Probably about half a dozen.
Are they mostly fasteners or nuts, bolts? Yeah, things like that?
Probably mostly fasteners, a few nuts and bolts, and a few screws.
Well,
Now,
what could you have taken apart on a 2010? The car's brand new. What did you do?
I was afraid you were going to ask this.
Oh, you knew we were going to ask.
Okay. I was picking up a present for my son, and I was in the car, and I lost my son's present in the car. My son's present happened to be a boa constrictor. Yeah, and I might add, this Ford Fusion is not my car, it's my wife's.
Oh, boy.
Blame her, then.
No, I would have just parked the car, and it would have said nothing about anything. So is this obviously a tiny, is this a miniature boa constrictor?
Well, it is a baby.
It's a baby, but it's going to become a full-size boa constrictor.
Yeah, eventually.
So you took the seats out?
I took the seats out. I took the middle console out. I took everything I possibly could unfasten out. I pulled up the carpet. I've done everything.
Josh. What? So was this boa constrictor in some kind of a trap or a bag or something?
Against my better judgment, I had an aquarium, but I thought I just want to hang on to him. He's kind of cool. I'll just drive with him. And
so you were driving with the boa constrictor on your lap.
Well,
what are you, nuts?
He was in my hand. He was in my hand, but here's the funny thing. Personally, I drive a 540 BMW, and I thought to myself, I know, I'm going into town. I don't want to get it dinged up and whatnot. I'll take the wife's car.
You're right.
And of all the cases, I lose it in hers. I mean,
boy. So did you ultimately find the snake?
Well, yes and no. A couple days later, because it was my son's present and everything, I ordered another snake. I get that snake, so I have a new boa constrictor.
Did you get the opposite gender?
No, I think it's the same.
The same.
But a week and a half later, after driving the car around, we pulled into a parking spot, and my wife got out of the car and promptly let me know that there was something sticking out of the defrost. And, sure enough, there he was. His head was sticking out of the defrost.
So he got into the ductwork.
Yeah.
So he was still alive, obviously.
He was. I'm surprised because it's been pretty cold up here.
Oh, no, they're tough. And he must have been angry and hungry. So did you manage to lure him out?
I got a screwdriver and I just quickly popped the vent and threw my hand back in there as best I could to grab him, and just barely was able to grab him and pull him out. So
I hate snakes. So you got him out. So obviously you're a snake person.
Well, not really. I was more fearful of my wife, I think, than the snake at this point. I just
yes.
figured I had to get the
snake
snake.
was the lesser of the two evils.
Exactly.
Josh. So now you have. Well, here's our only concern. I think that some of the bolts that you didn't put back were bolts that were holding the seats in.
The seats I got secured definitely okay.
Yeah.
Most of the pieces now are just. Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure where they came from because I was taking things apart left and right trying to find it. So for the most part, like I said, I just have about half a dozen pieces, screws, and fasteners, like you said. But, man, trying to get some of those fasteners, I don't know how. It's almost like they're meant to be put on once and that's it.
Well, a lot of them are, in fact. And I think I feel pretty confident in saying that the pieces you omitted in your reassembly were probably for the console.
Okay, yeah, pretty much.
You know, so that'll just start to rattle after a while, and this will be your punishment because your wife is going to say, "This thing sounds like a piece of junk. I want a new car."
I think this is probably going to be my car, and she's going to wind up with the BMW now. So
see, you got what you deserved, you fool.
I guess so.
So you're driving the Fusion, and she's driving your Beamer. Isn't that good?
That's right.
Well, here's the important question: does your son enjoy the snake?
Yeah, he does. But the funny thing of it was, while I was tearing the car apart, he came out and wanted to know what I was doing.
Oh.
And I didn't want to tell him, but after about 4 hours, I finally said, when he came again and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm looking for your present. Get in here and help me."
Boy.
Well, good luck. And next time you take something apart, try to be a little more organized.
I will.
All right.
I will.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck is right.
Boy, oh boy. And let us know what happens when the snakes get bigger.
Okay, yeah.
Don't boa constrictors wrap around your victims
I don't want to talk about it.
and squeeze them to death?
Yes, that's true. Yep.
All right.
They do.
Okay, well, good luck with that. Anyway, see you later. 1-888-CAR TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Helen, and I'm calling from Victoria, British Columbia.
Hi,
no
Helen.
Kidding.
Hi.
Wow, this is an honor for us.
Well,
because that's like in Canada.
That's right. Yeah,
and we got a lot of email from Canada recently because we mentioned on the air, one of us, I can't remember who it was, that someone said he was studying history in Canada, and we said, what is it, a one-page book? So we got a lot of very nice mail.
I'm sure you did. Yeah.
It wasn't I.
Explaining to us the historical
significance of Canada and the fact that they have the bomb. Yes, they do.
So what's up, Helen?
Well, I have a 79 Volvo wagon.
Wow.
It's got just over 300,000 kilometers on it.
Kilometers?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Don't ask me what that is
that's
in
200,000
miles.
miles.
Yeah, 200,000 miles. That's good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and it started just before Christmas. I got a new battery, only to discover it hadn't been the battery. It was the alternator that was wrong, which was replaced by my boyfriend with what I think should be considered very little smoke, considering. Yeah, but very little. And I was assured no serious damage was done.
Oh.
But now what is happening is when I drive along, everything's fine until about the third stoplight. And when I change down into second and slow down, the oil light comes on. It stays on while I'm sitting at the light. And then as I pull away, it goes off again. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Well, two things. One, it has nothing to do with what your boyfriend did.
Oh, good. Good.
Well, that's not good.
Well, it may have nothing to do with what he did, but it's pretty predictable in that when you're moving along, it is out for the most part.
Well, no, what happens is gradually it stays on longer at each light.
Yeah.
Until finally it just stays on.
Even when you're in motion.
That's right. But then eventually, after about, I don't know, half an hour, it'll go out altogether.
Huh? Oh, really? That's good.
Oh.
Well.
And I've hit the dash and I've checked the oil.
That could be good. I mean, the oil light coming on is either almost nothing Or everything.
Well, what I think when you say there was very little smoke,
yeah.
when he replaced the alternator, the alternator is on the same side of the engine,
right,
as the oil pressure switch and its wiring,
right,
and those wires, I believe, run in a little harness, which is basically a plastic little tube, and they run underneath the crankshaft to the other side of the engine where they enter through the firewall and do whatever they do.
Okay.
And it's possible that even disturbing these wires, he has caused a short circuit. That maybe he has the wire that connects to the oil switch. If it gets grounded, it will make the light come on. In fact, that's the classic test to see if the wiring and the bulb are okay. You pull the wire off the oil pressure switch, you ground the end of that wire,
right,
and you look at the dashboard. If the light is lit, then you know that the wire and the bulb and the rest of the circuitry is intact.
Okay.
There is a distinct possibility that he plugged a wire on the wrong place. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think there is a connector on the back of that alternator that looks just
like the oil pressure sending unit connector.
I don't mean to point a finger or anything, but it's possible that he's done that.
No, I wouldn't want to either. No.
And that might be all right if that were the case, but you might need to have a professional look at it because your boyfriend might not know that he did it wrong.
Right.
And I wouldn't go just moving the wires around.
No.
For the sake of experimentation.
No.
Yeah, that could be troublesome.
Yeah, you might need to sneak it to a shop to have someone take a quick peek at it.
Just a peek without telling anyone.
Without telling anyone. And at the very least, if they can't find anything else, ask them to change the oil pressure switch.
Okay.
It's relatively inexpensive and easy to change.
In fact, your boyfriend could do it.
No.
Very good.
No. Who knows? He may put the wires back the right way this time.
You never know. He might.
And he doesn't charge me $70 an hour labor.
Right. But I think that you have a broken wire.
Okay.
That's my gut feeling, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
See you, Alan.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Steve from Cape Cod.
Steve.
Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, okay. I'm from Cape Cod. I'm in California right now.
So did you move to California from Cape Cod?
I keep a residence in Cape Cod, and I'm out here for a couple months, just in Lake Tahoe.
Really?
So that's the other...
ski, I assume.
Yeah, well, I'm snowboarding. And I'm working, too. I have a small business on the Cape.
Right.
And I have a computer with me, so I do some work, and I do some other stuff, too.
So you're sort of a snow bum, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Very good.
And I'm proud of it. I'm not ashamed in the slightest bit.
Well, I don't think you should be.
Well, okay.
Everybody else is running around trying to work an extra 20 hours a day, and you're happy to be a bum.
I make just enough money to keep myself out of trouble.
God bless you.
But if I make any more money, then I get into more trouble, and then I just got to work.
You're absolutely right, and I want to thank you for calling. It's been an absolute pleasure
talking
to a man of such
nice
perspicacity.
Talking to you guys, and I'll see you later. Oh, wait, I have a problem.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. We were driving across country and going across the plain states. You get big-time winds coming across, diagonally across the highway.
Oh, Oklahoma. Oh, that's
No, actually, well, okay. The problem really manifested itself in, I think it was Nebraska, where you get really, really high winds coming diagonally across the highway. We're driving an 88, my girlfriend's 88 Pathfinder.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if you know the makeup of the outside of a Pathfinder, but the doors have some sort of a aerodynamic deal where they come up towards the roof as opposed to, your average proven car design with gutters. But this one has no gutters. And
gutterless.
Right.
Yes.
So what happens is, on the leeward side of the car, so if the wind is blowing from the passenger side of the highway across, the driver's side door, the top of the door actually gets opened by the wind.
Does it?
To the point where snow and wind comes in the car, which can be kind of tedious when you're driving, 18, 20 hours a day.
Probably a Venturi effect.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Physics. Am I glad I took that course?
Although, wait, isn't the Venturi effect when you squeeze wind down into or fluid down into a smaller space?
It's the vacuum which is created by the flow of a fluid.
Wow.
Air being the fluid in this case.
Yeah.
Right.
So as the air is flowing over that driver's door,
it's sucking the door open.
creating a vacuum.
Right. Okay. Well, that I understand.
Yeah.
The question is, how do I keep that from happening?
Tie a rope from one door to the other.
Across the roof.
Okay, now
No,
okay.
right inside the vehicle.
Yeah, well, across the roof and then inside the vehicle, and you're going to knot it like right over your head.
Right. So what I'd need to do then is notch the glass so that the glass came up around the rope, or perhaps use a nylon strap. Believe me, driving across country, you have plenty of time to sit here and think about all these things.
All those big states.
Trying to explain it to, say, a mechanic at a Nissan dealership, trying to replicate the problem is...
Well, you're not going to replicate it because you need a wind tunnel. However, there may be a solution short of the rope.
Okay, now, and don't tell me to duct tape it because...
No, I'm not going to tell you to duct tape it, but the doors can be adjusted, you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
The door may not be adjusted properly.
That's a possibility, but...
Because I don't think they want this to happen.
No, I mean, you can take it to a body shop and explain your problem, and they can adjust the door hinges, or if they're not adjustable, and some cars they're not, they can actually bend the door. They will bend the frame.
And I'd have to pay someone to come and bend the door frame?
Alternatively, you could try it yourself.
I could.
You could.
Or...
What you do is you open the door all the way.
Oh, don't, no.
You put the window down.
Oh.
You jump up and rest your feet on the sill. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, where you would rest your arm if you were driving.
And you're facing outward.
And you're facing outward.
And you
grab. Now the good news is you don't have to be in motion when you do this. But you're going to grab on the frame and you're going to go, and you're going to pull that frame for the window close to your chest.
Yeah, and think about how much snow's going to get in the vehicle.
From the bottom.
No, when there's no door there.
Oh, when you break
the door
I
out.
would take it to a body shop because it there's an art to this.
Oh, yes.
And I had a similar, although not as dramatic a problem with my wife's Dodge Caravan, that at high speed you would get a the whistling effect, the wind noise.
Right.
And the body shop next to us was kind enough to bend those doors.
No kidding.
And they made it worse, actually. No, and made it almost go away.
Right. Now, the problem is, okay, presuming I did this at the body shop, I'd have to pay these guys.
And you wouldn't know that they fixed it for 6 months.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, never. You'd never know.
Until I hit the middle of the country where there's 80-mile-an-hour crossways.
That's why, Steve, you have to do it yourself. I mean, you might want to pay them to do it and watch what they do. So that whatever you pay them will be a lesson. So that you will know when you're out there in Nebraska, you will know how to do it yourself.
Right, and then when I'm watching what they do and realizing how much I'm paying them, I'll be smacking myself in the head saying, I could have done that myself.
But you'll now know how to do it, and you'll be the expert, and you can flag down other cars on the middle of Nebraska and offer the service to them for a nominal fee. You might be able to pay for your gas.
It's making sense to me now. What I can do is I can make up flyers.
There you go.
I bend doors.
In high crosswind areas at truck stops saying, do you have this problem?
That wind noise driving you crazy? Snow coming in, getting your pants wet?
Amazing fix.
Amazing fix. Yeah.
It's magic, and I can't show you how I do it. I have to take it around the back.
The snow's getting to you, Steve.
Well, yeah, it is. It's piling up outside the windows. I don't even know when it's morning.
Try to get a job, Steve.
No.
You got way too much time. Way too much free time.
I think you guys have a little too much free time.
Yeah, you're right.
We do.
You guys need jobs, too, I think.
Yeah, we do.
Well, maybe we can have a little support.
When you get one, we'll get one.
All right, well, there's a deal
It's
then.
a deal.
See you, Steve.
Thanks for calling.
All right, thank you.
We got a little business in Cape Cod, but I'm here in Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, he's
about
selling
a
sunglasses in Cape Cod in the summer.
and sunglasses.
Snowboarding lessons. Oh, sunglasses at Lake Tahoe.
Same sunglasses at Lake Tahoe.
The ones he couldn't sell on the Cape, he brings them too.
Right.
Sounds like
He's out here for a couple of months.
Does he need a partner? Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hello, this is Arlie from Evanston, Wyoming.
Is it Arlo with a Y?
Nope.
E-E?
A-R-L-E-I-G-H.
Oh.
Yeah. One of those weird Gaelic spellings.
Of course, we should have known that.
Right, like Sir Walter Arley.
Exactly.
Yeah. And where are you from again?
Evanston, Wyoming.
Evanston, Wyoming.
Out here in the hinterlands.
Yeah, you said it, not us.
I could tell that in your voice, though.
You could you?
So what kind of a pickup truck do you have?
You know, you're absolutely right. I think 95% of the vehicles in Evanston, Wyoming are pickup trucks. But I happen to drive a 1988 Nissan Stanza.
Really?
Really? At very inconvenient times, usually, it will begin to do two things. And this is sometimes just when I start it up. Sometimes it's when I've been driving it for 15 minutes. One, the accelerator starts to do the opposite of what you want it to do. You touch it, and the car dies. And the second thing is, it does what I call the Elvis idle.
Shake, rattle, and roll?
No. It goes like this. It goes...
The Elvis idol, I love it. and
let me just confirm here.
Yeah.
If you get beyond that 15-minute mark, are we correct in assuming that all of this goes away and doesn't recur?
No, not necessarily.
That's not correct.
Sometimes it usually does happen on short trips. I haven't had it happen on the freeway, and this only happens in the winter. And it's actually happened the last 4 winters.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a patient guy.
You're a patient man, is right.
No, I'm cheap. And it usually just happened on cold mornings, and it usually, as the car warmed up, it did stop. Mm-hmm. But then recently it started doing it when the car was very warm to where the temperature needle was all the way halfway between C and H.
Mm. All right. Let me just tell you in advance here, right from the get-go, that any answer you receive from us is going to be pure guesswork. And we're giving you one final opportunity here to either give us more information, hang up, or... This is a new policy we're going to institute here at Car Talk. We want you to think of a backup question. I mean,
oh yeah,
right. I mean, if your number one question can't be answered, it would be nice if you had a backup question, because if you did, you might get an answer.
Okay, I'll work on that. Okay, let me give you more information.
Give us more information then.
Okay, the other day I had driven to the gym. Worked out, and then left, and then, hour later, got back in the car, drove about a minute or two, and then it died at an intersection. I coasted down the hill to the Walmart parking lot, and there it did the Elvis idle for half an hour.
Can you give us the Elvis idle again? Because I'm not so sure that all of America heard it. So maybe a few people in the bathroom.
It sounds like...
I love it. All right. I think we've established that there's no real pattern here.
Yeah.
That's good because it fits in with my answer.
Oh, good.
Now, I'm not sure your car has one of these, but if it does, this is the prime candidate. And I think it does. I mean, this thing is fuel injected.
Yeah.
And I believe it has a device. Not all fuel injected cars have one, but I believe your car has a throttle position sensor. And from what you describe, this is the most likely candidate. Now, I think you ought to be able to go and find a junkyard and buy yourself a used one. And you can identify it as being the right one because yours will have numbers on it.
Okay.
I discount things like the fuel pump and the air mass meter and all that because I think that over 4 years, something awful would have happened.
Let me ask you one other thing. When it does warm up and it's running okay, what's it idling at? How many RPMs?
About 1,000.
Why, you have a thought?
I do have a thought, because I wasn't thinking of the throttle position sensor. I was getting...
What were you thinking of?
I was getting vacuum.
Really?
I was having a strong feeling having to do with vacuum.
Maybe because that negative pressure in your cranium.
No, but ponder it, if you will.
Yeah.
When we get him back for
Stump the
Chumps, we'll find out that he's got a vacuum leak. I have strong vacuum leak feelings.
Okay.
I just want to go on the record.
Okay.
I just want to go on record. Okay.
All right.
That's it.
See ya, Arlie. Try
Thank you very much,
that
guys.
throttle position sensor. If it doesn't have one, you won't be on Stump the Chumps. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Oh, sugar.
1-8.
He does a very good.
1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Fellas, it's Ashley Judd Franchitti calling with a very, very tricky question.
What's your name?
Ashley Judd.
Ashley, the actress?
Yes, sir, but I'm also married to a race car driver, which is probably far more interesting vocation as far as you two are concerned.
The Ashley Judd?
Yeah.
The one and only Ashley Judd?
Big fan since I was a student at the University of Kentucky.
Cool.
1998, I guess, I started listening to the show.
No kidding.
We weren't even on in 1998. But why not?
We started in 1898, actually. We're thrilled. What can we do for you?
Well, as you may or may not know, my husband, Dario Franchitti, is a race car driver.
We didn't know that.
Yeah, he drives...
Dario Franchitti?
That's right.
Oh, that's a nice Italian name.
But he's actually Scottish.
Yeah, we knew that.
Scottish? Hang up.
Oh.
Yeah, what about him?
Well, my question is one that perhaps a lot of women can relate to. In my family, I never get to drive.
Oh. Really?
Now, I have not been deemed a bad driver. In fact, pretty much the only gender-based compliment I could ever think of that's positive is the first time I drove with him in a passenger seat. He was like, yeah, you drive like a guy.
Well, that's good, right?
Which is very good.
But if the two of you go someplace, he always drives.
I have driven with him in the vehicle once in 3 years.
You know why? Because deep in his heart, he's terrified.
He said deep in your heart, you're terrified. You know, this does also apply to jet skis.
See? Well, I mean, it's true that most of the time, I think, from what I've observed, that when a man and a woman get in a car, the man typically drives and the woman doesn't. I mean, and that's a very gender bias, big gender bias. I always let my wife drive when the two of us get in the car because
she knows where she's going,
and it's her car, and she won't let me drive it.
Right. And she's terrified.
But the truth is that most of the time when she's driving, I am terrified because she's got a lead foot, and I always feel as though no matter how many people there are in the car, I'm the best driver.
Well, I was wondering if you could help me come up with a strategy.
Well, but you're at a big disadvantage here because this is what he does for a living.
Yeah, see, in this case, it's unusual.
I mean, if he were a bricklayer, wouldn't you defer to him in the bricklaying department?
Yeah.
You say, honey, you do the bricks, I'll make the lemonade.
But what you want is a way to convince him to let you drive? Is that what you do?
Yeah, that doesn't involve drugging him.
Jeez. I mean, when he drives, does he drive on streets like he does on the track, or is he very sane?
No, you know what? He is the most considerate and gracious and sensible driver, and that's a very common question, actually, because everyone assumes that race car drivers are going to be going
aggressive,
hell-bent for leather. And a friend of his, Tony Kanaan, who also drives, Dario was driving with him last week around Miami a lot, and Tony's new nickname is Miss Daisy.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean,
I don't think you got a snowball's chance in hell of getting behind the wheel.
You don't?
No.
Well, I mean, why do you want to get behind the wheel? I mean, you feel that you are somehow being disrespected?
Oh, no, absolutely not. It's just one of those random missions.
Then I'd say forget about it. But if it bothers you that you're not driving because you feel as though he doesn't trust you, as I don't trust my wife.
You see, I realize why I always get behind the wheel when my wife and I.
Yeah, it's her. It's her car.
It's her car.
I always wondered about that.
And my wife is a wonderful driver. She's a safe driver. She's probably got better reflexes than I do. But
she's got better everything than you do.
Yeah, you could argue that, couldn't you? But she's always, if I'm behind the wheel, she's always the one who rolls down the window and asks for directions. And you can't do the two things. So I think she's happy with the arrangement. I do the driving, and she does the
She's
direction.
the co-pilot.
She's the co-pilot. She tells me hang a left, hang a right, hang a left, turn around, make a U-turn, make another U-turn.
And I don't think she likes to drive all that much. And so if you get behind the wheel, you're doing her a favor.
Well, I think that you might have hit on a key, which is that if it were my car, I might stand a better chance.
Yeah.
So this segues into another question I have, because all the cars are his. I don't really have a car. I had actually two great cars that burned down in a fire in Malibu in 1993, and the melted engine block of my Mercedes was a popular souvenir. It literally liquefied and trickled down the street.
Cool.
And since then, I haven't really needed a car. But if I had my own pickup truck, maybe I would have a better chance. So what king cab pickup truck would you all recommend?
King cab pickup truck.
For the farm, a versatile car.
Come on.
Oh, I got the car for you. We just finished driving it.
Oh! We did. This is more than a king cab. This is a king crab.
This is the I call it the Escalanche.
This is the king cab of all king cabs.
This is the Cadillac Escalade.
They like the
what is it, the
Escalade
EXT or something? What is that, Bugsy? EXT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a combination pickup truck.
And 3-bedroom house.
3-bedroom house.
Now, what about something that's not quite so fancy?
No, you really should not buy a car like that, Ashley. I mean, you're a nice person, and that kind of a car is disgusting, outrageous, and unconscionable and stupid. Don't ruin your reputation.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'll tell you what I really feel now.
Something for the farm that can be used for deliveries that our housekeeper can drive, and she can run her kids around in it when we're out of town.
Then you want a Toyota Tundra pickup.
A Toyota Tundra pickup.
It's a full-size pickup.
Okay.
It's as big as a Chevy or a Ford.
For those bales of hay.
It's got a wonderful V8 engine, which is the same basic engine that they put in the Lexus.
Right.
And it holds 9 bales of hay.
9.5.
9.5 bales of hay, and you'll have no trouble.
And 7 pets, hopefully.
And 7 pets in the back seat.
And sheep, plenty of sheep.
Good luck, kiddo.
Thank you so much, and I'm a huge fan of the show.
Well, we're fans of yours, too.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Have a great week.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Hi, this is Lori from Tucson.
Lori, Laurie?
No, Lori. Thank you very much.
All right, what's going on, Laurie?
Well, I have a regulator that went out on the left rear of my car, supposedly. I went in because it wouldn't work.
Regulator for what?
For my rear window.
Oh, window regulator.
Yeah, window regulator for my left rear window.
For those who don't know, the window regulator is the thing that holds the glass and, in conjunction with the motor, makes the window go up and down.
Okay, so they tell me I need a regulator for $600, and I said, I don't think so. And I closed the door with my butt, and it worked for 2 years. No kidding. So now it's not working again. And they tell me again that I need a regulator, and I thought maybe I just needed a bigger butt.
Oh, you don't want that? I don't think.
I've done everything I can with my butt the size that it is to close the door as many ways as I can, and it's not working. What do I do?
It's not working.
Yeah. When it didn't work, obviously it didn't go up or down. There was nothing you could do. It was stuck in one direction.
I mean, it's just up. Thank God it's up. Think if it was down. Oy vey.
But when your butt slamming made it work, did it then work perfectly normally?
Completely for 2 years.
Huh. Well, it's unlikely that it was the regulator. If the regulator is gone, the regulator usually is broken. There's a weld on it that's broken, or a rivet that's broken, or the glass has come loose from it, in which case a slam with your butt is not going to fix that. What I think was wrong was probably that the motor was stuck.
And I have something else to tell you.
Oh, vital information, maybe?
You can hear it. You can hear a little click when I press the button to put the window down. You can hear a little click.
Yeah, well, it's trying to move.
It's trying to move. So doesn't that mean the motor's working?
No. If the motor's working, the window would move. But it could be. I mean, I don't know. There are some cars where you get the regulator and the motor as one. Okay, you get the whole shebang. And I'm guessing your car is what kind of car is this anyway?
It's a 2005 Chevy Silverado truck.
You know, I don't know if it doesn't all come as one.
Well, go Google it and find out.
Google anyone? Google? We can't do that. It would be cheating.
Come on, we got time.
No, you Google it. Should I have Dougie Google it? Dougie, Google that, will you? Dougie's going to Google it. No, we've never had any outside aides in the studio with us. We've always relied on our wits and our brains, and as you can see, we're doing
our good luck.
And we're doing worse and worse every year. So Dougie's going to.
Here's my question for you: how's that working for you?
It's not working too well, actually. Not right now, anyway. He's getting berated by the callers. This is awful. Go Google it. So Dougie's checking it out. Does the regulator and the motor come on an 05 Silverado? Is it all one piece? And I'm saying it probably is.
So that's why they're telling me I need a regulator.
Yeah, because what they're really saying is you need the regulator and the motor.
Okay, so why did the butt thing work 2 years ago and it's not working now?
Because the motor was stuck, and when you slammed it, you got it freed up. It started to work. Wait a minute, we have vital information coming in. Beep, 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 beep.
Okay, Dougie's got something.
What's he got?
Is it $40? No, $40.
Wait, what?
No, the regulator is $40.
Oh, give me a break. They told me $600. No kidding.
Well, it's labor, gratuities, time, pension fund contribution.
Okay. So here's my next question. Can I do this myself?
You
Is
might,
it possible?
but you could, but you could also take it to an independent repair shop.
Okay.
And find out what they want to fix it.
Okay.
So it may be that the regulator was stuck, and by slamming it, you unstuck it, and then if you started to use the window regularly or semi-regularly, you kept it going. And now at this point, it may just be broken to the point where it won't work at all. Or the motor could be faulty. Or both.
Okay, so no more using the butt. I really have to go into somebody and really see if it's going to work.
There you go.
You got it.
Okay, you guys are great. I thank you very much.
All right, thanks for making us use Google.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, boy. 888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hey, Tom. Hey, Ray. It's Drew from Cranberry, New Jersey.
Hey, Drew. I have a son named Drew. I see him from time to time, but not too often.
I have a restitution problem.
Yeah.
I was trying to do my girlfriend a favor by washing her car and accidentally put a 3-foot scratch/dent in her hood.
Oh, how'd you do that?
You know those blue mops with the sponge that closes when you cock it? Little did I know that there was like a half-inch thick running parallel underneath it pole.
Yeah.
And when I went to go give the lunging power stroke,
there it was.
All the paint, and she was so mad. She drove away with soap and water flying off her car.
Whoa!
How old a car is this?
It's a pristine 2002 Chevy Prism.
No, it was.
It was pristine. Yeah.
Now it's a Chevy Prism with a big scratch on the hood.
Yeah. She doesn't know if she should call the insurance and say some bozo put it there.
No, she can't do that.
Okay. Well, it's true though.
Oh yeah, well some bozo
did it.
Yeah, but if they ask if she knows the bozo, she's gonna have to tell the truth.
I said that you guys should just give us 2 more bumper stickers and maybe 3 and just line them up real nice, right over the hood.
Here's the important. If I were your lawyer, and I think you're gonna need one, did she ask you to wash her car, or did you offer?
Oh man.
No, come on. This is very important. Lie if you have to.
Okay, she asked me.
You don't remember, do you?
No.
You don't, huh?
Yeah.
But see, if she asked you to wash your car, then I think she assumes all liability. I mean, you were doing a good deed. She asked you to wash your car. She knows you're not an expert. If you were, you'd be working at the car wash.
Well, I don't like taking lawyers as the basis for all of this.
No. What would you like to do?
I would like to discuss fixing it.
Oh, Drew does. I don't think Drew wants to fix it.
I think Drew has to fix it.
I think Drew should fix it too.
Oh!
I've been listening the whole time. This is Drew's girlfriend.
You've been giving me nasty looks the whole time.
What's your name?
Sarah.
Sarah.
With an H?
Yes.
Well, I think Drew is going to fix it, because how can he...
It's been like this for a couple of weeks now. I'm not so sure.
No, that's all right. He's been thinking about it for 2 weeks.
So, Sarah, how long did it take for your blood pressure to come down? Obviously, you were ticked off. You got in the car. You drove off with the suds flying. You were steamed, right?
Well, this is
I'm
my
sure you
first
called him
car.
every name in the book. You stupid. How long did it take before you called him up? Or I don't know who initiated the first phone call. I'm guessing Drew did, but it might have been you.
I ran for cover.
You ran for cover, and you called Sarah and said, "I'm sorry, I overreacted, Drew." Is that how it went?
No, that's not what happened.
You called him and said, "You jerk, when are you going to fix my hood?"
Well, not to mention that I'm a college student and currently unemployed.
How long is the scrape?
Oh, it's pretty big.
Is it like a foot?
Little more.
More?
A yard?
So 15 or 20 inches.
Yeah, that's about right.
And how deep is it? Did it deform the metal?
A little.
Oh.
I put all my weight into this one.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't say anything you don't have to say.
Yeah, admit to nothing.
No, You got to go to a body shop.
Well, my question was, if you go to like a Walmart or something, do the scratch remover kits or little paste, do they actually work? And
It's not going to work for a 15-inch scratch.
Or someplace, or in the case if you've removed.
Yeah.
No, the only thing that's going to work here, if you've removed paint and deformed the metal, is you need to have the thing filled in and sanded and primed and painted.
Yeah.
You know, and you take it to a body shop, and it's going to cost you a few $100. Okay. But I think Sarah's going to have to pay for it. Until you get back on your feet.
Wait, does Sarah have a job?
I have a job. He doesn't.
Well, lend him a few $100, and he'll do you the favor of fixing this thing. And when he gets a job, he'll pay you back.
Yeah.
Sarah, someday this guy's going to be rich. And you're going to regret dumping him over this little $200 scratch.
Oh, there's no dumping him. There's a baby on the way.
Oh, okay.
No dumping him.
Don't dump him. Okay.
All right.
Then that's what you have to do.
And trust me, when the baby comes, this scratch will go on the back, will be so far on the back burner you won't believe it.
I just don't want to have one of those cars that the kids go, man, my mom's picking me up from school in that car.
Yeah, the one with the big scratch on it.
Yeah, well, that way the kids will know which one to look for. Here comes Mom.
No, let's try to forget about the scratch, and the only way you're going to forget about it is to have it fixed. So lend a few $100 to Drew. Let him get it fixed.
See, I think Drew should try to fix it himself. I think you should enroll in the
You
adult.
you're just looking for more and more trouble.
I
here.
think Drew should enroll in the adult education course at the high school.
Yeah.
You know, the bodywork course, and you should try to fix it.
Okay.
Oh, better than this, Drew. You ready? You're going to love this. You're going to get a job as a lackey at a body shop.
Oh.
Right?
That's
and you're going to get a few pointers from the experts.
Yeah.
And you'll start doing it.
And then you start driving her car in with you.
Right, and they'll
and
see
say,
the scratches.
Oh, you know what you got to do with this? Blah, 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 blah.
Exactly.
Probably fix it for nothing and get paid.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a real good plan.
So you're going to get the thing fixed. You're going to get Sarah off your back, and you're going to have a job and a career. And next thing you know, you're gonna, who knows? The sky's the limit, man.
Okay, good.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Tom.
Look, we've got to take a break.
You know, most shows don't like to take breaks. I mean, they feel there's a risk that if they go away, even for a minute, they could lose listeners.
Yeah, but we know we consistently gain listeners when we go away.
Yeah, so call your friends and tell them it's okay to tune in now.
That's right. But tell them to hurry and enjoy the station, because in just a minute, we'll be back with more calls and a brand new puzzle.
Hi, this is Jessica from Huntington Beach, California.
Jessica with a J, I bet.
Yes. Good guess.
Well, what?
Well, you have to start somewhere, right?
Right.
Huntington Beach is a nice place.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Oh, yeah. So what's going on?
So I have an 89 Toyota Camry and have a really gross problem.
Well, this doesn't seem like the kind of car that a Southern Californian...
Well, I have a Lexus, too, but I have a problem.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is the maid's car, then.
Yeah, this is the maid's car, and this is the car she's calling us about. She didn't want to admit to the Lexus at all, and you dragged it out of it, you silver-tongued devil, you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I moved down here about a year ago, and after I got down here from San Francisco, and I started having these little flies in my car, like the kind that if you leave flour out too long.
Those little wheat bugs.
Yeah.
So they started flying around my car, and I tried to get rid of them, and I thought nothing of it. But then one day, there started to be little maggots in the car.
Yeah, that's where the little flies come from.
I sprayed everything down with Raid. I vacuumed every inch of the car. I got, like, in the trunk, everything.
Forget it. I can tell you already.
Forget it?
Yeah.
No.
You will never kill them.
You will never get rid of them.
No,
here's what's going to happen. This is a case of natural selection in the laboratory. You will find that successive generations of these little things get bigger and bigger and
stronger.
Faster. And
yes.
The first ones that you see, they sit there, you come along and you go, boom, and he's dead. The second generation, you go, boom, and he moves before you kill him. The 17th generation, he's pushing your hand back.
No, and not only that, but they become immune to the Raid.
We had these.
You'll have to burn the car.
We had these bugs in our kitchen. And,
this was an April Fool's prank of mine.
You're the one who
I
put
showed
those
up.
in with one little lava?
I sneaked a box of cereal with these bugs into my brother's cupboard. And he had to move. For 5 years, he couldn't get rid of them.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't get rid of them. Every once in a while, I would think they were gone. And they came in, by the way, in a box of cereal.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
We tried everything, and we finally got so desperate. Are you ready for this? We ripped the kitchen apart. We tore down the walls.
And, of course, they had to put a new kitchen in. Now, who came up with that idea?
My wife. She said, I know how to get rid of these, hon. We'll tear down this wall. So we tear down the wall, and sure enough, they're inside the wall.
Oh.
We get rid of everything. We rebuild. We have a brand new kitchen.
And a coming out party. For
6
the bugs.
months later, I open the cabinet door, and a bug flies out. So I moved. Because I knew it was hopeless. So just take this car. You're at the beach, drive it right in the water. And just leave it there and walk away.
All right, so there's no hope.
There's no hope, man. I can't. I don't know what to do.
Do you have them in your house yet, the bugs?
Well, we had them in our house when we got them out, and it was from a box of cereal. I don't go to that store anymore that I got that cereal at.
Yeah, you can buy traps. They're all kind. You can just hang no pest strips from every square inch of the headliner in the car.
Spray the inside of the car with DDT.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to spray anything in there that's going to harm you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
So
that's why it isn't worth it. You're going to have to burn your car.
Well, here's the thing: if you wait too long, eventually they will find their way back to the house.
Yeah.
Would you rather have them in your car or the house?
In the car.
In the car, yeah. So I would get rid of the car.
All right.
And don't sell it to an immediate neighbor. Somebody way far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck, Jessica.
Sell it to someone in San Francisco.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, we made her day, didn't we? 888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers. We're broadcasting this week from the Department of Ominous Omens here at Car Talk Plaza.
Yes, we are. Once again, our friends at the Washington Post Style Invitational have hit the nail on the head. This time they asked their readers for, get this, sure signs that it's time for a new car.
They interview you?
It's never time for a new car for me. But here are some other people's responses. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
It might be time for a new car if your current one is worth less than the bribe you have to pay to get the inspection sticker. That's from Chris Doyle.
Oh, that's good.
Here's another one from Ira Allen. It might be time for a new car if it is your father's Oldsmobile. It might be time for a new car, say Jim McClellan and Russ Taylor, if your mechanic has to use his connections in Havana to get parts.
That's sad. That is sad.
It might be time for a new car if the panhandlers at red lights slipped dollar bills in your window. It's from Tom Murphy.
Yeah, I guess the cash is supposed to flow in the other direction.
The other direction. Yeah. Okay, and here's the last one. Barbara Turner says, it might be time for a new car if the OnStar lady keeps directing you toward a ravine.
Well, they missed an opportunity to say it might be time for a new car if you've called Car Talk 3 weeks in a row. Anyway, if you've got some other sure signs that it's time for a new car, share them with us at cartalk.com. In the meantime, if you still need your old car, we're going to try to help you out. We're at 888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, who's this?
My name's Evan. I'm calling from Portland, Oregon.
EVAN?
EVYN.
EVYN.
The Y makes it girly.
Oh.
It does make it girly. Whose idea was this, your mother's or your father's?
My mother, yeah, my mother.
Is she a wacko usually?
No, your name might have been Evelyn, huh?
No, never Evelyn. I don't think she likes that name.
She doesn't? Well, that's why she didn't give it to you.
I know that I'm named after my grandmother, Eva.
Eva.
So,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. And
why didn't they just name you Eva?
You know, I'll ask her.
Well, thanks for calling, Evan.
Anyway, what's going on?
So I drive a 1996 Nissan pickup and it's a great little truck. I bought it in 2002 with 80,000 miles on it, and I've driven it all over the country and never had any trouble.
Huh.
And then recently, I guess in January, the transmission and the clutch went at the same time. It just died. And I was living in Chicago, and I needed to get back to Oregon, and so I just spent the money and fixed it. And now it doesn't feel like the gears are quite engaging. Probably for the first hour that I drive the car, it sort of feels like, I mean, it goes forward, but it sort of goes forward really slowly.
Oh, so you feel like something's holding you back.
Yes.
And if you were to take your foot off the gas in the mid-acceleration, so let's say you're accelerating from 0 to 20 miles an hour, and somewhere in the midst of that, ordinarily you would do that, then you'd step on the clutch.
It totally rattles. The car just, starts to shake.
It rattles, okay. But,
yeah.
But if you were to take your foot off the gas when it's doing this rattling, would the car slow down considerably, or would it just slow down at a normal rate like you would when you were coasting?
It slows down at a normal rate.
Okay. All right. Because for a while I figured that even though we just met, I thought that maybe
it was your fault. Tell them the truth.
Well, I assumed that it was your fault. I assumed that you had left the emergency brake on, or that it was sticking.
No, I've totally done that before, but that's not it.
And you know what that feels like, and that feels like you have no power.
Yeah.
It feels like as soon as you take your foot off the gas, someone's pulling your rear bumper off.
Yeah, no, that's a different feeling than this.
She knows that.
So this is shaking and rattling.
Yes.
Okay.
And then what?
Then what happens? Yeah.
Then usually if I put it into second gear or third gear, it will do the same thing, feel tight for maybe 30 seconds. And then it feels like it jerks forward into the gear, and then it's fine.
So it almost seems like the gear is not working.
Yeah.
It sounds to us like the clutch is not working.
No, not to us. It sounds to this moron. To me. to me, it sounds like the engine isn't working correctly.
Oh, no.
When it's doing it, let me clarify one thing. When it's doing this, your foot is all the way off the clutch?
Absolutely.
When you come to a stop, do you feel that the engine runs very smoothly? Somewhat?
No, it started to idle really funny, and I keep feeling when I'm at stoplights, if it's in neutral,
it's
I
idling
feel like
funny. Is it laughing when it's idling? Saying, Evan, you're going to spend $2,500.
It absolutely is laughing at me.
So now, you're going to wait till later on in the call, or you're going to tell us now that the check engine light's been on for 3 months?
It has been on for 3 months.
Well, there you go.
3 months. He hit it right on the money.
Well, the check engine light is telling you there's something wrong, and I guarantee you, it's telling the computer to tell you that there's an engine misfire.
When it went on the first time, I was in Oklahoma City, and I had a guy check it out, and he said that it had to do with my oxygen sensor.
Well, there you go. You could need an O2 sensor.
Okay.
And you've got to fix it because in addition to polluting the air.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. So you're polluting the air, and you're also making the engine run inefficiently. You're burning more gas than you should, and you're running the risk of damaging the catalytic converter.
Okay.
So you've got to fix it.
All right. I will do that. I also, real quick, I have to tell you that my mom made me promise that I would let you guys know that she is from Wollaston, Massachusetts, and she's been listening to you since the first time you aired.
Wow, what a woman!
Jeez.
She actually suggested that I call you.
So
we even know where Wollaston is.
She must be older than Tommy, right?
No.
She's not.
Well, that's nice to hear. Thanks, Evan.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to you, Mom. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. 888-CAR TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Cindy in San Diego.
Hi, Cindy in San Diego.
Cindy, San Diego.
It's actually Cynthia, but that just seems a bit much. So.
Cynthia is actually a beautiful name.
Do you think so?
Is a nice name. What does Cynthia mean? Does it have a meaning?
It actually means moon goddess.
What? I thought Celine was the moon goddess.
No. Celine was that waitress that you used to over. That restaurant we went to all the time. Remember?
Yeah.
I shouldn't
have brought that up.
No. Yeah. You said she was a goddess.
I did. I know.
But Cynthia is so much prettier than Cindy.
Okay, I'm changing it.
There you go.
Yeah, Cynthia.
This is Cynthia from San Diego.
Hi, Cynthia.
What a
Hello.
snob you must be. I'm sorry. So, Cynthia, what's up?
Okay, well, I'm an artist. I'm a graphic designer.
Oh.
I work very late at night usually when I'm painting, and I was up late night working one evening, and suddenly the light bulb went off in my head that said, "Oh, that's right. I have to put oil in my car. I have a 535i, an 88 535i."
Oh, Art's been very, very good to Cynthia.
Yes,
and I
indeed.
love the car.
Yeah, I bet.
It's a great car.
So the light bulb goes off. It's the middle of the night. You're painting away, and you say, "I got to put oil
I got to put oil in the car.
in the bimmer."
You're right. So I had gone earlier to the store and purchased my monthly supply of Maalox.
Yeah.
And a quart of Castrol 2050.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, don't tell me you put the Maalox in the engine.
I had poured about a quarter of it in there, and I looked at the thing, and I went, "Oh, my God, it's Maalox."
You really did put the Maalox in the engine.
Gee, now this has interesting possible consequences.
I'm thinking that I have created the miracle cure for engines.
You may have.
And this could last. I mean, this engine can just go on forever. I mean,
Well,
it's
you
gotta
may have discovered the secret ingredient in STP.
Exactly.
How would we know?
Exactly.
Just tell me, you didn't also go upstairs and take a swig of the Castrol?
No. I then add the quart of mortar oil.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, sure, why not?
The more
You
the
didn't
merrier.
add very much Maalox. You put a couple of spoonsful in, right?
Oh, I put about maybe a quarter cup.
A quarter of a cup?
Quarter of a cup.
Yeah, forget it.
So I put more oil in it, and then I think I put too much oil in it because the dipstick is reading far over.
Well, if it's reading
So
far over...
I was just hoping that I could drive it until it used up all that oil.
Well, better than that, I think. I mean, because we don't know what the Maalox is going to do, I think you might want to change it for two reasons. You know, it's not good to have the thing overfilled because the oil will foam, and that's potentially more detrimental than the Maalox.
But the Maalox may also help it to foam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
And that would be not so good.
Well, when I've checked the dipstick and, taken off the thing for the oil,
Yeah.
I don't see any evidence of
Oh,
Maalox.
no, it consumed that Maalox.
It did?
Oh, yeah, that Maalox is gone.
I'm not in terrible
No,
trouble.
the chalk just got the chalk
got coated on all the cylinder
Oh, no, yeah.
I swear, this car is going to go for 500,000 miles.
Well, I'll tell you, it would be interesting. Now, obviously, this thing uses some oil. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been.
Just a little tiny bit. The 535 is very sensitive, and if it's like down a teaspoonful of any fluid, a light comes on. It
Yeah.
says check warning. It's got computers all over.
I mean, how often do you have to add a quart of oil?
Oh, maybe every 1,000 miles.
Well, I just as a matter of safety, I would have the oil and filter changed.
Okay.
But it'll be interesting to see if your oil consumption changes dramatically one way or the other due to this 1 week or so of the Maalox treatment. And I'm telling you, you may have discovered something.
I may have solved my oil consumption
Or
problem.
you may have wrecked the engine.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going with number 2.
Yeah. And then I'm talking very expensive.
Yeah, no, I rather doubt you did any damage to the engine.
Nah.
You'd be
No,
amazed.
it runs just fine.
You'd be amazed what happens to engines that nobody ever tells us.
Yeah, no, they're fine. It's fine.
See you, Cynthia.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye.
Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
I have. I knew I
Yes,
was doing something wrong.
You should try do a little less listening next time and more talking. It goes by faster.
Hey, Tom and Ray, this is Peter in Sitka, Alaska.
Hi, Peter. How you doing, man?
Well, yeah, I'm doing great, upright and awake, so it's got to be a good day.
Yeah.
Where, Alaska?
Sitka.
Like Sitka spruce. Sitka spruce is famous for guitar tops.
There you go.
Yeah, one of my many imitation Martin guitars has a Sitka spruce top. Anyway, Peter, what's going on?
Well, I've got an 84 Ford F-250 pickup that I've had since it's brand new, so, it's kind of getting on in years. It's got the big block 460, 7.6-liter engine.
7.6 liters, my God.
Well,
You gotta have
to move the house back on the foundation later in the spring if we need to.
If you have to, right.
Well, anyway, I really don't drive it all that much anymore. And I went to drive it the other day, checked the dipstick, and there was this gray, gooky oil all over it. So, the last time I drove it, it must have blown a head gasket or something. So I thought, well, the first step would be to drain the oil. I undid the drain plug, and about a gallon, I know this for a fact because my little oil catch pan is just a little over a gallon of what I would consider clean water came out before the gray, goopy oil.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, there was no smell to the oil. It didn't have a greasy, antifreezy feel to it. It was sort of tannin-colored, like you'd get from leaves in a stream. But it was basically clear.
Well, I think you may have recreated the primordial soup.
Yeah, I already threw it away, though. Darn it.
Jeez.
And the last time you started it up, it started?
Yes.
And then that was when?
Well, that was probably, I'm thinking last fall, like November, early December sometime.
So it sat from December, January, February, March, April, etc.
Yeah. Now, there's probably something else I should tell you. I don't really want to, but I'm
No,
going to
we don't want to
anyway.
be encumbered by the facts here,
Well, I know, but you guys are going to think I'm a moron. I last changed the oil in June of 2001.
Good man.
See, I've kind of taken after you guys, but I've only driven the truck 551 miles since then, so I thought, well, why change the oil? It's not really dirty.
Well, that's the problem. I think because you've driven it so little that you have – the water didn't come in from a leaky head gasket, nor did someone pour water into your crankcase. What happened is every time you ran it for that little distance that you ran it, you created
water.
You produced water because water is the primary product of combustion.
Okay.
So, so in this old clunker, not old clunker. Well,
Hey!
Careful now.
Careful.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
You have enough combustion gas getting past the rings to deposit water and carbon dioxide and whatever other products of combustion there are into your crankcase. The water condenses because you never get the thing hot enough to drive the water out. It condenses and stays in the crankcase.
Huh.
Okay, and where of course it sinks to the bottom because water is denser than oil.
Right.
Okay, and that's why the first gallon came out as water. Now, if you had continued this long enough, that is, the short distance driving without any oil changes, what eventually would happen is you'd have had a gusher. You would have pulled the dipstick out and oil would have been pouring out of the thing. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it except that
it needs an oil change.
And you did it.
So, do you think I heard anything? It starts and it runs fine.
You can't hurt this truck.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, well, what you did hurt, I'll be honest, is that when you did drive it with a 50-50 mixture, pretty close, of water and oil, you were trying to lubricate the bearings with water, which is not a bad lubricant, but it can't hold a candle to oil. So you could, if you had driven it on the highway or at high speed for an extensive amount of time,
you'd have been in trouble.
Yeah, you would have wrecked it.
Yeah, well, you can't do that here anyway, so.
Well, exactly. But I guess that's a good lesson. If you are going to change the oil infrequently, I think you're better off at the very least driving the thing as much as possible.
Or change the oil more often. I guess,
and that's one of the recommendations, by the way, in everyone's owner's book. Even if you don't drive the car very much in a given year, you should change the oil anyway. Some people say, "Well, I only drive 3,000 miles a year. Should I change the oil, more often?" And the answer is yes, you should, to avoid the Peter syndrome.
There you go.
Thanks for your call, man.
Hey, thanks, Don Ray.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. This is Patty from Belmont, Massachusetts.
Hi, Patty.
Hi.
Patty with a Y?
Yes, with a Y now, although I've had several permutations with an I, with an IE, but...
Oh, when you were a flower child?
Yes.
Oh,
in
and now that you're living in a very conservative Belmont, you went back to just a plain old Y.
The plain old Y, that's right.
Wow.
Gee, how did you...
well, it's nice that you have that option.
You were a former flower child of the 60s?
I was.
And you wound up in Belmont.
Isn't it something, huh?
Well, for those who don't know, Belmont happens to be, I would have to guess, a bastion of conservatism in the liberal Northeast. What do you say?
It's got to be one of the most boring towns that I've ever been close to. I mean, you just drive into that town and your hair starts turning blue.
You guys, that's not fair.
No, it isn't.
but it's true.
Anyway, what's up?
Well, I have a 1990 Honda Civic, and it has 125,000 miles on it. And recently, I've started to hear a tapping sound, and it's getting louder whenever I turn the wheel, either to the right or to the left. That seems to be coming from the right front wheel.
Yeah, well, we have no idea.
Okay, thanks for calling. It's been nice talking about Belmont. See you later.
You have a bad axle.
A bad axle?
Yeah, the right front axle needs to be replaced. That's where the noise is coming from, the passenger side front.
Uh-huh.
And the axle's going to break.
Ooh.
Yeah, and you're going to die a fiery death. No.
How long has it been doing this?
I would say a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't buy any green bananas.
Get it someplace. It won't. If it breaks, it won't kill you, but it will leave you stuck.
Okay, good.
So
yeah,
what made you give up
flower children?
Flower childhood.
Childness. Yeah.
I had to earn a living, so.
But why do you now, but you didn't then?
I lived off my parents, I guess, back then. It was under their auspices that I was able to be a flower child.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah. That's what our kids are doing now. we don't know it, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, but it lasted,
if you time things right, you could go from being a flower child, living off
to
your
Social
parents,
Security,
to being a flower adult, living off your kids. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, my kids are old enough to make a living.
Yeah.
Are they, though? No.
No, because they're still moving.
Because they want to be flower children. By what right, I say?
They came by it honestly.
Well, thanks for providing this insight into the flower childhood movement.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Kate calling from Charlottesville, Virginia.
Hi.
How are you, Kate?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Great. Oh, we're doing just fine. What's going on?
Well, I have an ethical question about a clutch. Sounds strange.
Yeah.
I have a VW Jetta, and a couple weeks ago, I went to a horse race we have here in Charlottesville called Foxfield.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't drive. I went out with a bunch of friends, and at the end of the day, my best friend and her roommate and I were supposed to leave on a bus.
Yeah.
So towards the end of the day, I'm looking for my friend and can't find her, so I call to find out where they are, and they're like, hey, we're coming to get you. I was like, well, how are you doing that? And they're like, well, we somehow ended up on a bus, and now we're driving your car. We're going to come pick you up. And I said, well, I know you're not driving my car because you don't know how to drive stick shift.
She said, like, yes, I am.
Oh, no. She said her roommate's driving, and she does know how to drive stick shift. I said, you sure? She's like, yeah, I'm sure. We're fine. Everything's going well. We're already driving. Like, okay. Well, I'll meet you at the front gate. So got to the front gate. Half an hour later, I call them again because they're not there. And they're like, well, we're down at this church down the road. How about you just come meet us? The police wouldn't let us get to the front gate.
The car won't go anymore.
Yeah. Oh, no, they don't mention that.
No, of course not. And the churches, most people don't turn to violence when they're in the presence of a church. So it was good that they chose the church.
Well, I get down to the church. I hitch a ride, and they're not in my car waiting for me. I thought that was strange, so I find them. And they're like, yeah, we get to this stop sign, and your car's, all of a sudden it won't go into first gear. And so we jammed it into second and made it up this hill and rolled into the parking lot. And now there's something wrong with the clutch. So needless to say, the clutch was completely gone. Now, my question is, since it's a 95, it had 117,000 miles on the car.
Right.
With the original clutch.
Yeah.
She has offered to pay, for the damage if,
She has.
Yeah, she said,
Did you have to put her in a headlock or something, or did she just do this willingly?
Well, I was kind of angry. I didn't beat her up in the church parking lot, but it did end up costing about $600.
Sure.
So I just don't want to charge her $600 if it could have possibly just been due to the fact that the car had so many miles on the original clutch.
Well, with 117,000, you were on borrowed time with the clutch.
Okay.
You know, so I think it would be unfair to ask her to pay. I mean, did she admit that she really didn't know how to drive stick shift?
Well, she was like, I don't know, it seemed to be going fine. When I sat in the car to see if the clutch was gone, and the driver's seat was like really close to the steering wheel. So it was almost like, how could you not ride on the clutch?
Yeah. Well, sometimes if you're driving a car that's unfamiliar to you, it's always good to get real close to the glass.
Right.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I'd be hard-pressed to ask her to pay more than $100.
That was my number.
Okay.
Might this strain the relationship between you and your best friend?
I would hope not. I don't think so.
All right, go for 300.
I think you have to charge her $100.
All right.
Because
no, you don't. You don't have to charge her anything.
Not even for stealing my car.
She stole the car. I mean, she had no business driving someone else's car. She didn't know what the hell she was going to do.
Yeah.
And I think...
Well, no, she didn't steal your car. Your best friend stole it and would have driven it herself, except she didn't, right?
This is a good point.
Except she didn't know how to drive, so she coerced this gal into driving your car and said, you can drive stick shift. And she must have said, no, I can't. Oh, yeah, you can do it. I know how to do it. I'll show you.
When I talked to her, she was like, no, I mean, I know how to drive stick. I
think,
don't know what happened.
I think so. I think you should give her $50 for delivering the car to you.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you could certainly say, you know what, forget it.
Uh-huh.
You know, and knowing that at 117,000, the same thing could have happened to you.
For some reason, I'm not in such a generous mood today. Because I think that what her friends did was unconscionable. You don't just go steal somebody's car.
Well, no,
because she's your friend. Especially if you yourself know you can't drive it, and you're going to find someone else to drive it, and then the someone else wrecks it because she doesn't know how to drive it either. I'm having trouble being so generous to the two of them.
I never knew you were such a jerk. I'll never borrow a car from you.
No, they deserve to pay something.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, I don't know.
I don't know.
You do what you think is best, but I think $100 would be more than enough.
Okay.
To charge, and if in my humble opinion, if you just wanted to say, forget it, it's okay.
No lessons learned.
Let's not worry about it because friendship is much more valuable than $100.
Not that kind of.
If you can get $400 from them, then I go for it. Good luck, Kate.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right, look, it's time to take a break.
Hi, am I on?
You are, man.
This is Matt from Richmond, Virginia. How are you?
You know, Matt, for the first 10 years that we did this radio show, those were our first words every show.
Really?
Are we on?
Well, you know, we had a pretty low-tech operation here when we started doing the show. And we had an engineer and us, and that was pretty much it. Now we have a producer, assistant producer. We have a producer in waiting. We have an assistant producer, an assistant producer in waiting. We have a web lackey, and we got we got menu advisor. We got all kinds of stuff. But in the old days, it was just me, Tommy, the engineer, and the phone. And the engineer would, when the appropriate hour came and the second hand of the clock approached the right time, he would point to us, signifying that we were on, except we weren't sure that he was telling us the truth all the time. So we would ask him, are we on? And
wrong number?
It took us about a decade to notice that the red light also came on at the same time he pointed to us.
Hey, there's a red light up there.
There you go.
Is that the red light?
That is the red light.
Get out!
That says on it, you ready for this? On air.
No, does it?
So we're all on, Matt. What can we do for you?
Well, I have a really old Grand Marquis wagon. It's an 89, and it's got about 162,000 miles on it.
Oh, good for you.
It's been working very well, except for 2 months ago, I lost track of fourth gear. It's an automatic, but it just suddenly, when I would go up about 40, 45 miles per hour, instead of shifting into fourth, they would shift into neutral.
Oh, that's bad.
Well, there's also this odd little thing that is in the non-overdrive position. I can drive in normal drive, and it works fine.
Right.
Wait. When does it work fine?
It has a drive and an overdrive position on the shifter.
Yeah.
It works fine in the drive because it's not trying to get to that fourth gear.
Right. Okay.
See, what happens is it goes up and it tries to get fourth gear, but instead it's like neutral, and the car just loses momentum until it downshifts.
Oh, right. So when you're in D, it only goes up to 3.
Right, and then it's just this void.
Okay.
Hey, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
An 89 Grand Marquis could have...
What?
I don't know if it has a...
What?
It could have a vacuum modulator on the transmission.
Ooh.
And if that is not getting vacuum, or if that's broken,
89.
That could keep you from shifting into high gear. But I don't remember that far back.
It could have a vacuum modulator.
It could. If it does, you might be lucky. If not...
Yeah, I'm hoping it's something loose in the shifter.
Yeah, I think your wallet's going to come loose when you find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But get it to a shop and find out if you need a transmission rebuild or something less serious.
Oh, gosh, I hope not.
Good luck, man.
Well, if you do, forget about it. Because third gear is fine. I mean, when automatic transmissions first became viable, they only had 2 gears, low and high. And that was it. You now have 3.
Right, but what you don't have is the overdrive gear.
Big deal.
So it does cut into your mileage probably by 20 or 25%, I would imagine.
Well, it doesn't cut into your mileage as much as getting a transmission rebuild.
Yeah, that'll really cut into your mileage.
Because you won't have any money for gas.
What would you suggest my top speed limit be?
Anything you want.
You can drive 60. I mean, it doesn't mean you can drive as fast as you want. It's just that the engine will rev a lot higher.
Right.
And you'll just get poorer mileage.
And when it comes to transmissions in general, they usually come with far more gears than you really need.
Right. My brother's, that's his theory. One's enough for him.
Hey,
man.
Matt, good luck to you, pal.
Good luck.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
Oh, boy. 888 Car Talk. That's 888.
If you listen to this show, would you call us to get advice?
Not anymore. 888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Amanda from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Hi, Amanda.
Hello, and I have I think it's a 2002 Nissan Frontier. I'm not sure about the age.
Okay.
And the front driver's side wheel makes this crazy noise when I go over even the tiniest cracks in the pavement or anything. It's like clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. It's like calling your name.
Yeah.
Yeah, so finally I'm calling to find out what the heck is this thing.
And this obviously is a noise that you can't drown out with your stereo.
Well, actually I can, and so that's usually what I do. But if I have the window down, I hear it, and it's completely annoying.
And it's worse if you're driving next to parked cars. You probably get the reflection of the sun. Yeah. Could be pretty annoying, huh?
Yes, totally.
You'd really like to know what this is, I bet.
Well, and I also need to know if it's safe, because my family is going to be driving from Woodburn, Oregon, where the car is, to Santa Fe, where we're moving to.
Are you going to be in the car?
No, I'm not, actually. I'm already here, but...
Oh, you're already here. So,
yes.
So the car is there.
The car is there, correct.
The car is there.
Anytime you get noises coming from a wheel, you got to assume it isn't safe.
Yeah.
Because
and you should have assumed this maybe months ago when you first started hearing it.
Probably.
But that's okay. We're going to bail you out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think in this situation it's probably not dangerous. Well, it could be something like a wheel falling off.
Right.
I doubt that's the case. It probably would have happened by now. It's more likely to be something called a stabilizer link that's worn out.
Okay.
There's a stabilizer bar which helps to stabilize the vehicle so it doesn't pitch too much on turns.
Uh-huh.
And that bar runs across the front of the frame of the car, or truck in this case.
Right.
And there's a link that attaches that bar to the lower control arm on each side. And one of those links is worn out, so every time you hit even the smallest little bump, you're getting that clink. It sounds like someone rattling loose change in a coffee can.
Yeah, oh yeah. Anything.
Yeah, that's what it is. So you can have your family live in fear that a wheel's going to fall off and not attend to it. But I think you should take it someplace and at least verify that that's what it is.
Okay, and if it is that, it's not terribly dangerous?
It's not dangerous at all.
Oh, okay.
And it's not expensive to fix either.
Okay, excellent.
So your determination about whether to fix it is mostly determined by what the price will be?
Probably.
No, I'll get it fixed.
Okay.
And how long did you drive it with this noise before you gave it up?
Well, I noticed it probably a year ago.
A year ago?
That's a terrible thing. I mean, how can you live with a noise like that for a year and not be worried sick?
Well, when I'd hear it, I would be worried, but when I had my stereo on loud, I couldn't hear it, and I wouldn't worry about it.
Amanda, this is from the guy who for 8 months drove a car whose windshield wipers worked when they wanted to. I'd say, how can you drive this car when you know the windshield wipers are not likely to work when you want them? He said, he mumbled.
It hardly ever rains around here.
Anyway, get it looked at, Amanda. You'll feel better.
I will.
And
Thank
it'll
you
be
so
cheap.
much.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it'll be like $100 or less.
Okay, I can do that. That's
all right.
good.
You can
All
do
right.
it. I know you can.
Bye.
Thank you.
888 Car
No,
Talk.
but how can people drive around for a year with a noise that they have no idea about? What is it? I don't know what it is. It could be the wheel falling off. I'm just going to keep going.
Well, here's what happens. The wheel doesn't fall off.
I know.
Days and days go by.
But don't you ever think about
It's like when you look in the mirror, you say, I got to do something with this hair. You never do. 888 Car Talk.
I just want to
when was the last
people.
time you had someone do something with that head of hair?
What are you talking about?
Hey, there you go.
Perfect.
888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. It's becoming a national crisis. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Sven from Lake Worth, Florida.
SVEN.
That's correct.
Okay, we're with you.
What's up?
I have a question for you. I've always dreamed of owning an early 60s Austin Healey.
Uh-huh.
And I have a friend of mine that, as my luck would have it, he owns the car of my dreams.
Oh.
He's got a 62 Austin Healey 3000.
Oh, man.
Now, the downside is that it's been stored in his garage for about the last, 25 years.
Yeah.
And it has not been driven.
Well, perfect. It hasn't been worn out. Right?
Yeah.
That's true. But my question is how I could get you guys to give me some suggestions as to how John would sell the car. And Tommy, since I know you love MGs and have driven them, what can I expect as far as problems or repairs to make this car drivable?
Well, I don't know. What kind of shape was it in 25 years ago when he put it in there?
See, that's the problem. I get the impression from him that the car, something happened, and I don't know what.
Oh, no, something
and
always
that's
happens.
That's why it ended up getting put in the garage and stored. Yeah,
Right.
I'll get to it.
Okay.
And time dims the memory.
Exactly.
So there was some cataclysmic event.
Well, I haven't seen the car. He won't even show it to me because it's
might be
piled
frightening.
with stuff and junk and up on blocks and.
But does he not remember what happened to it 25 years ago?
No, or if he does, he won't.
He won't. No, he's blocked it out. He's blocked. Look it. I got to say this about these kinds of cars.
Yeah.
If you've owned a car like an Austin Healey or an MG like my brother has owned, or Triumphs, all those other jalopies he's owned, you're used to a constant barrage of breakdowns. There's not a day that goes by that something catastrophic doesn't happen.
If you're not pushing that every day, something's wrong.
So you can only imagine.
What's nice about it is it's very light.
But you could only imagine what must have happened to cause this thing to be put into the garage 25 years ago. It must have been such a major ordeal that he threw his hands up and said, "Oh my God,
I'll never fix it."
And of course, he had to block it out because he was being tormented by it. He couldn't sleep at night. And he eventually blocked it out. So whatever is wrong with this car is going to be a nightmare to fix. That's my prediction. But
well, that's probably true, and that's the joy of it. No, it really is. I mean, if you could get it, you have a place to keep it?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a garage that you can put the thing up on blocks?
For the next 20 years?
Well, my wife has always said, whenever I've inquired as to our, buying a car like John's, her question was, well, where are you going to park it?
Yeah.
Well, we built a garage, so that problem is solved.
Excellent. Here's what I'll do.
Yeah.
When the winter comes here in the great frozen north, I will come down to Florida.
Okay.
And we will get the car from his garage to your garage.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out what's wrong with it.
Okay.
And we'll figure out where to get the parts. And we'll get started.
Right, and then 5 years later, you might drive it.
Okay.
Well, that's right. It might be 5 years.
No. I mean,
what do you care? It's better that somebody's working on it then
That's
it's
true.
just sitting there dying.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to put it in your garage for the next 25 years. Then you can sell it back to him. So it doesn't make any difference what you pay for it.
No, he's
Because you're going to get the money back in 25 years.
He's going to have to get it away from me.
It's like an annuity.
Because when I go out for that test drive, I'm going to go directly to 95 North.
Okay.
All right, Sven, I think whatever it costs, you should do it. But you can do some research and find out what this thing is worth. But unless he can be a little more specific about letting you see it and giving you some idea what led to its winding up in storage, I'd be reluctant to offer him very much money for it. And I think you need to talk to his wife.
Okay.
You need to find out how desperate she is to get rid of it. Because if she really is desperate, you have a very big bargaining chip.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what led to my brother's 4 divorces. Yeah, and maybe she, if she's been around long enough, is she wife number 1, 2, or 3?
I think she's wife number 1.
Yeah, but he's only known her half as long as he's owned the car.
Right.
So she's no help.
Oh, she's no help, yeah.
No.
You might have to talk to his 8th grade teacher. Anyway, try to get to the bottom of what happened to this thing before you put any money on it. And you can take it someplace and have somebody see if they can fire it up.
Okay.
You know, if
No, we will do that. We'll do that when I come down there.
Okay.
We. You're not including me.
He and I.
Oh, and you're going to live in the garage with the car? You can sleep in the car.
What do I care?
I guess not. Sven, he'll be there in the morning. See you later, man.
All righty. Thanks for your help.
Take care.
I'll give you a call.
Bye-bye. Hey, I think it's time for us to take a little break. I think my brother needs a little rest. He hasn't been himself today.
What do you mean? I've been helpful, concise. I've even given out a couple of right answers.
Like I said, you're not yourself today.
We'll be back with more of your calls and a brand spanking new puzzler as soon as my brother comes up with one.
Which will be just a minute, so stay tuned. Give us a call. The number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-822-78255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hey, guys. This is Derry calling from Red Lodge, Montana.
Derry?
Derry, yep.
How do you spell that?
D-A-R-I.
D-A...
Oh.
Dari. See, I would
call it, yeah.
See, on the East Coast...
We would say Dari, but
Dari, not to convince you with the place
she can say it any way she wants. Well, it's not your name. It's her name.
I'm trying to help out here, but I wouldn't want to confuse you with some place where cows that give milk are kept.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm from Massachusetts, and so my mom would agree with you guys.
She would.
Is this a nickname or is this your whole name?
No, that's my whole name, and my middle name is Tuck because I was born on Nantucket.
Oh.
Very and
you got a couple of hippies for parents?
Well, it was back in the 60s, so I suppose.
Yeah.
They sound like a couple of wackos.
And where does Dari come from?
Oh, my mom made it up, which kind of goes with the whole hippie
And
idea.
where are you from now?
Red Lodge, Montana.
Red Lodge, Montana.
Montana.
What are you doing there?
Actually, my husband and the kids were getting ready to move to Wyoming this summer.
Really?
Yep.
And what did you name your kids, if I may dare to ask?
We named them McKenna and Colton.
Oh, that's not terrible. I mean,
no, not too hippie.
Not too hippie. Do they have middle names, the kids?
Oh, they do, but we digress.
No. What's McKenna's middle name?
McKenna's middle name is Daisy.
Daisy.
Davy with a D.
Yeah, we got it.
And what's the other kid's name? Colton what?
Colton James.
James? What kind of a crazy name is that?
All right. Well, we've given you a hard enough time. Is there anything we can help you with?
Well, the funny thing is, you've heard the expression, the sky is falling.
Yeah.
In this case, we got a call from the dealer in Billings that the truck is falling. And the truck, we brought our truck to a dealership in Billings to get a sensor replaced, and we got a call that it fell 5 feet off the hydraulic lift.
Oh, what kind of an inept moron could drop a vehicle off a lift?
I know, and apparently the mechanic that was working on it is like NBA, height. So it was like up as high as it could go.
Oh, man.
I know.
Oh, boy.
What kind of truck is it, and how old is it?
Well, it's a 2001 Chevy Silverado, and of course in Montana we use it as our plow truck, so there was a couple 100 pounds of sandbags in the bed.
Oh.
So how much damage was done to the truck? Is it gonzo?
It has about $6,000 worth of damage to it.
Ah.
And they're willing, of course, to repair it, covering their costs.
Yeah.
But we have kind of, our issues are, since we're getting ready to move, we don't know if we should keep the truck.
Yeah.
We don't know if we should trade the truck in with them for another used truck. We don't really want to pay for a new truck.
Right.
And then we don't know if maybe we should just sell it ourselves. And do we really have to tell someone what happened to it?
Oh, you got to tell. Yeah. Let me see. The windshield has a couple of scratches. I fell off the lift. Yeah, I mean,
so we just need some advice from you guys. We don't know what to do with this truck that now has been in an accident.
The funny part of it here is that the place that dropped it is also the place that told you what's wrong with it and the place where it's going to be fixed. And that's kind of a funny combination.
Yeah, that smacks of conflict of interest,
Yeah, I mean, they should not be the ones who are estimating what's wrong with it because they're the ones that did it.
Right.
Yeah, so I would certainly take it someplace else. I have to tell you, I had a little mishap one day, and I dropped the vehicle off the lift.
You didn't?
Yeah, I did. And it was not a truck. It was instead a Nissan Z, an older one. And it was totaled. And the reason it got totaled may be very different from the circumstances surrounding your truck, even though it fell from about the same distance. Number one, your truck has a full frame. And as such, it probably didn't rack the body so that the frame turned into a parallelogram. The Nissan did.
Oh, okay.
And it was not fixable. But your truck probably suffered more body damage. And also the Nissan was very old, and the body was rusted, so it distorted a lot more readily.
Okay.
But who knows? I mean, I haven't seen the thing, so you have to take it some other place.
Okay.
And just take it to an independent body shop and tell them what happened. And get an estimate. If they say, "Oh, the frame is bent," and that may be the first thing they would do, I'd send it to an alignment shop, and see if the frame is in fact bent, and if it is, that should be the first thing you should try to fix.
Okay.
So they think it's about $6,000 worth of damage.
Yep.
It doesn't. That sounds awfully low to me.
Well, so it was on the way up on the lift.
Actually, I think it was up there, and the way they explained it was that the teeth in one of the supports gave way, and then it kind of got hung up, and then it kind of crashed down.
Yeah, I'm sure there were a few tense moments in the shop. See, when I dropped the car off the lift, it was bada-boom. There was no hanging there. It just fell right off the lift. So, jeez. Yeah, now I would take it some other place. I don't think I trust these guys. Tell them, look, it's not a matter of trust, but you need a second opinion because you're moving away. And you want to make sure that when something goes wrong, you're not going to be able to come back to these guys.
Right.
Because it's not going to be practical. So you have to make sure that the truck is A1. And not that you don't trust them, but you can certainly take it someplace else, get another opinion, and then take it back to these guys to have them fix it. Or, better than that, their insurance will pay for it.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, their insurance. If they don't have insurance, they'll pay for it out of pocket.
Okay. And it's easy enough to fix? Like if they say they fixed it, it can be fixed?
Oh, if it's fixed and aligned.
Okay.
Then it's okay.
Then it'll be okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But just in case, trade it in. No. Oh, good luck, Derry.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. Great to talk to you.
Same here.
Just
Bye now.
tell me this. When the customer came in to get the car that you dropped.
He didn't come in.
He didn't?
Well, no, he's too busy crying. No, I called him on the phone, and I had done other work to the car already. I told him, I said, I already changed the oil, and we fixed a coolant leak, and I dropped the car off the lift. And I don't think he was that upset until I started laughing. And I was laughing because, you have that giddy laughter that you have when you've escaped death. And if for 1 second I could have been under the car.
Yeah.
And you would have been doing the show all by yourself for the last 15 years. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I was very lucky, and I conveyed that to him with my laughter.
And?
He didn't take kindly to that.
He didn't?
No, he didn't. And
did he bring any big guys to come with him?
He was a pretty big guy, but he, no, that's, I don't.
But was he angry? Was he?
Well, let's put it this way. He's never come back.
That's all I wanted to know.
888
Okay.
Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Little did he know that I would make his car famous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
If he's... Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. This is Todd in Orlando, Florida.
Hey, Todd.
Hey.
What's going on in Orlando,
Well,
Florida?
I've got a dilemma.
Uh-huh.
I convinced my girlfriend, who was in need of a car, to buy an older car because it was big, safe, and easy to work on.
Uh-huh.
What was it?
It was 1973 Ford LTD.
I think I've owned a couple of those in a previous life. Yeah. So you're no longer speaking, I take it.
Well, he's speaking, but she's not.
Did she move out?
You could say that.
You could say that.
You could say that. The car has started belching black smoke and backfiring, and I can hear her coming minutes away. The last time she came over to the condo to visit, it backfired severely and gave the neighbor's cat a heart attack. The cat died.
Really?
Yes. And so I'm getting letters from the condo association, and to make matters worse, we had the bright idea of trying to get the neighbor a new cat. There's a stray in the condos that doesn't have a tail. My girlfriend named him Stumpy, so we seduced him in the house. As soon as I shut the door, he mauled me mercilessly.
Yeah, well, because he's a wild cat.
Apparently.
Yeah.
He jumped in the fish tank and ate about 4 fish, and this all in about 20 seconds.
Todd, you got to quit while you're ahead, man, and you ain't ahead at this point. So quit before you fall any farther behind.
Well, that's why I'm calling. Now I'm trying to save my happy home.
Yeah, what do you
I'm
want
trying
from
to
us?
save my happy relationship.
So you want to know what's wrong with the LTD?
No, you want to know what's wrong with the cat.
Both.
Well, the cat,
Both.
I'm sure
my
you
happy home, and my friend's under the impression that I'm the best mechanic that ever lived with this old car.
Oh, I see.
So your reputation is at stake here. If I had to guess, I'd say this vehicle is the right age to have a timing chain that's jumped. This has a 351 engine in it, and I'm pretty sure this had a plastic gear on the cam.
Didn't you have an LTD?
I used to. It caught fire in
Did it?
Yes, in
what
Montreal.
What are the chances of that?
In the hotel. But anyway, I think you have a timing chain rather that's jumped. And that would explain the backfiring, the belching smoke. I'm sure it runs lousy.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the easiest way to determine whether or not the chain is jumped is to put a timing light on it.
Okay.
And you're going to find out that the timing mark is nowhere to be found. In other words, when you hook the thing up to number one cylinder, every time that light flashes, it's supposed to illuminate the timing mark, and it's supposed to show up on the grid. I don't know what the spec is for this thing, but I'm guessing you're not going to be able to find the mark. It's going to be so far off, it's going to tell you the chain is jumped.
You can do this, but...
What's your level of... how would you assess, on a scale of 1 to 5, your level of mechanical expertise or competence?
I'd say I'm a shade tree mechanic on the far end of the pasture.
On the far end. Yeah, well, I mean, getting the crank pulley off is going to be...
This is not easy.
That's going to be the biggest stumbling block. That's going to freeze you right in your tracks right there.
Okay.
So when you can't get that off, you'll have to take it someplace. But the good news is, this is easy to do given the right tools. And it's I don't know, a few $100 job.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's worth doing.
Oh, yeah, because...
I mean, how many miles are this thing?
You'll never replace those fish, but it'll make get your girlfriend back in the house. Good luck, Todd. And I hope they don't drum you out of the condo association.
Well, thank you, guys.
All righty. And by the way, this just to add a little salt to the wound, this is not, even though it's a big car, it's by no means anywhere near as safe. I mean, quite honestly, I'd rather be driving a Hyundai Accent than driving this
thing. It's a quarter the size of this,
but
it has airbags.
Yeah, a brand new one, because it has, side airbags. It has so many things that this vehicle doesn't have. Anti-lock brakes and things which this LTD, doesn't possess.
That's a very good point. Well, I appreciate that.
So I would fix it up and sell it, and then buy her a modern car with airbags and anti-lock brakes and the like, and I think she'll be a lot safer.
Yeah, she'll visit you more often too.
Good luck, Todd.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
Oh, man.
He's going to need it. Tried to lure the cat in. Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Our esteemed producer is Doug the Subway Fugitive, not a slave to fashion, Bongo Boy Berman. Our associate producers are David the Calves of Belleville Green, Carly High Voltage Nix, and Catherine Flaublucher Fenolosa. Our web lackey is Doug the Old Gray Mare, assisted by Connie Britchford. Our engineer is John Cartman Perotti. Our interns are Ariel Niedermeyer and Kara McKnight. And our theme music is by David Dog Grisman. Our technical, spiritual, and menu advisor, just back from the Seneca Lake rump steak, sponge cake, milkshake, bran flake, shake and bake, is John Bugsy Lawler. Our public opinion pollster is Paul Murky of Murky Research, assisted by statistician Margin O'Vera. Our customer care representative is Hayward Jabuzoff. Our personal makeup artist is Bud Tugley. Our physical therapist is Estelle Hertz. Our caffeine addiction counselor is Bruno Moore. Our furnace repairman is Levon Coates. Our sidewalk clothing vendor is Chip Pants.
Chip Pants.
Our tolerance quality control guy is Nat Sass. Our official spokesperson is Howie Vasev. Our big band leader is Juan and a Two. Our Russian chauffeur is Peikoff and Dropov. And our seat cushion tester is Mike Easter. Our chief counsel from the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham and Howe is Hugh Lewis Dewey, known to the jaywalkers with pedestrian rage in Harvard Square as Huey Louie Dewey. Thanks so much for listening. We're Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers. And remember, don't drive like my brother.
And remember this.
Yes.
Don't drive like my brother.
We'll be back next week. Bye-bye. The number is 888-CAR TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Maximilian.
Oh, of course.
Maximilian.
Max.
We'll call you Max for short.
Where are you from, Max?
Max, I'm from Valencia, California.
Yes.
And I'm listening to your program. I enjoy it so much. And I feel you two brothers are real mensch. Not only this, you know, your audience are so funny. And I have a problem, and I thought maybe I'll give you a call and you might solve the problem I have.
What did you say about the stench? I didn't get all that.
And you're right. And if we can't solve it, our audience can solve it because they're the ones with the brains and we are the morons.
Well, I've been in the car business all my life. That's why I like your talk show. And last Friday the 13th, I had a problem, and I can't get out of this problem.
Yeah.
You know, the car salesmen, they're standing in the driveway waiting for customers.
Uh-huh.
They work on the up system. And I saw one of my salesmen.
What system?
You know, they call it up system.
Oh, the next guy up.
In the driveway, the first one that
First
comes
one
in,
up. Right.
It's his customer.
Yeah. Right.
They work on commission.
Of course.
And I see one of my salesmen at 5 o'clock go to his bike across the street 10 times and come back to the showroom, change his mind. I said, George, what's the matter with you? He said, Max, it's 5 o'clock. I didn't eat all day, and every time I go to the bike to go to eat, my mind tells me I think a customer will come, and I change my mind. I say, Judge, I can't believe it. You can't live this way. Why won't you call me? I'll take your turn, and you won't lose anything. He said, Max, can I go now? I said, sure. He jumps into his bike. He takes off like crazy, and an old woman just bought a brand-new Camry driving by. Bang! He hits her phone pump. My God, what unlucky day. I ran down to the woman. I want to help my salesman. The woman comes out of the car. She looks at the front bumper. She says, my God, I just bought this car. I said, well, ma'am, you could have killed my salesman. She said, I know, I wasn't watching. Right. She was so honest. She said, the salesman didn't show me how to turn on the air conditioner. It was 100 degrees in Valencia. I'm trying to find this air conditioner. And bang! Now, she thought she hit him. I know
That's
that
good.
He hit her. So I relaxed. I relaxed. I said, oh, thanks God. He said, ma'am, you're so honest, I'll take care of you. She said, you will? Yeah. I said, I have a big body shop. I'll put a new bumper, and we'll forget about the... I like your honesty that you said that you weren't watching. And I saw how my stupid salesman took off. He looked to the right instead of to the left and took off with his bike. So I take her to the body shop, and I call Rick. I say, Rick, call Toyota. They'll send you the same color bumper, put 4 screws, put the new bumper, and that's the end of the story. So he calls Toyota, and they send him a bumper. And the woman tells me, Max, can I go across the street? There's Target, there's Mervyn Shopping Center while he'll fix my bumper. I said, great idea. And
like the bicycle, right?
No. So she goes across the street. Poor woman didn't know that the body shop closes at 6. 8:30, she comes with 20 bags. She's looking around, no car. The body shop is closed. There's nobody.
I got it. She buys a new car from George.
No, right. Listen to this. This is a real story. I have a problem.
Oh, there's a problem at the end of this story.
They called me from down the street. He said, Max, there's an old nice woman screaming her Toyota, her dog. I said, what dog? I didn't know she had a dog in the car. I take my keys, I run to the body shop, I open this huge metal door, 3 doors at a time with the chains.
Yeah.
And what do I see? They pushed 35 cars behind her car. Everything went in. I go to the back seat of the car. I see a cage with a little schnauzer, and he's dead.
No.
He's with his legs up. I started sweating. My heart started beating. This stupid body man put the car next to the paint booth. Everything locked. Concrete roof in the body shop, 110 degrees. I start sweating. My heart started beating. I said, that's all I need now. I went crazy. I'm lucky I'm working 20 years in Valencia. I know everybody. Right away, I go to the phone, and I call a customer of mine that has a pet store. And I say, Joe, I have a big problem. He said, Max, what's happened? I said, they just killed the schnauzer in my body shop. He said, Max, how did they kill him? I said, it doesn't matter. Do you have a schnauzer? He said, Max, I don't. I like you. If I had a schnauzer, I'll give you one. I said, Joe, you have to help me. He said, I'll help you. He goes to his computer, start locating, and said, Max, you're lucky.
The schnauzer
20 miles from here in Acton, there's a German breeder named Hans, shows 12 schnauzers. I said, really? I take the car 300 miles an hour. I come to this breeder. I put the schnauzer on his table, and I say, Hans, I need a miniature schnauzer like this one. He looks at me. He said, Max, you're in the wrong place. I said, what do you mean? They told me you have 12. He said, Max, I do have 12, but those 12 that I have, they're champions. They're purebred. I bring them from Germany. I have all the certificate. This miniature schnauzer will cost you from $1,500 to $2,000 a piece. I said, what? $1,200 to $2,000? I counted every pocket. I had $375. I said, Hans, I don't need a champion. I don't need a purebred. I want to replace this dead one. All I have is $375. Please help me. He said, Max, you don't want to breed them? I said, no, I want to replace this dead one. He said, wait a minute, I have something for you. He goes to his backyard. He comes with a miniature schnauzer. He said, Max, you're lucky. He's a year old. He's home trained. I love him. I don't have any certificate. I'll give it to you as is for $275. I said, great.
No warranty?
No, as is.
As is, right.
I give him right away the $275. It was a salt and pepper gray schnauzer. He takes the dead one. He puts him in a box. He takes the live one. He puts him in a cage. I give him the $275, and I drive down to the dealership, and the woman is walking in the showroom nervous. I come, I say, thanks God. I couldn't believe what I found, the same dog. I say, honey, here's your keys. Here's your car outside. Let me help you with all the stuff you bought. She said, Max, don't help me. I had it today. She takes the stuff. She goes to the car. She looks from the front window. She looks in again. She turns right away to the other side of the car. She looks and says inside the car, She threw all the stuff she was holding in her hand. She comes to the showroom screaming, Max! In German, she screamed. This is nicht mein Hund. That's not my dog. I say, what dog? I say, Max, don't play games with me. If you won't get me my dog right away, I'll call the police. You'll have a big problem. I say, Ma'am, I swear to God, I don't know. Is this your car? He said, Max, when I drove by here, I had a dead dog in the car. I said, what dead dog?
I could see it coming, you know.
What dead dog? She said, Max, where's my dog? I said, I have it. She said, where? I said, Hans. She said, how did you get to Hans? I said, well, I thought they killed him in my body shop. So we went back to Hans. She saw him sitting in a box. She said, Max, you're lucky you have my dog. I thought I'm dying. I didn't know if to laugh or to cry. She takes her dead dog and she wants to take off. I say, Ma'am, I really apologize. What happened? Say, Max, you're something else. Let me tell you. I never had any children. This dog is 17 years and 3 months old. And this morning I had to pick up my new Toyota. She went to the bedroom to take the dog. He was dead. So she went crazy. She calls her sister, and she tells him, I don't know what to do. Snoopy died, and I have to pick up a new car. He's all my life. So her sister says, what do you want? He's almost 18 years old. He is blind. Time came. Thanks God you got rid of him. Say, it's easy for you, but that's all my life. She said, well, what do I do? He said, I'll tell you what you do. If you come to Thousand Oaks, the pet hospital, in 48 hours, they'll freeze him and they'll stuff him, and it looks like alive, and you'll have him forever in your bedroom. That's dormoty, something like this. So she took the dog, and she ran to pick up her car, and that's what happened. And she takes off with the dead dog, and I'm sitting there with my live dog, trying to give him back to the Hans, the breeder. He had a sign, no refunds. And he said, Max, I'm running a business. You own this dog. I said, I don't need this dog. Didn't you see what happened? He said, Max, I don't care. Dead dog, no dead dog. I'm running a business. It's your dog. I said, okay, can I leave it in consignment? He said, sure. I said, give me half the money. I just want him to a good home. He said, Max, we'll see what holidays are coming, see what I'll do. Guess what? This Friday I get a note from him that he wants $75 a week to feed him. Now I have a payment.
All because
now
you were
I have
trying...
a payment. So what I need help from you, if your audience can find a real good home for this miniature salt and pepper schnauzer, I'll really appreciate it. He's a good dog. He's a year old, but no paperwork.
No paperwork, but house trained.
House trained.
He's house trained.
Right.
Okay. I mean, this is a business we haven't started yet. I mean, we've been matching up people, but we've never matched up pets with people.
Yeah.
So we will do that. Absolutely.
What I really wanted is to give it to the old woman that her dog passed away.
Sure. Yeah.
And I felt bad for her.
Well, this one could play with the other one. It wouldn't be too exciting.
Well, it's not a joke. It's a true story.
No, I know it's a joke. You know, you couldn't have made up a story like this. This had to be true. I knew the story was true from the beginning because you couldn't have made it up.
I really want this dog to have a good home because, you know, the whole story is sad in a way.
Sure.
Well, you're a good guy, Max, and you tell a great story. Nobody can tell that story like you told it. And we will find. Do you have a name for this little schnauzer?
No, I don't have a name.
That's the first thing we have to do is come up with a name.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
we'll work on a name, and we'll put ads in the paper every day.
I like this little schnauzer. I go to him every weekend. I have no problem giving him my name.
Yeah, I was going to say
Max
his name should be Max.
Max is
good.
Good.
His name should be Max.
Okay, we'll
Don't
do
you
it.
think so?
Yeah,
Max?
I think so. Max is it.
We're looking for a home for little Max.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
It's good talking to you.
Thanks for calling.
Our pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We're gonna find a home for Max.
Anybody who, first of all, lives in California would be nice. So within driving distance.
He ships. He'll ship.
He'll ship. I'm afraid of shipping the little schnauzer on a plane. If you're interested in the little schnauzer, Max, he didn't say whether Max was a male or female.
I think he's a male.
Must be male.
Yeah, I think it's a male.
Yeah.
Yeah, no papers though.
But no papers. You don't need papers. He's house trained. Just let us know, and we'll make a matchup here.
Yes, we will. Well,
man.
It happened again. You have squandered another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
This is Max.
Oh, no!
No, not Max! Max! Hey, you want to buy a schnauzer?
I have a schnauzer.
Yes, we know that.
I couldn't believe how many animal lovers there is in this country. It's really the phone and the faxes didn't stop coming.
Really?
And guess what?
What?
I just couldn't believe what happened. A TV station from Great Britain that has a 7 series of dog stories heard the story, and they called me right away, and they say, Max, we can't believe it. If you can get this English woman together with you to talk to her, we might put you with the English woman in one of these 7 series. I say, I'll try, and I called her.
Yeah.
I called her, and she wasn't there. I called her sister. She said, Max, she was so lonely, she went back to England, and I can give you her phone number. I took her phone number, I called England, and she told me, Max, if you still have him, I want him. I can't take it anymore. So she's coming back in 2 weeks, and I'm gladly giving her the dog.
Hey, we actually we must have gotten, how many phone calls did we get? Hundreds and hundreds. We got hundreds and hundreds of phone calls and letters from people who wanted the schnauzer.
Oh, you should see the faxes that I received.
Unbelievable.
And my heart broke the way one wants it for his mother, and one wants it for his son, and one wants it because his dog dies. I have to send you those faxes.
No, we have enough. We don't want any more.
Okay, I'm on my way north. I'm so happy she's coming back and taking the dog.
Well.
And I want you to thank all the people that really has this sense for animals. They're great people. We have a great country and great people.
Thank you for calling, and we will keep you posted, and I want to meet this English woman, too.
That's what I want to do. When she'll come, we'll take picture of her with the 2 dogs, the dead one and the live one.
So that's what we want.
Either way, you get your dog back. Thank you for calling, Max.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I have to say that some of the mail we got suggested that Max was not being totally on the up and up with us, and that he made up this whole story. Good as it was.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay, I mean, I know I'm gullible.
Well, what will prove it to us is the picture of the 2 dogs.
Yeah.
We want to see the dead one.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he does send us the picture, we will post it on cartalk.com.
And the only way they can prove to us that the second dog is dead is by having a pork chop tied around the neck of the other dog. Oh, well.
Woohoo!
Hello and welcome to Car Talk on National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack the Tappet Brothers. And we're broadcasting this week from the Bronco Nagurski Long Underwear Factory here at Car Talk Plaza.
Get this now. Speaking of Bronco Nagurski.
I just was. How interesting.
Here's a letter from Charlie Finn, who couldn't put it on the back of a $20 bill, but he did put it on the back of a 10. He said, after listening to your show for many years and wondering what Bronco Nagurski had to do with cars, imagine my surprise when I read the following in a old Reader's Digest. After football great Bronco Nagurski retired from the game, he lived in International Falls, Minnesota. You probably knew that.
Yes, I did know that.
Where he opened a gasoline station. Did you know that?
Sonia, Henny's too.
No, Bronco Nagurski. A local car dealer taking a visiting district manager on a tour said, see that guy over there? That's Bronco Nagurski. He owns that station. He's got the best repeat business in town. The manager said that he wasn't surprised since Nagurski was a legend in the Midwest. No, it's not that, the car dealer replied. It's just that when Bronco screws on your gas cap, nobody else can get it off. And he says, I bet he was wearing his Bronco Nagurski long underwear up there in International Falls while he was pumping gas. Charlie Finn
If he lived in International Falls, he must have been wearing those long
And
johns.
we didn't even know. Now, on the other side of this, I just got to give you the good side. That's the good side of mechanics. Here's a note from Mary Ellen Stone of Washington, Redmond, Washington. This is the police blotter, King County. A woman allegedly tried to run, you're probably familiar with this, a woman allegedly tried to run her mechanic over with her car after she was presented with the bill. Can you imagine?
Yeah, so what's so unusual about that?
The mechanic told police that the woman accused him of ripping her off and refused to pay him. He said she then got into her car and drove toward him. He said he fell onto the car hood as she continued to drive the car another 20 feet before he was able to get off. I mean, you can see this guy sprawled across the hood. The woman told police her car never came in contact with the mechanic, not me, no, but that he chased her off the lot, yelling at her as she drove across the street to park her car. She said she returned to the lot to pick up her other car. The police officer noted that the mechanic was limping when he arrived. I love it. They deserve it. Every one of them deserves it.
I have a limp, too, as a matter of fact.
Except Brooke. What are all those black and blue marks on your cheek?
Well, if you'd like to talk to us, our number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Jane. I'm calling from Durham, North Carolina.
Hi, Jane.
Hello, Jane.
Now, you sound like a very together person.
You know, I have to say,
that's my talent, sounding together on the telephone.
you sound like a college professor. Are you?
No, I work at a university, but not on the academic side.
You don't, not on the academic side. Well, you should.
You should. You have that soothing, that comforting tone in your voice.
Are you involved in social work?
Sort of.
I'm getting
Sort
close.
of.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Sort
Are
of.
you a
Social activities.
social activity? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Volleyball?
No, she organizes the beer blasts.
That's
the term
right.
beer
How did you
blast.
know? Yeah.
She has that calming kind of
Yes, you do.
voice.
In fact, my brother just nodded off twice already.
I need therapy.
Yeah. You're getting it. You don't know it yet.
I need someone like Jane to say, "Okay, Tommy, let's just calm down now." See, and that would
I spend
work.
a lot of time doing that, yes.
See that?
So how can we calm you down? What's up?
Well, I'm calm.
I know. I can tell.
The gas tank on my vehicle is apparently getting smaller and smaller over time.
That does happen.
Really?
Gas tank shrinkage. Yeah.
Maybe it's been washed in too hot of water. Or,
That happens.
You know, it's kind of warm down here in the summertime. Maybe
The
it's
dryer
contracting.
level was
Yeah.
the temperature was too high.
Yes, I started.
They're made out of wool, you know, these gas tanks.
This van started when I purchased it with a 12-gallon gas tank, and at this moment it seems to be down to 5.5 gallons.
Cool. What kind of a vehicle is this?
It's a minivan. It's a Chrysler product.
Like a Dodge Caravan or a Plymouth Voyager?
Yeah.
You don't remember? You don't know?
I don't know. It's blue.
Blue van. I got that.
I see that you have a high level of involvement with your vehicle.
And this had a 12-gallon tank? Oh, no, it had more than that.
It did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you got shortchanged right from the get-go.
So it had already started this process when I acquired it.
Do you have any idea how old this vehicle is?
Well, what year did they make the blue ones?
Well, I'll tell you, they didn't make any blue ones in the early 80s.
Okay.
They didn't make any in the early 80s. 84 was the first year they made a minivan.
Is it very old or?
I don't think so. I mean, it's.
Did you buy it?
Yes, I bought it from my father.
Okay. And I see.
He bought it from somebody else.
Is
So
it
I'm the
light
third
blue or
owner.
dark blue?
It's light blue and kind of has some stripes on it.
I'd say that was in the late 80s.
Late 80s, me too. 88,
Okay.
89.
The light blue.
4-cylinder engine? How would she know that?
How would she know cylinders? She doesn't even know what the hell the name of the thing
Stick
is.
shift or automatic?
Automatic.
And so, in the old days, as you can remember, filling it up, and it would take like 12 gallons of gas if the gauge read empty.
Yes, it would take 12 gallons.
And now, when it's on empty,
It will take 5.5.
5.5.
Mm-hmm. This has happened gradually over time.
Mm-hmm. And when you fill it up like that, it's full. You know it's full because the
little
the
thing goes
nozzle
over to the
shuts
F.
off,
and the needle goes to full.
And the needle goes to full.
Yes.
Now, can you remember whether the time that it takes to get from full to empty is any different from it used to be when you used to put 12 gallons of gas.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's I have to fill up much more often.
Right. Of course that. You have to fill up about, I'm going to guess, about twice as often.
Right.
Is that right?
That's good. I like this.
Yeah.
I like this. So it's going down to empty twice as fast as it used to.
Right.
Okay,
that's great news
here's what
because
you're gonna
that
have to
makes
do.
the life very simple.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Here's what you're going to have to do. Go to your local hardware store and buy yourself a gas can, the kind that you would use to fill up, for your lawnmower.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And fill it up with gas and fill up your gas tank as well.
You're going to tell me to try to run out of gas.
Not try, do.
Do?
Yeah,
Okay.
keep driving and you're going to see that it's going to take a long time after that needle says empty.
Yeah.
Really?
Before you run out. Sure, because what's happened is the sending unit in the tank has stopped working correctly.
Okay.
Now, if you're lucky, the fuel pump is going to conk out at the same time. So you replace I think the whole thing comes as one unit.
Fuel pump?
Yeah.
Fuel pump and sending unit.
Because it's inside the gas tank.
Oh, okay.
Replace that, the gas gauge will begin to work correctly, and everything will be wonderful.
Well, thank you very much.
See you, Jade.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, it's time to find out if my brother remembers last week's puzzler.
I don't remember last week's puzzler.
You really don't?
I give me a hint.
I don't remember it either. But we'll have the answer in just a minute, so stay tuned. Hi, we're back. You're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're here to talk about cars, car repair, and the answer to last week's puzzle.
All right, let me see how many sentences you have to go through before I...
Oh, you're going to get it on the first sentence.
Go ahead.
I'm going to set the scene.
Go ahead.
The time, World War II. The place.
Got it! Portugal, Lisbon.
Merry old England.
A hotbed of intrigue. Yeah.
I'll give you the abbreviated version, which I couldn't do last week because you kept interrupting me.
Yeah, go ahead.
In a secret laboratory, a small group of scientists is working on a project. They have made a discovery, something that they know will greatly aid in the Allied effort against the Germans. Furthermore, this discovery will also benefit mankind for years to come and could easily turn the tide of the war. This is heavy duty.
This is heavy.
This isn't heavy duty stuff. I mean, they didn't invent stink bombs or anything. This is big stuff.
Yeah,
or the whoopee cushion.
Wasn't the whoopee cushion?
That was your guess. Huh?
Damn.
Included in this group is a German scientist who has recently escaped the clutches of the Nazis, and they're working on a project that had been abandoned by a Scottish scientist more than 10 years earlier. So now, finally, after many disappointments, they finally have success. One of them cries out, Eureka! Or whatever the English version of Eureka
is. And the German says, same to you, pal.
Anyway, they know they've got something big here, and they apply for a grant from the British government. To their amazement and great disappointment, the grant comes through for £50. Brits. These guys say 50 pounds.
Can't even have breakfast for 50 pounds.
Come on. The only way we can get this thing into the war effort is to go to America and try our luck there. So they leave England. But leaving England and going to the U.S. is dangerous with the German U-boats patrolling the North Atlantic.
I remember it well.
So in order to make their way safely, they decide to sail under the flag of a neutral country.
Switzerland.
Portugal. Oh. Switzerland doesn't sail.
They don't have an ocean?
They don't have an ocean.
They don't have an armada? The Swiss Armada?
So they make their way. They make their way to Lisbon.
Yeah.
Okay, and from there they plan
a hotbed.
To
I want to get to the hotbed
to disembark to America. Now, of course, Lisbon is a hotbed
yes,
of spies, counterinsurgents, insurgents.
And bacalao peddlers.
Saboteurs. And they know that if the discovery gets into the wrong hands, there could be dire consequences.
Yeah.
So they need to hide it. So they take their discovery. You ready for this? And they hide it on their clothing. On their clothing, Jerry! And with the discovery hidden on their clothing, they make their way to America, and the rest is history.
I got it. They invented the boutonniere. Now, how did that benefit mankind? Think about all the proms that you would have gone to bare-chested.
That's right.
Wow, the boutonniere, huh?
Yeah, the
Am I right?
Close.
Well, it wasn't the whoopee cushion. Yeah.
Well, what they discovered was they discovered something that aided the war effort, and they knew, as most military students knew that the greatest cause of fatalities in warfare is not the actual gunshot wound, but it's the ensuing infection. In fact, most people die in the battlefield because they get a minor wound, but a major infection, and the infection kills them.
Yeah.
And the work that they took up had been started in the 20s by a Scotsman named Alexander Fleming.
How well we know him.
I believe. And what he had discovered by accident was penicillin. But he could never do anything with it because he couldn't develop a strain of it that was reproducible. But these guys had. And when they had the penicillin mold, rather than carrying it in little petri dishes,
yeah, of course,
they decided if they were apprehended by Nazis,
they rubbed it on their clothes.
They had it on their clothes so that when they got to America, they could do a little scraping. And that's in fact what they did. And of course, it saved many lives. It allowed soldiers that got wounded to go back and get killed.
Well, wait a minute. Now, if they were going to do that,
yes,
and rub it on their clothes, it was going to smell bad, probably. Why didn't they?
Scientists always smell bad.
But why didn't they go through France? Then no one would have noticed. Well,
they would have, but France, unfortunately, was not a neutral
occupied
country.
at the time.
France was their first choice.
Okay. Is that it?
Of course, the hint I had given last week was chicken soup, which everyone knows is Jewish penicillin.
Oh! Of course. I didn't get that hint.
Well, I knew you didn't, because you didn't get anything. You didn't remember anything.
The whoopee cushion and the boutonniere were my two guesses.
Do we have a winner at least?
We do. Wow. Yeah. Get this. The winner of all, what a coincidence. The winner is Malaise Lindenfeld.
No kidding.
Malaise.
How apropos.
What a strange name. She's from Coconut Grove, Florida, and for having her correct answer chosen, Malaise is going to get a $25 gift certificate to the Car Talk Shameless Commerce Division, and that should end your malaise, I would say.
Indeed. Now, we'll have a new puzzler coming up, a mathematical puzzler of sorts, in the third half of today's show. So try to stay awake at least until then. In the meantime, you can call us and ask us a question or many questions about your car.
You don't have to ask a question, You can just make a comment.
Or you can give an answer.
You can give us an
Wouldn't
answer.
Wouldn't that be unusual?
Wouldn't that be good? People give us the answer, we give them the question.
Let's try it. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys. This is Meredith from Red Hook.
Hi, Meredith. How many spark plugs does your car have?
Meredith from Red Hook.
Yeah.
New Jersey?
No, New York, actually.
New York.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I have no idea how many spark plugs my car has, but I do know I have an 87 Saab, and I'm having a lot of trouble getting it started. I'll start it in the morning, and it starts up just fine, but if I go to run an errand or something, I turn it off for like 10 or 15 minutes, and I go back to it, and it won't start. It just buzzes and won't even turn over.
The pistachio ice cream puzzler. It doesn't even turn over.
No, it won't even turn. It just buzzes.
So you get no sound whatsoever?
No.
It buzzes. She gets a buzz. Buzz is a sound.
Well, I mean, no, none of the classic starting sounds
No.
I meant. I'm sorry.
And then how do you get it started?
Well,
you call AAA.
No. Well, Saabs have to be in reverse, so
Yeah.
I have it in reverse, and I just have to hold it really hard, hold the gear shift really hard to the left or to the right, and just in awkward positions, and finally it'll start to turn over and go. And amateurs have told me that it's the starter. Is that?
No, that's why they're amateurs. Yeah.
Right.
But you have now come to the professionals.
Yeah, we're going to tell you it's the starter.
I think there's not enough coolant in the radiator.
But you say, but when you do hold the gear shift,
yeah,
does it reliably every single time start up?
No.
I didn't think so.
You've never had to call AAA, or you have?
No.
She doesn't have AAA. Why would she call AAA if she's not a member?
Just to say hello.
What good is that going to do?
So when it hasn't worked, what have you done to start it?
I just keep trying the gear shift in different positions until eventually it starts.
You know what you need?
What do I need?
You need a starter.
I do.
Well, you could. I mean, playing with the gear shift is a red herring here. You do have, however, attached to your clutch pedal in this car, a switch which prevents you from starting the car unless the clutch pedal is depressed.
I've been depressed like that myself. You got two switches you need to start this car.
Right.
Between between the starter there and the battery and the battery.
No, you don't need to be in reverse to start the car. You need to be in reverse to take the key out.
You need to be in reverse.
So when the car stalls on the highway,
you throw it
in reverse.
Yeah.
No, the car will start in any gear. You cannot take
no gear.
You cannot take the key out unless the car is in reverse.
Right. The reverse thing is a red herring, but the clutch is not a red herring. When it cranks, after you get in the car, you turn the key, nothing's happening. You're diddling around with the shifter, and nothing happens. And then when it cranks, does it crank just like it's really raring to go?
Yeah.
Boom, starts right up.
Yeah. Yep.
And in addition to the buzzing that you get,
Right.
do you ever get, as you turn the key to the start position, do you ever get a little clicking sound? Click.
No, I've never heard a click.
Just a little buzzing sound.
Maybe it would help if you made a clicking sound.
Click, 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 click.
Well, I mean, it could certainly be that switch that's attached to the clutch pedal, and that's easy enough to verify.
Okay.
In fact, you can have your mechanic replace that switch, or better still, for the purposes of testing it, just to shunt the two wires together.
So that it's out of the circuit.
Okay.
And then if the next time you try to start it, it misbehaves, you know it isn't that, and you can just hook that switch back up, and then you can replace the starter motor, which is what your friend suggested.
Okay.
Which is probably the right answer.
Yeah. But the first thing to check would definitely be that interlock switch on the clutch, because that really, I think, is it.
That's the first thing to check. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can test it with a paper clip, literally.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't do it yourself. We'll set the car on fire. See you, Meredith.
And that'll solve
Thanks
the
a lot,
problem,
guys.
too.
Thanks for your call.
Thanks for calling.
Bye.
Some people would rather have their car be set on fire.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Most of your cars.
That many cars like that.
1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hello. Who am I talking to?
Who do you want to talk to?
I don't care which one of you guys I talk to.
Well, talk to my brother, because he hasn't done anything all day.
Yeah, talk to me.
My name is Morley Safer, and I am very angry with both of you.
Uh-oh. Get in line. Get in line.
You have spent your careers knocking one of the great cars in this country so badly that they don't even bring them in anymore.
Alpha? Peugeot?
Fiat?
Peugeot. There you go.
Peugeot.
Again.
Is this really Morley Safer?
This is really Morley Safer.
Yeah,
You've got nothing better to do than call us.
I recognize your voice.
I have been steaming for months. Listening to you two carry on. You two, who we gave such generous airtime to some years ago.
You did, yeah. I remember that. You and Barbara Walters.
With great regret.
Great regret?
You take one of the great motor cars. Do nothing but knock. I've been driving a 1989 Peugeot Turbo 505.
Oh, here's what it's all about, Morley. You can't get parts anymore, and you think we're responsible for it.
It goes like a dream, and I'm trying to buy a new one possibly next year. But of course, they're not bringing them in anymore because idiots listen to you two.
Are you among those idiots?
The truth of the matter is...
That's the only thing I plead guilty to.
Morley, the truth of the matter is that we never really bad-mouthed the car. Wait, listen to me. We never really bad-mouthed the car itself. What we bad-mouthed was the fact, and as my brother so eloquently put it, nobody copies the French, and the French copy nobody. Therefore, everything about the car is completely different, and no one can work on it unless his name ends with 4 vowels in a row.
You sound like a certain mechanic I know.
You know, I had to have 3 extra toilets installed in the bathroom at the garage so all the guys could get in there when the Peugeot customers came in.
You guys carry on, you know, breathlessly about all these boring Japanese cars. All look the same, sound the same, smell the same.
That's right.
And run the same.
And run, period.
And they give them these absurd names. My car has an honest name.
Yeah, 505.
505.
Yeah.
What could be more decent and honest and undiluting than that? As opposed to, what on earth is a Corolla?
Yeah.
Well, that's true. I mean,
you're absolutely right.
They have
about
made some cutesy sounding names.
And I will accept the criticism that you make here, because we have complained about the fact that the Japanese cars, reliable as they are so boring. You always know you're going to get there. Whereas with a Peugeot, Not only do you not know if you're going to get there, but
you
you're
are
not
grateful
even,
when you do.
You won't even know if you care when you get there.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about this crouching tiger in my garage.
Yeah. How long has it been in your garage? A crouching tiger. The imagery is beautiful.
If I can beg you to stop cackling for just a moment. Now, given that you have through your subversion made it impossible for me to buy a new Peugeot.
Yeah.
What should I get that will give me that kind of capacity, that kind of reliability, economy, all the rest of it?
Well, I'm going to recommend the car.
You still want a wagon?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And I have the car for you, Morley. Volvo cross-country station wagon.
I got to tell you something. I test drove it.
Pretty small.
Very
No,
small.
not bad.
And for the price, which is pushing 40, more or less, right?
Yes, it is. High 30s.
It's kind of tinny inside.
Yeah.
Cheap plastic, trims, that kind of
thing. I agree with you. It isn't a patch to a 505
Well, I will admit, I wasn't wowed by the faux Carpathian elm burl dashboard. On the other hand, it's a pretty substantial car that you can get serviced.
And tedious to drive, I'm afraid.
You think it's tedious?
Yeah.
Mm.
All right.
So come on, give me your second choice.
Mercedes makes an E320 wagon.
Yeah.
Who
All-wheel
makes it?
drive.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
That might be close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That might be close.
It might not fit your proletarian image. But
yeah.
Listen, fellas, I do drive a Ferrari on the weekends.
But you may have to look at the Mercedes. That is nice, and it is very roomy.
Uh-huh.
And it's available in four-wheel drive if you want it.
I think that's it for you. And if you have trouble making the payments, my brother will help you out.
See you, Morley.
Okay, on one condition. I might take your advice.
I knew
we'd
never get rid of them.
Yeah.
On one condition.
Yeah.
I don't want to see you on 60 Minutes again.
You got a deal.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't think we were single-handedly or underhandedly. We weren't.
No. I
responsible
mean,
for the demise.
we may have. This is not the first time that we have been on the forefront of understanding what's really going on in society, and we pointed out to the world what was going on, and slowly the world caught up with us, and they realized the error of their ways, and now that's what happened. We can't be blamed for it. It was simply the power of the truth that did it.
Yeah, it's a little known secret that even the French aren't buying French cars anymore.
Yeah. And just to show you how smart they are, they're buying Fiats. I mean, you're talking about morons.
All right, look, it's time. It's pretty obvious. It's time for us to take a little break and give our friends at the stations a chance to chat with their listeners.
Yeah, and when we come back, we'll have sports, the lottery number, news you can use, and my brother will dress up as the weather girl.
I thought it was your turn to dress up as the weather girl. I do it every week. We'll be right back. I'll tell you a story because
go ahead.
Because if I don't tell the story, sooner or later everyone's going to know. And I figure the best way, if you did something wrong, the best way is to just do this catharsis
and get it out.
And get it out
and
there.
As they say in the media, get it over with.
Get it over with. So yeah. I'm going to get it over with.
Tell us everything you did. Did you inhale?
Yeah.
Was it fumes?
Yeah.
Was it from a Dodge
carburetor cleaner? The other day at the shop, we were replacing a couple of calipers on a Mazda, rear calipers. And one of my mechanics had installed them. Manny had installed them. And when he was finished installing them, he asked me if I could help him bleed the brakes. In fact, the car was a Miata. So I say sure. So he has the car like halfway on the lift. And I kind of jump into it with one leg. And he says, okay. And the way you do this is you pump the brake pedal.
You get pressure.
You get some pressure. He opens the bleeders, and a combination of air bubbles and fluid comes out. And you do this until there's no more air coming out, and you're done. And, of course, the person inside the car knows that you're done because the brake pedal feels like it should. So he's at the left rear wheel, and I'm in the car, and I pump the pedal, and he says, okay, hold it down. And he opens the bleeder, and he says, okay, pump it again. And I do that, and he opens the bleeder. And after 3 or 4 times, he says, gee, there's not much coming out here. And I said, well, keep trying. There's probably a lot of air in the system. And I do it again. And while I'm doing it, he kind of leaned over and he's looking inside the car. And he says to me very quietly, "You're pumping the gas pedal." But your secret is safe with me.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Now, I don't know what his definition of the secret is, but there were people coming up to me that entire day that I had never seen before, made contact with in any way, shape, or form.
And were they snickering?
They're saying, most cars have 3 pedals. The one in the middle is the brake. I mean, so I figure I had to make a clean breast of it, so to speak, because everyone's going to know sooner or later. It's better they know. I better they hear it from me than from Manny, if he lives.
But most people will not hear it from you because Manny has set up a website and has sent out an email chain letter.
It's called middlepedal.com.
Middlepedal.com. You're right.
Oh, God. Anyway, 1-888 Car Talk. That's
Sad,
8. It is sad.
Sad
That's
to
what
see
happens
a guy
when you
who
get
was
old.
once recently at the pinnacle of his mental prowess.
And now I can't even pump a brake pedal. Man. How fast we have fallen.
Oh, man.
Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi. This
Hi.
is Barbara.
Barbara, we've been waiting for you to call.
How nice.
Where are you from?
I'm from Portland, Oregon, but
Portland, Oregon, yeah.
soon to be from Panama.
No kidding.
And that's what the question's all about.
Really?
I bought 12 acres of rainforest about 1,500 feet off the only road, and I need to know how to get to it. Meaning, is there a difference between four-wheel drive and all-terrain vehicle and all-wheel drive, and which does best?
And two-wheel drive and front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive.
You want as many wheel drive as you can get. If they have something called 8-wheel drive,
get it.
Go for it. Now, wait a minute. You are living a seemingly fairly comfortable life in Portland, Oregon, and you're about to trade this in.
Yes.
For good? I mean, this is it. You're going to abandon Portland and you're going to move to the rainforest of Panama?
Well, the rain's warm there.
Yeah, I'm with you, kid.
No, I mean, I'll tell you, it's warm in San Diego, too.
But it's quiet. There's sloths.
But you can't buy 12 acres in San Diego for $1.59.
And you can't wake up and see a howler monkey outside your window.
That's true.
Thank God.
Well, that's true.
Wow. And are you going down there by yourself?
I'm probably going to go with my 3 relatively grown-up kids.
No kidding.
What was that movie with Harrison Ford? Did
Yeah.
you see that movie?
It was
Mosquito Coast.
That
Did you see it?
She did see it.
See it again. Yeah, and again.
And does this 12 acres have any edifice of any kind on it?
No, that's what we're going to go down to build. And, of course, there's a problem of moving cement 2,000 feet off the road where it's muddy.
Yeah. I mean, as far as getting to where you're trying to go, from the road to where you're going to build a house, the best vehicle would be a Hummer.
A Hummer.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, but I'm not suggesting that you get a Hummer because the Hummer has tremendous power. It can climb trees. I mean, you couldn't beat it for what you need to do. On the other hand, it costs an outrageous amount of money, and if it broke down, nobody would ever have seen one before, and you'd have to go to the military to get it fixed. And as we know, they're no longer there.
Right.
Oh, they're there.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
I know, but they won't admit they're there.
No.
No.
You'll have to meet them.
To meet them
the
in
back
the
of
dock.
the cafe.
Out in the West Texas town.
Yeah, well, I was told to just get a truck with 4-wheel drive, but
yeah,
I saw that's the one that got stuck in the mud.
Well, no, you want a truck with 4-wheel drive, but you more importantly want one that you get from the locals, one that they're familiar with.
Yeah,
that they can get parts for. You don't want to get a Hummer because there aren't any Hummers in Panama. Maybe there
right.
are.
And you don't want. I don't think you want something fancy like a Land Rover because there probably aren't a lot of them down there either.
And you don't want something new and expensive because when it disappears in the quicksand. Hey, did you park the truck?
Yeah. What's this hard spot?
Wait a minute, I see an antenna. Yeah. So
no, I don't want something. No, I have a very, very, very limited budget.
Yeah, so, I mean, people there must have four-wheel drive vehicles.
You want I'll tell you what you want. You want a 70s vintage.
Uh-huh.
And there will be plenty of these in Panama.
Probably General Motors.
No, I was going to recommend Jeep Cherokee.
The Grand Cherokee.
The Grand Cherokee.
The Grand Cherokee.
The Wagoneer.
Ah, that was
you
it.
You want a Jeep Wagoneer.
Big.
Big
right.
and ugly.
Four-wheel drive.
And mean looking.
And heavy. Heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you want. It'll be easy to get parts for.
Okay.
Maybe. It'll be serviceable, and it has simple stuff like carburetors and points.
Yeah.
You don't want anything too high tech.
No fuel injection.
No fuel injection. I don't think so. So look, buy the thing there.
Okay.
And like I said, get the biggest, oldest, ugliest thing you can get.
Okay.
How long do you expect to spend there? Like forever?
No, we're going down for 3 months. Come back for the summer where I have to work to earn enough money to pay for what we just built.
Yep.
And then go back in the winter.
Oh, so you're planning return visits every year until finally someday when you make friends with the monkeys, you'll be able to stay forever. Okay. Well, Barbara, it sounds exciting to me, and I admire your courage. That's what they call it.
Good for you.
And please keep us posted if you can.
I will indeed.
And if we can be of any further assistance, don't hesitate to call.
Thank you ever so much.
See you, Barbara.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. Man.
Wow. That's courageous, isn't it?
See that? I mean...
And what do we do?
What do we do?
We go for cappuccino. Come on. Well, it's happened again. You've squandered another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Our esteemed producer is Doug the Subway Fugitive, not a slave to fashion Berman.
You forgot Pumpkin Lips.
Pumpkin Lips. Our social producers are David the Calves of Belleville Green and Catherine Frau Blucher Fenolosa. Our web lackey is Doug the Old Gray Mare, assisted by Connie Britchford. Our engineer is John Cartman Perotti. Our theme music is by David Dog Grisman, and our technical, spiritual, and menu advisor, just back from his triumph at the West Tisbury Weight Watchers Worcestershire Wheatgrass and Water Diet Way Off. It's John Bugsy Lawler.
Who's our public opinion pollster?
Paul Murky of Murky Research, assisted, of course, by statistician.
Funny you should ask.
Assisted by statistician Margin O'Vera. Our customer care representative is, guess who? Hey, would you buzz off? Our long-distance truck driver is Etienne Wheeler, and our solicitor of new ideas is Obie Quiet. Yeah. Our sexual harassment investigator is Hank Pankey. The pre-recorded portions of today's show were selected by our staff librarian, all been heard before. Our eBay specialist is Selma Junkoff. Our computer hardware specialist is C: /. Our chief benefactor,
I like him,
is Myra Chunkel. The president of the Disgruntled Hatchback Owners Club is Ivana Trunk. Our Russian chauffeur is Pekoff and Dropov, and our seat cushion tester is Mike Easter.
Who's our chief counsel?
From the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham & Howe is Hugh Lewis Dewey, known to CIA operatives posing as drunken accordion players in Harvard Square as Huey Louie Dewey. Thanks so much for listening. We're Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers. Don't drive like my brother.
Don't drive like my brother.
We'll be back next week. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Gail from South Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Gail from where?
South Philadelphia.
South of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, not South Philadelphia, but south of.
Well, no, South Philadelphia. Which one is Click and which one's Clack?
Yes. So what can we do for you?
The guy on the right is Click.
Oh, okay, I thought so. Okay, I have a little problem here in Philadelphia. I feel like I'm sort of a fugitive of sorts here. My friends Jonathan and David told me to call you and that you might be able to help. Okay, I drive a teal, 1991 Saturn, which you'll need to know later, okay?
1991 Saturn.
Yes. And, I take a bridge to work every day, and they charge $2 to get across this bridge. Okay, that's a little pricey, but I have to take it. So I have my $2 ready, and I'm waiting in a tow line that's 15 cars long or something. And at the last minute, I realize that I'm in a coins-only lane, and there's no way to get across the traffic.
And you start shredding the dollars, right?
Exactly. I had no choice of what to do. With this short notice, I had no way of pulling this kind of cash together, so I realized that it was also a toll lane where one of those arm things comes down, so it's not like I can just go through it.
So you're going to have to run the rapids, as they say.
Exactly.
Shoot the rapids.
Exactly.
When the guy on the other guy's green light.
Yeah.
So I waited until the guy in front of me threw in his 300 quarters or whatever, and when that arm thing went up,
You floored it.
I floored it. I went through it. Buzzers went off. There was mayhem everywhere.
Did you make it?
No one followed me, though.
You made it under, though.
I was very lucky. I don't know how I did it, but I made it under.
Well, you've obviously discovered one of the best kept secrets in the world. Who was there to chase you?
Nobody.
Nobody. No, of course not.
My question is, do they take a picture of my license plate? Is there some way that I could, send the $2 in? Because I don't want them to send something to my house because my husband's going to be so mad.
So you have a guilty conscience about this.
I really do, but I don't want to get caught in the I'm honest, and then they're going to charge me $40 for doing this.
Right.
You know?
You may, in fact, be opening a Pandora's box by confessing to the crime.
Exactly.
You may be subjecting yourself to a toll evader's fine.
Right.
So they'll take the $2 from you, and then they'll come to your house and arrest you. I would certainly here's what I would do.
Okay.
I would let sleeping dogs lie.
Okay.
I mean, if you really feel some compunction to pay up, if the toll is $2, the next time you get in line, and for the next 8 times you get in line, throw 9 quarters in.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
It will never penalize you. It'll never not send the gate up. It'll figure you're another stoop that just put in too much money.
Right.
The gate will go up, and within 2 months you will have satisfied your conscience. You'll have satisfied the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Well, will they come get me? Is there any way they can get my address for my license
What
plate?
bridge is it? We can find out.
It's called the Betsy Ross Bridge.
Oh,
it's 95 in Pennsylvania, where it recently burned down right by us. That's why I had to take that bridge.
Okay. Well, we are trying to reach the Pennsylvania Transportation Authority.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
Was it Delaware?
Oh, no, Pennsylvania. Coming from New Jersey into Pennsylvania.
Into Pennsylvania. So the bridge is actually in Pennsylvania.
From New Jersey to Pennsylvania.
Oh, no, it's in New Jersey.
It's a bridge over between the 2 states.
Oh,
over
so
the
both
Delaware
states
River.
will be after you.
Oh, it's the federal government then. It's a federal job.
It's a federal offense.
So I don't know.
Okay, it seems to be run by the Delaware Port Authority.
Okay.
I don't know how this...
why.
The Delaware, because it's over the Delaware River, maybe.
We have him on the phone? You got to be kidding me.
Oh, my God. Is
You're not going to believe this.
Hold on a minute. We're not giving him your name.
Okay.
But evidently, Doug and Ken have just somehow gotten a hold of who? Dawn, somebody who's the bridge manager.
Hello, Dawn.
Hello, Gail.
Oh, this is cruel.
Oh, my goodness. I really I was ready to pay the $2, and I didn't have the change.
Gail, we chased you for 4 miles. You didn't stop.
No, wait a minute. Dawn, who are you really, Dawn?
I'm the bridge manager at the Betsy Ross Bridge.
You really are?
I really am. And
Oh,
if we don't get this $2 fast, we might have to close this bridge up.
No, but for other people who might want to try what Gail did, do you take pictures?
We do surveillance of the toll plaza. Do we take specific pictures? I am not at liberty to tell
You're
you.
not at liberty to tell us. But the truth is that you could probably get through.
If that gate came down on Gail's car, Lord knows the destruction it would have caused.
Oh, no.
No, actually, the gates are made of a breakaway wood. We wouldn't want to damage anyone's car.
Mm-hmm.
But I would not encourage anyone to try to do that. We do patrol our plaza with our own police force, and we do pursue toll evaders. And just for your information, the toll evasion fine is not $40, but more like $200.
Oh, Gail, you're going to the slammer.
Now, look,
Gosh.
I don't think Gail wants to get herself in trouble.
No.
So
and Gail probably doesn't want Dawn to know even her last name. Or
no,
anything
of
like
course
that,
not.
right?
But look, how about this, Dawn? If Gail sends the money to us, and we send it to you anonymously in the name of Gail, Gail Anonymous, then she'll be off the hook, right? And you won't know who she is, and she will not incriminate herself. Is that okay with you?
That sounds good to me, but Gail is not on my good side to begin with for calling my bridge toll a little pricey.
I mean, that's a lot.
How long a bridge is it, Dawn? How long is this bridge?
Try New York bridges, $7 a shot.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
This bridge is, how long is it, Don? I mean, it's,
Are there any
feet?
trolls underneath the bridge?
It's a mile and 3/4 over the river. But if you don't use it, Gail, how are you going to get back into Pennsylvania?
I don't know.
Maybe she doesn't want it.
Why do you have to have a coins-only lane?
Well, we do have some to service patrons who have a commutation sticker on their window.
I don't think they're marked very well, Don, because I didn't see it until the last minute.
Well,
feisty for a lawbreaker, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, hey, Gail.
Yes.
Cool it, we're going to give me a name.
And by the way, Gail, there is no statute of limitations on this. We can find you when we
Hey, Dawn, thanks a lot for letting us find you. I don't know how we found you, but it's good to know.
You're welcome. I'm looking forward for that $2 to arrive in the mail.
All right, you will get it. Don't worry.
Oh, definitely.
And if you don't get it, chase us for it, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you, Gail.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay.
Make sure you send us the money.
Yeah, you don't think we're going to pay this $2, do you? And in fact, you might want to send in extra in case there's a penalty or anything. Send
An extra $200.
Yeah, postage and handling and all that. It might be like $22.50.
And you might want to include a little something to make sure we don't divulge your last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good
Baked
point.
goods are always good.
See you, Gail.
Hey, Gail, you're a good sport. You were a little feisty with the guy, though.
Well, he was being mean.
Well, I think $2 is actually pretty reasonable for a bridge. I mean, bridges are hard to build.
Yeah,
how do they build bridges? You have land on one side, land on the other side, and water in the middle.
Batman, you know the thing he shoots across?
Oh, that's right. So I guess $2 isn't bad, but
It's not bad
But it
because
should
the
be a
alternative is to be in New Jersey.
yes.
Yeah,
You have
let's
to pay
not
to get
forget
in
that.
Pennsylvania, so.
There you go. So
Okay.
Thanks
All right.
for calling,
Thanks
Gail.
a lot.
and carry some quarters, will you?
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
That was good.
How did you do that,
How did
Ken?
you find him? Very good. That's very good. Boy, we have a crack staff here.
Yes, we do. Yes, we
Yeah.
do. And I will admit that I was quite impressed by that the
I'm
alacrity with which that whole
Bingo.
process ensued. I mean, we got the call from Gail right away. Ken must have evaded the toll on this bridge once himself. He knew exactly
and he
where
knew
it was.
Don Piccolo by his first name right away.
Well, anyway, you've squandered another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
Hi, this is Martha from West Virginia.
Hi, Martha.
Martha.
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Any place in particular in West Virginia?
No, just somewhere in West Virginia.
Oh, I'm sure there's a reason for that, eh?
There may be. There may be. I have one of those moral ethica dilemmas
It might
that
not
you're
even
so good
be
with.
West Virginia.
No.
It might be Washington, D.C.
It might be state of Washington.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Martha. We'll listen.
Well, here's the scoop. About a little over 5 months ago, my husband and I bought
I knew it involved your husband.
a van from a local dealer, and it's a wonderful van.
Brand new?
And, used. And we, made all the arrangements. We received the title in the mail. We've never received a bill.
What, he gave you the car without paying anything?
Nothing. Well, we made the arrangements through a
Whoa,
credit
before
union.
we go one step farther, where is this dealership?
I see now. Oh.
So this is the dilemma I'm having.
So you
I mean,
can't
we
even
never...
tell us what kind of van it is.
No.
And
it
Martha's not your name, your real name.
That's probably true.
So your name isn't Martha. You certainly don't live in West Virginia. Or if you do, you're not divulging what part of the state.
You bought a van. We don't know what kind. We don't know how old it was. How much money's involved? You can tell us that.
About $20,000.
Oh.
And how long ago did all this happen?
About 5.5 months ago.
5.5 months?
So you have plates on it, obviously. You've been driving it. Or you have
And we have the title.
You have the title.
You have the title.
Yes.
Does West Virginia have a sales tax?
I don't. Oh.
Oh! West Virginia, my foot.
All right.
Is that called entrapment?
So what should I do? What should I do?
Well, you should keep your voice off the radio for one thing.
What is the worst case scenario? What if I never
The worst
sell the
case
van?
scenario is you go and burn in hell. That's the worst case scenario.
Okay, so what's the best case scenario?
The best case scenario is you go. Here's the best case scenario. You go there and they say, a similar thing happened to my father. I'll tell you a little story. My dad called me one day and he said to me, "Did you buy me a $10,000 certificate of deposit?" And I said,
"Me?
Excuse me?
Cheapo me?"
And I said, no, I didn't. He said, I just got a letter from the bank that said that my $10,000 certificate of deposit was coming due, and I ought to come in and either redeem it or roll it over. And he said, "Do you think Tom could have bought me one. After the two of us stopped laughing, which took about 25 minutes, we decided that it was a mistake. That, in fact, I hadn't bought him one. We know my cheapskate brother hadn't bought him one.
And our sister is she's roasting squirrels under a bridge.
So she didn't do it.
She didn't do it either.
So he went to the bank, honest guy that he is. Now, he could have just taken the money.
Right.
But he went there, and he said it took him the better part of an hour to convince them that it wasn't his money, that they had somehow made a mistake, and that while he could certainly use an extra $10,000, he couldn't take it.
Really?
Oh.
My mother gave him a dope slap.
Okay.
But
you know what
here's
what I do.
But here's the best case scenario, I think. Well, go ahead, tell us what you do. And
I would take it and
trade it in
for a new one.
I knew.
Why should you be riding around in an old heap? Buy a brand new Honda.
Oh, God.
It's not a Honda.
No, you're going to come. Here's the best case scenario: that you go there with your hat in your hand.
Yeah.
And say, I just noticed that I haven't been making my payments.
No, and you say, no, you can tell them the truth. Say, look, I thought my husband paid. He thought. You can make up a story, certainly, that would be credible.
Yeah.
And then ask them what they would like you to do. Now, the chances are very good that they're going to ask you to pay for it.
Yeah.
Or they could say, you know what, Martha?
Forget it.
We're going to reward you for being. We had already.
Forget it.
Well, they don't even know this money's missing.
What is this, Hollywood? Come on.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're going to give you a coffee and a donut and throw you out in your ear. Yeah, they might not believe you. They might say, you know what? We've gone through our records and we're not missing $20,000.
And we're not missing a van.
And who are you anyway?
So I'll just walk out the door at that
And
point.
if that's the case, I would walk out the door. I mean, you gave them 2 chances.
No, I know, but you have to pay them, and you have to make every diligent effort to pay them.
Okay.
And if they absolutely refuse the money, then you have to send it to us.
Because we have caller ID. And you're in deep doo-doo right now.
I'm hanging up.
It's too late.
We'll see you, whatever your
sadly,
name is.
You'll have to do the right thing, Martha. Yes. Otherwise, you burn in hell.
Forever. This is forever.
Yeah.
With a smile on my face. Okay.
Yeah, the van is only going to last about 5 years, but hell's forever.
Oh, there you go.
See ya, Martha.
Thanks very much.
Or whoever you are.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
That's the first time that someone said I'm from West Virginia, the whole state, and it's not even the state she lives in.
I know. And she couldn't even name one city in West Virginia.
And she had the right reason. I mean, I wouldn't give you my name or where I lived.
I can't believe that they actually let her drive off the premises.
She evidently signed some loan thing.
At some point, someone's going to find this fell behind a desk.
Yeah.
This paperwork, and someone's going to be redoing an office, and they're going to find this thing 22 years from now. She's going to owe them $695,000. I think she ought to go and pay up now.
Yeah.
Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
Hi, I'm calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
And who are you?
My name is Shanta Ness.
Shanta?
Yes.
That's Shanta.
That's it.
What a sweet little name that is.
Thanks.
And from whence does the name Shanta come?
It's actually a Sanskrit name from India.
It's Indian, of course.
Yes. It
Absolutely.
means peace.
Peace.
Yeah, I've been very lucky to have such a nice name.
Shanta. You know, I was just, the other day, speaking of Indians, I was bemoaning the fact that we haven't heard from Arup Gupta, who has to have had the most mellifluous name. You may not remember this guy. I don't know if you've ever listened to the show before.
Yes,
but
I have.
A while ago, we had a caller whose name was, are you ready? Arup Gupta.
That's an excellent Indian name.
I mean,
it's
it's
about
a
as excellent as they
mantra.
come.
It's a mantra, Arup Gupta.
Arup Gupta, yeah.
Wow. So now Shanta will be next.
Arup Gupta in Hindi means broken down Chevy. Anyway, Shanta, what can we do for you?
Well, I have an 86 Honda Accord LX, and it's got 165,000 miles on it. It's an excellent car. However, recently the idle has been going downward. That is when I'm just stopped at a stoplight or idling still, it idles at about 750 to 1,000 RPMs, and I kind of have to keep my foot on the gas to keep it from stalling. And it was my understanding that this is not a terribly difficult thing to fix yourself.
Really?
I guess maybe I was
really
told
to
incorrectly.
Well, I mean,
that's all true.
Adjusting the idle is easy or not easy?
No, adjusting the idle is relatively easy. It does require taking the air filter off, which is a little bit difficult, and finding the right screw to turn.
Yeah.
And once you've done that, you may temporarily solve the problem.
Yeah, the trouble with adjusting the idle is that it's like touching up the X-rays.
And there's no reason for that screw to have ever moved. So if the idle used to be correct, and it's now incorrect,
something else is going on.
Something else
seems
is
to be sporadic as well. It's not always.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's worse. Yeah, yeah.
That's even
Kiss
worse.
of death, boy. It's been really nice talking to you.
I guess I'll go get a whole new car.
It's the trouble. See, now if it's sporadic and you increase the idle speed, then sometimes it's going to be idling too fast.
Right.
And the real question is, why is it doing this?
And if you had said that it's consistent, I might have said, the timing could be off, and that could be a result of someone that timed it incorrectly, or a stretched timing belt could cause that same problem. But if it's sporadic, it leads me to the carburetor.
Okay.
Don't go there.
As
they say, don't go there.
No, and this carburetor is the right age
to
have a condition called low float level.
Okay.
Low float level is the result of a float that becomes saturated with gasoline, and as a result, it sinks too low and allows too much gasoline to enter from the float chamber into the body of the carburetor and causes minor flooding.
Okay.
And that minor flooding can cause the thing to eventually stall out on you if the flooding becomes serious enough.
Right.
Which it's
Would there be other symptoms of the flooding, like typical flooding symptoms, like gas smell?
Yeah, gas smell. Or when it does flood,
spark plugs that might be getting sooty and black, but that's you wouldn't notice that.
Right.
And when it does begin to flood badly, it will be difficult to restart.
Okay.
So I don't think I'd worry. I mean, you got 165,000 miles on it.
Yeah,
and a new carburetor for this only cost about $800. But you can get this. You can get this one rebuilt.
All right, I love your advice.
Great. See you, Shanta.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. 1-888-CAR Talk or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi there. I'm calling from Seattle. My name is Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth. What's up?
I got a 1972 145S Volvo.
Oh, a real beauty. Go ahead.
72.
And it's green.
140.
We knew it was green. You didn't have to tell us. So go ahead.
It does something very strange. Sometimes when I turn the windshield wipers on and off, it turns the radio off. And sometimes when I put the blinker on, it turns the car off. And sometimes when I put it in reverse, it turns the car off. And the other day, I think I turned the headlights on and it turned the radio off. That was the first. And it's been doing this for about 4 years occasionally.
Yeah.
4 occasional years.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Elizabeth. Today, for the first time in, I don't know, what year is it? Months, I decided to drive my 74 Chevy.
He's been dying to tell this story. In fact, it's mating season for the raccoons that have been living in the back, and they vacated the back seat for a short spell, and they left him a notice in his mailbox. If you want to drive your Chevy, this is a small window of opportunity, so to speak.
Actually, I have to read the ransom note I got for the raccoons. But this is apropos to your situation. I get in the car, hasn't run for months. And the reason I haven't driven it, to be perfectly frank, is that I can't get the top up. It's a convertible. But finally, I managed to get the top up, so now I could drive it. I turned the key and I started. Of course, it starts immediately. Great car. Lights come on the dashboard everywhere. Things flashing, buzzing. I step on the brake, the radio goes on. I take my foot off the brake, the radio goes off. I say, my God.
Right, everything's just as it should be.
What is going on here? So I back out of my driveway. And I drive up the street. I just want to get the cricks out of it. Well, I just want to exercise the vehicle.
I want to give you one last opportunity to make this long story short. Or we abandon that already.
No. This is Elizabeth's question. Here I am driving, and the lights are everywhere. I mean, every disaster light that I have on the dashboard is telling me that there's a disaster.
Yeah, but you kept driving.
So what do I do? Knowing full well the consequences, I say, damn the torpedoes. I just keep driving. I take a nice little drive, and I maybe go, how far? 4 or 5 miles? By the time I got back to my house, everything had fixed itself.
Isn't that marvelous?
The lights all came on when they were supposed to. The radio and the tape deck, my 8-track tape player, playing perfectly. All the flashing lights went out, and I just pulled her right back into the driveway, patted her on the rump, and said, good old girl. Do you ever do that, Elizabeth?
You know, the windshield wiper light radio thing never happens when my boyfriend's in the car. Maybe I should just have...
Pat him on the rump. Maybe that's what you have to do.
Well, I think the wiper thing, you say you turn the wipers on, and what happens? The radio goes off.
No, turn the wipers off, and the radio goes off. Once the wipers turning off made it turn on again.
So once you turn the wipers off and the radio went on, but usually when you turn them off, the radio goes off.
Right.
Oh, picky. Come on, you're driving a sled here. What do you expect? 1972.
You're going to move to Alaska.
Isn't there something I could do without having to, follow every single wire in the car?
No. There's nothing you can do short of that, so to speak.
Well, that is disguised, the answer here. Short. You have a short
That's
someplace.
what I said.
and I would guess that you probably have bad ground connections. And what's happening is things are acting as grounds that shouldn't be, and that's why things are turning on and off. We've seen it happen where sometimes you blow a fuse, and things that are on the same circuit sometimes will use another circuit as a ground circuit.
A crossfire, almost.
Yeah. So what's happening here is you probably have bad ground connections under the dashboard someplace, and that's where I would begin to look. All your problems are under the dashboard.
There's no doubt about that. They're all under the dashboard.
And they're all in the vicinity. I'm going to give you a big hint. They're all in the vicinity of the wiper motor. So have someone poke around there. They're going to find that you have bad ground connections or broken wires, and they're all right by that wiper motor, and that's what did it.
What does that have to do with the blinker and the reverse gear?
It's all there.
It's all
Everything
there.
is right under there.
Right. In fact, if you stare up under there, you'll probably find Carl Sagan pondering the universe.
That's where he is.
Everything's
under the dashboard of a 72 Volvo.
Yeah, don't worry.
That's where he is.
It's all under there.
Okay.
Okay, but in the meantime, don't get shook about it, and don't use reverse. All right? Thanks for your call, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Boy,
reverse is not necessary. I had a car without reverse for months and months. I drove without reverse. I admit it was exciting sometimes, especially when it snowed, but most of the time I managed. We get used to too much. Everyone wants everything to be perfect.
No, as a matter of fact, I
have
have decided from now on to go without shoes. I just want to. I mean, what the hell? I think we're going to try that for a while. 1-888-CAR TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hello, my name is Peterson. I'm calling from Memphis.
Peterson's your first name?
That's right.
Okay.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that as a first name before.
Yeah, it gets kind of confusing sometimes because, I get introduced and they say, oh, and what's your first name? I say, Peterson. They're like, Peterson? I'm like,
well,
no.
It would be unfortunate if you had a last name like Bill.
Yeah, that's true. That would get really confusing.
Are there 2 S's in Peterson?
No, just one.
Okay. What's up?
Well, see, I have a phobia.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, a family friend had a garage, and one day when he was filling air in the tire of a pickup truck, the tire exploded. He was thrown across the parking lot, and he got banged up pretty badly.
Yeah.
So all of my life, I have been terrified to fill up the air in my tires.
Yeah.
So finally, after a couple of years, the woman I was with, she kept on asking me, why don't you ever put air in your tires? Because they always were, real floppy.
And you said, shut up!
I was like, don't ask me. No, I finally said it out loud. I had never said it out loud. I said, I'm afraid if I put air in my tires, they'll explode and I'll get killed.
Yeah.
And she's like, don't worry about it. So she got me a little gauge. She showed me how to do it. So I did it. It was like a major breakthrough.
Did you feel an incredible lightness of being?
It was awesome.
Yes.
But 2 days later at work, a coworker comes in and says, you'll never guess what happened to my cousin when he was filling up air in his tire. And that's it. I've been ruined since. I won't go near it. So now I have to go to a gas station and say, could you check my tires, or get a friend to do it for me?
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering, really, what are my chances? What are the stats here of this happening? And are there any safety precautions I can take to safeguard my well-being while I do this?
Of course there are.
Well, I just want you to know that I had the very same phobia for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the thought of it, I think it's the imagery. I mean,
of a shard of rubber taking your head off.
Not only that, but I mean, your friend. I mean, if you had, for example, if it was an old truck, I don't know how old you are, but if it was a lot of years ago and it was an old truck, and it might have had a split rim wheel, in which case not only would the tire blow and hit you with rubber and air, but a piece of the rim would come off and cut you in half.
Okay, you're not really helping me right here.
Yeah, and I must have read something about that once, and I'm just trying to
I can just see that phobia melting away.
It's, I don't think I'll ever drive again now.
But what he wants to know is, what are the chances? The chances are 1 in 10 million.
Yeah, the chances are real slim.
Real slim. I mean,
doesn't matter, though.
You've got a better chance of having
winning the lottery.
A pile of bricks fall off a staging near a construction site. You've got a better chance of being run over by a bread truck. You've got a better. I mean, all of these things could happen to you. I'm not making you nervous, am I?
All those other things are gonna happen.
Gee,
no, I think that you shouldn't be worried. I mean, life is fraught with all kinds of dangers, and you can't be worried about all of them. You gotta pick one, and you've picked a beauty, because the chances of this happening are so remote.
Right. Are there any safety precautions I can take?
The precautions you can take certainly are having someone else fill up your tires.
Sure.
Right.
And or wearing some kind of head protection. Because the most likely thing to happen is
full body protection.
No. I mean,
you drive around from now on, you get one of those spaceman suits. And you get out of your car, fill her up, I'm going to check the tires. And you see how long it is before you get arrested.
Well, this is serious business. I mean, the reason this happens primarily is that people
I can see him with the suit.
People overfill. Can't see. You see what I'm up against?
Can you see him with the suit, the big helmet with the glass thing in front of him?
Yeah, the biohazard suit.
And he's walking like Gort. And he's going over to check
I give up. I'm going for coffee. You guys can talk to each other.
The guy's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and you're laughing.
I'm sorry.
It usually happens because people put air in a tire that's already overinflated.
Yeah.
And it's more likely than not that the friend you knew that had this accident was putting air in a tire that may have had 100 PSI in it already. And that will cause a tire to blow, or a tire that's defective.
Or tires, for a while, that instant flat stuff had, I think, propane in it.
Yeah, but they don't do that anymore.
They don't do that anymore, and that might be what it takes. It might be that your friend was not really filling the tire. He might have been messing around with the tire and caused a spark, which caused the propane to ignite and therefore blow up. If we could convince you of that, that would be good, because then you would say, well, filling the tire is not going to make it blow up. And it's probably not going to.
But filling a tire...
But it could happen.
But you should never rely on the pumps at the gas station. You know, you crank the thing for 32 pounds.
Right.
You should always have a tire pressure gauge of high quality, one of which you can buy on our website, by the way.
I knew you'd get around to that.
But if you have a tire pressure gauge...
You can also buy life insurance on our website if you're interested in that.
And the spacesuit.
And we have the spacesuit, too.
And a helmet.
And the helmet.
And the Bronco Nagurski official football helmet. But if you had a high-quality gauge and you checked your tire pressure before introducing any more air, you could get an idea of when your tire was close to being filled, and you wouldn't overfill it. And if you do have a tire that has the right amount of air pressure, and it happens to come apart during the filling process, it's not going to take your head off. I mean, people get blowouts all the time, and passersby, that is pedestrians, don't have their legs taken off at the kneecaps.
Yeah, but all those trees that are falling down by the side of the road, how do you think that happened?
He's working against me.
You know, we almost get there, and then...
Just like 2 steps forward and 3 steps back.
I was just thinking I'm going to buy that gauge. I'm about to buy that. Forget it. Forget the gauge.
Yeah.
Well, I hope we've helped a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. We don't know how.
Maybe I'll go for the suit thing, too.
Have you heard that sometimes when you're getting gasoline, the gasoline can blow up from the tank? Hey, good luck, Peterson.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, thanks for calling.
All right.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Poor guy.
Well, of all the phobias they have, this ain't a bad one.
This isn't bad, no.
No, but he won't fill its tank anymore now either.
He's not going to get gas. It means he's got about 200 miles before he has to worry about this. As soon as he uses up that tank of gas, he's done.
He's done. Well, you've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
Guys, Everett Mission, Richmond, Virginia.
What's your name?
Everett.
Everett, Richmond. Yeah, what's up?
I have a question that's been bothering me nearly all my life.
No kidding.
And I'm a graduate engineer, and I don't have an answer for
And
it.
you called us
And
to
I
help with a
called you
problem that's been bothering you all your life?
It's been bothering me all my life.
The answer is...
Well, the question is...
I'm going to give you the answer without the question.
All right, go ahead.
The answer is...
Okay, the answer
what goes
is,
in
to the question
must come out or stay inside. All right, how about this? Name a mummy, a rummy, and a dummy. No, that's not the answer either. All right, I give up. What's the question?
I didn't see your turban on. Sorry. The question I've always had is this an old wives' tale, or if it's not, I'd like to have it explained. It concerns car batteries.
No, I know what you're going to ask.
You do.
You're going to ask, is it true that if you take a car battery and put it on a concrete floor, it will drain? Is that the question?
That's the question. Or I've also heard if you just put it on the ground.
On the ground, yeah.
Even if you just put a block of wood under it, it's supposed to stop it.
You know, that has bothered me for my entire life. I've often wondered what the right answer to this was.
Well, I don't know how the electrons can find their way through the plastic casing of the battery.
I don't either.
And I don't believe that, in fact, it's true for modern-day batteries.
But look, that's why it's a mystery, because it is one of those phenomena.
It's still followed by modern shop practice. I mean,
That's right.
You go to any garage, and they do that, and they tell you not to put it on the floor.
That's right. And that's why it's a mystery, because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but it's probably true.
Right, and it has to do with the thermal mass of the concrete floor.
What are you talking about?
No, it is an old wives' tale, Everett.
I think it is, too.
Yeah, I didn't know old wives had tales, but if they do, this is one of them.
No, but, I mean, I wonder why that old wives' tale ever, in fact, developed. Because, I mean, every mechanic knows you do not put a battery on a concrete floor.
You know why? Because you'll trip over that battery and you break your face. That's the real
that the
reason.
real reason?
Sure. It has nothing to do with discharge of the battery. You ever tripped over? Batteries are immovable.
Oh, they are immovable.
You trip over a battery, you spill your tools all over the place, you hurt yourself. You have to miss a couple of payments on the boat. I mean,
I am going to write a letter to Eveready, the world's foremost developer of batteries.
We really need to know an answer to this.
We really have to have it. You're absolutely right. You have raised a question which even I have been bothered by, and I know practically everything. and this has bothered me for a long time. I will get our crack scientific advisor, John Bugsy Lawler.
Is this the ultimate puzzler, you think?
Well, this may be the ultimate puzzle. We may be able to milk this one for 2 or 3 years. However, I'll just mention one little thing. About 2 weeks ago, we had a car in the shop, and we had to do something like a head gasket on the car.
Mm-hmm.
And
you took the battery out.
We took the battery out and set it on the concrete floor.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't have a concrete floor. We have a ceramic tile floor in our shop, terrazzo.
Right. Little patio furniture, you know.
We set the battery on the concrete floor, and the next day we finished the head gasket job.
Let me guess.
And we put the battery back in the car.
It was dead.
And the car wouldn't start.
Ooh. Everett.
And it's because you left it on the floor.
No, we've forgotten to hook up the connection. No, we don't know. The battery was indeed dead.
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows that this happens. This is a common fact. The only problem is no one has ever given us satisfactory.
Yes, you know who knows? The Rosicrucians. Everett, we'll get back to you with an answer on this any day now.
But thank you very much.
I really need to know, because if I don't know, I'll probably end up tripping over my battery.
All right. Thanks for your call.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That is an interesting question.
It is.
I mean, I haven't any idea how that could work. This requires a real physicist.
No, it had to do with the way batteries were constructed yesteryear.
Well, the one you did the other day was yesteryear? That was yesterday.
1-888-CAR TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk on National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers. You know, I loved when we did it the time we did it in Spanish. Can we do it in Spanish from now on?
We should do it in Latin next week.
Latin.
I'll get my son to work on that.
Yes, there we go.
Hello and welcome to Car Talk.
Right, Weenie Weedy Wiki.
No. Ave ale atque.
Anyway, we're broadcasting this week from the Division of Folklore here at Car Talk Plaza.
Yeah, motivated by this letter from Chip Pearson. Dear Ray and Tom. Notice that, Ray and Tom. On your show today, you've been explaining some of the more obscure references and inside jokes. Oh, that was weeks ago, wasn't it?
Well,
weeks ago, yeah.
Pretty current for us to be reading a piece of mail that's only a few
that
weeks
have
old.
appeared, parenthesis, as much as anything can appear on radio, on your show over the years. I've been a loyal listener for many years now, and I do get most of the inside jokes and seemingly meaningless comments. But please tell, what is the roof snow theory? I'm sure that it has all the gravitas of other Car Talk conjectures, such as the awe-inspiring choke pull-off hypothesis and the nearly divine "it's the stingy man who pays the most" maxim. I await your response.
He does.
Well, we have alluded, I will say, to the roof snow theory many times, and in my opinion, it's got to be one of the most cockamamie theories I've ever heard.
I don't even. I'll have to explain it since it's my theory.
Yes, it is your theory. I don't want to lay claim.
I
to
remember
this.
many years ago going out to shovel snow from my driveway and being dismayed that the amount of snow in my driveway was always considerably more than they said had fallen on the weather forecast. So we got 8 to 12 inches of snow.
Are you using dismayed in the sense of surprised or dismayed in the sense of disappointed? There are two meanings. They're quite different, actually.
Generally, dismayed means disappointed.
Yeah,
I was disappointed there was more snow in my driveway than they said had fallen. So they said at Logan Airport, we recorded 14 inches of snow.
You had 18.
And I had 20 inches of snow in my driveway. Not figuring that the guy next door was blowing his snow into mine before I got up. And I realized that at Logan Airport, they're measuring it out on the runways someplace, right? They go out on the runway, they put a stick in 4 or 5 places, they average it out. They say, 14 inches. However, in residential neighborhoods where there are houses with pitched roofs, okay?
Yeah.
Then there's not 14 inches of snow on your roof. Why not? Because the snow slides off. And when it slides off, where does it go?
Your neighbor's driveway.
Onto your driveway.
This is what the roof snow theory is?
Of course. So there is more snow in residential areas.
That have to be shoveled.
That has to be shoveled. There's more snow on the ground because of the snow that is not collecting on the rooftops because they're not flat. If the roofs were all flat, then it would be homogeneous distribution. But because they're not flat, there is, and you could figure out it's the sine of the angle, whatever the coefficient of friction of snow is, depending on its granularity or water content thereof.
Yes.
And I haven't got time to explain all the mathematics here.
But I'm sure you've worked it out.
And so there are many factors that have gone into this. I've written a 25-page paper on it. I'm waiting for publication. I keep sending it to Scientific America. And they keep
sending it back.
Anyway,
that's good. Now that I understand it, I like it.
Well, I knew you would. Anyway, hello and welcome to Car Talk on National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers. And this week we're broadcasting from Car Talk Plaza. You know,
every week you come up with some phony place that we're broadcasting from.
Well, no. I mean, usually, this time of year we usually go away on our spring-winter vacation. But I got the feeling that listeners were getting a little disturbed that we were getting all these vacations. So.
You mean they believe this when we said we were
broadcasting from Waikiki Beach? So I decided we should stay home because our listeners might think that, I don't know this.
We're living
it up like Wayne Newton. Towel boy! Oh, I'm sorry. I just slipped out. I didn't mean to say that.
Well, it is true. Actually, one day someone said to me, "Oh, you're back already, huh?" I said, "Back from where?" She said, "I heard you on the radio the other day broadcasting from Waikiki Beach."
Anyway, could you rub some suntan lotion on my shoulders?
Yeah,
I'm getting
sure.
a little burn here. I know you don't have any good mail to read.
I have some scientific stuff here, which is right up your alley, as a matter of fact.
Is it?
Well, here's a letter from... I can't believe sometimes what exists in the world. And it's as though, when they look for signals from other solar systems, they can give up. Because everything you could possibly ever think about...
is right here on Earth.
Is right here.
Maybe even in our fair city.
Now... a few weeks ago, you expounded on your wacko roof snow theory, right?
Well, I didn't expound. I just gave
explained.
I just gave a very brief overview.
Well, you got a letter from, what's his name?
Me personally? Dear Ray?
Well, it's no.
Oh.
It's to both of us.
I never guessed.
His name is Sam Colbeck. I can't quite read it. He is from, are you ready for this?
What?
Commission Internationale de Neige et Glace.
Ah.
The International Commission
of Snow and
on
Ice.
Snow and Ice. He says, imagine my delight to learn that you two have developed mathematical theories of snow friction.
Well, you're not reading it with the right accent.
Oh, I didn't.
Come on, will you? I teach him everything.
Well, I didn't have an accident today.
That's right. You don't have foreign accent
syndrome. Now, in addition to being my weekly entertainment, you are my true colleagues. Unfortunately, I did not catch the first few minutes of your broadcast. I was moving my snowblower to the basement where I could give it a carburectomy while listening to your wit and wisdom. However, I am sure you will enjoy reading the enclosed monograph on snow friction. And he encloses a review of the processes that control snow friction.
Let me see that.
Your roof snow theory, man, is right there.
Let me see this. Wait a minute. He's plagiarized my entire dissertation, this guy. Who is this guy?
But would you believe there was
thief? He's stolen all my ideas.
International Commission on Snow and Ice.
Great stuff, huh? If you have a question about your car.
Wait, I got one more little item here.
Okay.
In addition to, since we're on science, Dr. Robert Luthman from Staten Island sends in this from the Sunday newspaper, Laugh Parade. The scientist is sitting there in the lab telling another scientist, I'm developing a theory that space is curved. Either that or my car is pulling to the left.
Anyway, if you'd like to talk to us, our number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. Bye-bye.
Before we get off the subject of the roof snow theory, I had another quote here that applied to that, which I was going to discuss myself, and here it is. Someone sent it to us. We are all agreed. This is a quote. You tell me who said this to whom. We are all agreed that your theory is crazy. The question which divides us is whether it is crazy enough to have a chance of being correct. My own feeling is that it's not crazy enough.
Carl Sagan.
2. Rush Limbaugh. Niels Bohr said it.
To Max Planck. Enrico Fermi. Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Niels Bohr said it. And I think that if Niels Bohr were alive today, he would be talking about the roof snow theory in exactly these words.
You know, he was one of the greatest Danes ever.
He's a great Dane, I know.
1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Wendy calling from Iowa City.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi there.
Iowa City.
I don't hold out too much hope for your solving this. It might be closer to being a puzzler.
Oh, really?
I've tried everything.
Oh, boy, we love a challenge like that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have an 88 Honda Prelude four-wheel steering car that I love and plan to drive forever.
Now, that was a feature that really caught on, huh?
Hey,
oh, yeah.
It's terrific. I love this car, except when my husband rides in it because he fogs it up. I mean, he fogs it up like mushroom soup on the inside of the windows or something.
Really?
Now, he doesn't do this in other cars.
He doesn't?
No, and nobody else does this in my car.
Wow.
Is he over 6 feet tall?
Oh, heavens, no.
A little guy?
Oh, yeah. Well, short. And this, I can't tie it to a season.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried with and without the air conditioner on. I've tried the inside and outside intakes.
So you have it on fresh air?
Yeah, I've tried both. All combinations, all permutations.
Is there a chance that he's outgassing?
I tell you, I don't think it's diet related. I don't think it's breath related. He seems to have a pleasant breath.
And he fogs up all the windows?
Oh, it's a matter of minutes. Can't see a thing. You can wipe it off all day. It fogs right back up again. Doesn't happen in his car.
So it makes no difference whether he's driving or riding as a passenger?
You could be sitting in the back seat.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, his head isn't wet or anything. I mean, he's not just out of the shower when he gets into your car. I mean, that would do it,
No.
No, so he can get in the middle of the day.
Oh, sure, anytime, day, night.
Anytime. And how long does it take for the fog up to occur?
Oh, 5 minutes. It starts.
And then even if you turn on the defroster?
Oh, yeah, you can.
That would take care of it, right?
Yeah,
no.
it does with other people.
Oh, it doesn't with him?
No.
It does not.
No,
This man is emitting some serious water vapor.
But only in my car?
Well, I think it's happening in your car because the Prelude is a relatively small vehicle. And so if he is emitting large amounts of water vapor, it wouldn't happen in a vehicle which had a larger passenger compartment.
Okay, it doesn't happen in my son's Jetta.
Okay. Jetta's a little bigger than the
Jetta's
Prelude.
big.
How about if you left the windows open? I mean, if you left a window open.
Well, we've tried cracking the windows. We tried opening the skylight a little bit.
Yeah. And it helps a little?
No. Only that there's no fog where there's no window.
Yeah. You got to tell us more about him then.
Here's the test.
Oh, gosh.
Well, here's the test. I mean, I don't know what it's going to tell you necessarily, but it's going to tell you something. He needs a snorkel. You know the snorkels that you buy at the sporting goods store?
Excellent.
And you need to have breathe
it.
out the window.
Yeah, I like it because we have to determine is the source of the moisture in his lungs or is it some other part of his body?
Okay.
I think it's in his garments.
After this phone call, my problem might be solved. They might refuse to ride with me.
No, I mean if we eliminate his breath, that will open up all new possibilities. Then we can start talking about his clothing, his habits.
Okay.
Well, the next step would be he has to ride naked. But the first step is the snorkel. Do the snorkel.
Okay.
Call us back.
Okay.
And then we'll give you the next step.
All right.
Call us back next week.
Okay.
All right.
We'll talk to you, Wendy.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, you'll never guess what it's time for.
Time to stop dangling our participles?
No! It's time to play Stump the Chumps! A few years ago, my brother and I and the plaintiffs in a large class action lawsuit decided that we should revisit some of our previous callers to find out if our advice to them was actually good advice.
And that was the origin of this segment, Stump the Chumps, which is one of the dumbest ideas we ever came up with.
It's so embarrassing.
Oh, it's brutal. All right, let's just get it over with. Who's this week's Stump Chumper?
Well, it's Wendy from Iowa City, Iowa. She called us recently because whenever she and her husband were riding together in her 88 Honda, the windshield would completely fog up within minutes.
I
Remember her?
Yeah, were they newlyweds or just real frisky?
No, I don't know about that. Wendy said that this never happens when she's in the car alone or with anyone other than her husband.
Well, I should hope not. During the year, we could actually open a window.
Well, we've tried cracking the windows.
Yeah.
We tried opening the skylight a little bit.
You got to tell us more about him then.
Here's the test.
Oh, gosh.
He needs a snorkel. You know the snorkels that you buy at the sporting goods store?
Excellent.
And you need to have breathe
it.
out the window.
Yeah, I like it because we have to determine is the source of the moisture in his lungs or is it some other part of his body?
After this phone call, my problem might be solved. They might refuse to ride with me.
A snorkel, I mean, not very elegant, but at least it would tell us whether it's vapor from his breath or whether he's somehow sublimating.
Let's see what happened. Hey, Wendy, are you there?
I am.
Good.
Okay, before we get the results of the snorkel test, we have to Carmen Mirandize you.
Okay.
Is it true, Wendy, that the responses that you're about to give here today on Stump the Chumps have in no way been influenced by money sent to you by our staff, by the staff at National Public Radio, or by promises of future discounts at Barnacle Bob's Scuba Hut in Iowa City?
No, but I'd be open to bribe.
Well, did it help?
It kind of depends on how you define success.
Well, let's hear it.
It did reduce the fogging.
Yeah?
But my husband can't breathe.
But it is his breath, then, that's causing the fogging up.
Well, the problem...
cut the fogging by about half.
Yeah, the problem then is you.
It's me?
Yeah, well, he's obviously so aroused in your presence that he's panting. He can't contain himself.
Right.
That has to be it.
Yeah, I think that is it.
You're just,
good for you.
You're just driving him crazy, Wendy.
Good for you, Wendy. That's great. I think that's wonderful.
And the reason he couldn't breathe through the snorkel is the tube wasn't big enough because he's panting so hard.
Yeah.
He can't get enough air through that tube. On the other hand, he could be in full anxiety because you're such a lousy driver.
Oh, good heavens, yes.
You know what he needs? He needs yoga.
Yoga?
Oh.
Yeah, to control his breathing.
Okay.
He needs to breathe from the stomach, not from the lungs.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that'll probably go over bigger than the snorkel test.
All right.
I'm wagering I won't get him out again with the snorkel. Twice was enough.
Well, Wendy, thanks for playing Stump the Chumps. You're a
Thank
good
you.
sport, and so's your husband.
Yeah, he sure was.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers. We're broadcasting this week from the Deductive Reasoning Center here at Car Talk Plaza.
Well, it has to do with...
Explain me.
Here's what it is. It has to do with the research, especially having to do with food, health, and all that stuff. You know, one day eggs are bad, the next day eggs are good. Coffee's good, coffee's bad. Wine, no. Wine, yes.
Hot fudge sundaes.
Hot
Has
fudge
there been a ruling on them yet?
They've always been okay. But here, this sort of explains it. Who did it come from? We don't know who it came from. Here it is, what it says. The Japanese eat very little fat and suffer fewer heart attacks than the British or Americans. On the other hand, the French eat a lot of fat, and they also suffer fewer heart attacks than the British or Americans. The Japanese drink very little red wine and suffer fewer heart attacks than the British or Americans. The Italians drink excessive amounts of red wine and also suffer fewer heart attacks than the British or Americans. Conclusion: eat and drink whatever you want. It's speaking English that's killing you. Is that deductive reasoning or what?
He's close.
Yeah.
It's living here.
Yeah.
That's doing it.
It is living here because we're so into making money.
Well, I want to know how the French... I have a brother-in-law who lives in France and is married to a French woman. And she gets 18, 19 weeks of vacation every year.
Yeah.
So whenever we call their house, we get
away.
the answering machine, and they call us 5 or 6 days later. Oh, we were in the Alps, and we were in Ireland.
Yeah. Not only that, but they have places built into their infrastructure to hang out, like coffee shops.
Yes.
We don't have coffee shops. I mean, we have
we have drive-up windows.
Drive-up windows.
Don't even get out of your car. We don't want you out of the car. Get your stuff and get the hell out.
Get out of here. And no place to just sit down and do nothing. And if you do go in someplace and sit down and do nothing, they're on your case.
They arrest you for loitering.
Can I help you? Is that it? You're all done? Would you like to see the dessert menu? I just had the dessert. Yeah, we're crazy.
Yeah, well, it's us. It's not the diet. It's not the wine. It's not the fish.
It's the stress, man.
It's
the stress.
Well, you can see it in us.
And no one knows
taking
it
its
more
toll
than
on us.
I.
Anyway, if you have stress in your life and you'd like help, give us a call. The number is 888-CAR-TALK, especially if that stress is coming from your car. That's
from listening to us.
That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Susanna in Missoula, Montana.
Susanna.
With a Z or an S?
With an S, 2 N's, and an H.
And the H. You have the H.
I'm the longest way my mother could possibly spell it.
Wow.
Susanna from Montana.
Isn't that nice that it rhymes?
That's good. Can we spell Montana with an H on the end too? Why not?
I teach middle school, so I often see that happen.
So middle school is what, 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9?
6, 7, 8.
6, 7, 8.
The finest young people you'd ever want to meet.
No, they're not.
Are you kidding?
I taught 2 of those grades.
You did?
Yeah, they wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill them.
I had first dibs.
This explains so much about you.
Does it?
Doesn't it?
It really does. You've been scarred. And I grieve with you.
Teacher abuse.
Well, I'll tell
It's
you,
true.
and I don't mean this. I don't know how I
know what
this.
you're going to say too. Say it. Just come out and say it. Everyone hates you anyway. Well, you got nothing to lose.
Okay, then I'll make a clean breast of it. I hated the girls.
Oh, they are the meanest people.
The girls were the worst. They absolutely were. I mean, the
Cruel.
boys you could reason with.
Well, and you could slap them around a little bit.
I was going to say that's the only reasoning they hear.
So is it true for you, too, that the girls are worse to deal with? I mean, maybe it was just my male perspective, obviously, that made it.
I think that's part of it, and I think part of it is people just don't call girls on it often enough and say, listen, do you know what you look like when you make that face, rolling your eyes and sighing at the same time?
But they were mean. And they were mean to the teachers.
Oh, they're mean to each other.
They were mean to the boys, and they were mean to each other.
It's brutal.
They're brutal. They are the cruelest creatures known to man.
And that's why I love them.
So you're on a mission.
I am. I'm sort of a... well, you know, you were there. You have to be half
I was
crazy.
there, but I escaped. I climbed the fence. So anyway, how may we help you?
I think jumping in your car and dashing off while 100 kids running after you with flaming torches is not escaping.
Well, if I'm going to make my big escape, I need a clear windshield, and my problem is I have a Corolla wagon. And what I have is really lacking pressure in my reservoir for my wiper fluid. So instead of getting a nice squirt, I get a little... It goes about 4 inches up on the windshield, and then I'm sadly disappointed in my fluid. So we pressed the little button and found where the puddle ends up. It's over on the passenger side.
Yeah.
And we had the hood up, so we kind of figured the hose wasn't where we could get to it very easily.
But it was leaking out of the hose?
It must
somewhere
be.
along the way.
The hose runs. If you're standing in front of the car, facing the car with the hood open, the bottom is the left corner, left front.
Yeah.
Closest to the headlight.
Yes.
Okay. And the hose, I believe, runs from there up over the plastic fender liner, which you can gain access to by touching the area above the tire. So you need to find the beginning of the hose, which is at where the pump is. Okay, then the pump is at the bottom of that bottle.
Okay.
And then that hose runs above the fender liner and connects to a T connector where it allows with a T connector allows some of it to go to the left washer nozzle and some to go to the right. But before it gets to that T connector, the hose has got a crack in it.
So it's before the T connector?
Yeah, it's a simple
Sounds
matter
like it.
of removing the headlight and the fender and the hood, and you'll have the new hose in there in no time.
Is that all?
No. You can gain access to it pretty easily, I think. In fact, you don't have to even run the hose where the old one was. You can just run a new hose.
You think I could find a middle schooler who hot wires cars that could do this?
Yes. No, this is within your grasp, Susanna.
Yeah.
All right.
Follow the hose, and as soon as you have 2 ends of it, just buy another piece of hose and connect it to the same 2 ends, and you're home free.
You'll go to the auto parts store and ask them buy 3 or 4 feet of windshield washer hose.
And I will be just the envy of all I know.
I'm sure.
Having had first your advice and then a successful experience fixing something.
Yeah, that'll be great.
What could be better?
What could be better?
Well, Susanna, I can
tell. A couple
tell
of days off from those little animals.
You'll succeed. You're a courageous person, more courageous than I was.
I don't know if more courageous or less proactive about moving on.
How long have you been at this?
8 years.
Yeah, you're ready for the home.
Yeah. See you later.
I'd say you've done your term, kiddo.
Thank you for all your wise advice.
See you, Susanna.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
That's gotta be hell. I mean, you don't just have 1 or 2 of them like you have at home. You got a room full of them.
Oh yeah.
You can't hit them. That's the worst part.
But there were no prohibitions about tying them up.
The duct tape seemed to work good.